días. Se les suplica, por favor, tomar sus asientos. Estamos por comenzar el evento.
Please take your seats. We're about to start the event. Thank you.
Bueno, sí, buenos días. Por favor, pueden tomar sus asientos. Vamos a dar inicio a la sesión de apertura.
The opening ceremony.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning, you all. Be welcome to this beautiful venue, the Mining Palace, that is hosting us to develop the activities for the 7th Latin American Forum for Democracy. Presiding this opening session, Mr. Lorenzo Cordova, Councilor President of the Electoral Institute of Mexico, Francisco Guerrero, Secretary for Strengthening Democracy from the OAI, Undersecretary for Latin America for the Foreign Affairs Office, Maria del Socorro Medina, and Mr. Cesar Astudillo, Secretary for University Care from National Autonomous University. In 2010, officials from the OAE and the Electoral Institute were discussing the need to organize reflection and analysis spaces about our democracy in Latin America. The first forum was about the second report on democracy in the region, performed by the Organization of the UN and the Organization of American States. In these last years, we have discussed several topics in democracy: money and policy and politics, representation, democracy and citizenship, governing the future, and democratic governance. Today, for the 7th Democracy Forum, we're going to discuss a strategic topic: civic education, political culture, and citizen ethics, challenges for strengthening democracy. This event was finalized with the support of the Organization of American States, the Foreign Affairs Office from the Mexican government, the General Ibero-American Secretary, democracy communities, represented by Maria Leshner here. The Center for Asesoría and Democracy, represented by Jose Thompson, and the National Autonomous University of Mexico, here represented by Mr. Astudillo. This forum has also been able to take place thanks to you, our audience, students, teachers, scholars, experts, electoral officials, journalists, members of NGOs, the diplomatic body accredited in Mexico, public servants, political parties, advisors, and members of the Academy. Thank you all, and thank you for being here and for your support. In these 3 days, we're going to discuss several topics around civic education and political culture. It's a strategic topic for the consolidation of democracy. We need to move forward in the process of consolidation with an ethic and moral foundation of civic education. And for that, we're going to have 52 speakers from 18 countries from Latin America and Europe specialized in our region. I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Francisco Guerrero from the Organization of American States. Please. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel. First of all, for me it is always a great satisfaction to be back home, be with my friends from the National Electoral Institute. I almost learned how to say INE instead, because my head still says IFE very frequently. First of all, I want to thank my dear friend Lorenzo Cordova for all his support, for all his enthusiasm to support this type of works. I want to recognize the presence of Socorro Flores, Secretary for Latin America of our Chancellor's Office, and I'm very pleased to have Cesar Astudillo, permanent member of the electoral community in Mexico and a scholar that we all love and that we all acknowledge. I want to institutionally start by thanking the National Electoral Institute for this great effort they made in order to organize this annual forum, which in its 7th edition is discussing now the role of civic education, political culture, citizen ethics, all of these connected with strengthening democracy in the continent. I want to thank also the authorities and scholars participating in the forum, and particularly students and members of the academy that are attending this event today. Before continuing, I would like to remember, because every so often we forget things like this, that at least in my generation and other generations who had to struggle to have elections in this continent. Sometimes it seems that we forget that in some regions of Latin America. In a democratic society, the rights and the freedoms inherent to people are the warranties that provide the state of law in order to have social justice. It is clear in all the exercises in which we participate, Lorenzo, myself, and some other colleagues from INE, were last Sunday in Colombia, witnessing this democratic exercise with so many lights and so many shadows around the this consultation made to the citizens about peace. We see here the effects of direct democracy. How much are these questioning of the citizens useful? And I also joke with Lorenzo, I was in the Brexit with him too, that we have been 2 times together in an event in which the polling companies, the international community, intellectuals took for granted that something was going to happen, but the citizens voted in a different way. Mr. Alvaro Colom was here. He was the chief of the mission. We should not go beyond the substantive portion, but we need to say that we need to reflect on what's going on with the voters in the continent and how they are taking advantage of these opportunities to participate in democracy. We have, and this is an advantage that we should not resign, with the Inter-American Democratic Letter, which specifies, and I also repeat this because we tend to forget things like this, that the people of America have the right to have democracy and their governments to promote it and defend it. Promote it and defend democracy. All of those here acknowledge the relevance of promoting and defending democracy. Nevertheless, we have to be realistic. And those who are here also acknowledge that maybe democracy is not living its best moments. At least if we compare that with the enthusiasm from the 90s, in which the triumph of liberal democracy was dominating the region and also was dominating a great enthusiasm in other areas of the world, in other zones of the world. And we are forced to ask ourselves, what has changed? And I dare say that we have imperfect democracies, but the most serious thing is we have highly unsatisfied citizens with these imperfect democracies. If you check the polls, also polls subject to a fierce criticism from the media that do not see enough, reflected enough what these pictures tells us when the voting day comes. What we can see is that this disenchantment with democracy has grown in an alarming fashion. And we were saying this last year, Lorenzo would remember this, and we repeat this year. According to Latinobarometer, which is an interesting exercise in this matter, the support for democracy is going down for the fourth straight year. For instance, in Mexico in 2016, 48% of Mexicans supported democracy, a percentage that is below the Latin American mean of 54%. Also, satisfaction with democracy in Latin America has dropped with no exception since 2009, and it has reduced from 38% in 2015 to 34% in 2016. That means there's a great number of citizens, a great percentage of citizens that for some reason are not satisfied with the democracy model that they built and they struggle to build together with political parties. A lot of these fall has to do, according to this study, because of the deterioration of economic growth since 2010. And we have seen these in several democratic exercises in the continent in recent days. Together with this insatisfaction with the system and the times of economic deceleration, trust of citizens in democratic institutions has also been reduced starting in 1995. What this data proves is that citizens are not perceiving democracy as a mechanism that can provide tangible results. And when I talk about tangible results, I mean improvement on the health services, improvement in education, improvement in access of opportunities, improvement on the participation of women in political life, to many things that people goes, votes, renews their hopes, but then they do not see that hope enough reflected in enough concrete actions. In recent years, the population has come out to demonstrate against acts of corruption at the highest political level. You know that if you turn your eyes to the continent, corruption has become one of the fundamental focus of concern from the citizens. But also, the continent remains as the most violent region in the world. unsafety conditions and economic and social lacks have driven a great number of immigrants to leave their countries in order to look for better opportunities in neighboring countries. Mexicans know about the experience of migrants, particularly in these times. We have lived in depth the meaning of migration in the political debate, and the presidential political debate in the United States of America. Some people think that the persistent exclusion environment has to be reverted if we want democracy to recover this trust that at a certain point might have been lost. Access to justice is also one of the most concerning structural aspects, particularly in the population and the least favorable populations. We have recidivist problems like the inefficiency of justice, the lack of independence from the judiciary, and of course the king of all problems, impunity. I don't want to remain in this somber panorama because my idea is not for those here have a pessimistic vision, but we are forced to take note on how this situation is being reflected in many polls. Nevertheless, and in a positive note, democracy, right now that democracy is not going through its best moment, we have to help democracy. We have to commit ourselves with democracy. We have to redouble our efforts in order to promote it, to protect it, and to enhance it. Reality, and we see this in many parts of the world, is that there is no such thing as a perfect democracy. Moreover, and we see this with great concern, some political parties in mature democracies in Europe like Poland, Great Britain, and the Netherlands show xenophobic and discriminatory trends towards certain groups, positions that of course are against the democratic principles of inclusion, equality, and the protection of all rights. That means that in democracy, it seems that the economic level or how young or how mature is the system is no longer important, but it is having a fundamental effect, this perception of failure in delivering results. So many populist politicians take this lack of results from the economic agenda and they transform it into a campaign mechanism that it is clear is there. If it is true that we have all these challenges that I just mentioned, it is also true that the institutions that we have built along these years are going to allow us to react more swiftly in order to guarantee respect for the rights of our citizens. A few days ago, and I was discussing this with Lorenzo Córdoba, the president of the National Electoral Institute was making a reflection on how can we, through civic education, turn around this situation of disenchantment. How can political parties, colleges, civic society organizations, international organizations join together in order to defend democratic values, but also in the construction of an agenda in which public servants should be accountable for their actions, in which transparency is the central element. As decision makers, those who are in the spaces to perform changes must seek for their influence to promote an ethical participation of the citizens, a better and stronger democracy towards the future. But there's no shortcut for this path. The reality is that we have to lead with example, and leading with example is a great challenge for all of us. If we achieve that the behavior and the attitudes of citizens, particularly from the rulers, improve, the better are going to be the possibilities for our democracies to withstand difficult times inherent to their own development, like the complex moment that we are going through at this point in time. It is necessary more than ever today to go back to the basics in order to revert the trends of disenchantment, in order to revert the trends of anti-politics, apathy, and the sum-zero mentality. I respectfully invite you that during this forum we can discuss during these days the values and the principles of democracy, which, by the way, are not negotiable. And at the same time, how can we promote a democratic culture based upon these principles? I think that never like today, discussion of ethics in politics is transformed into a social thing that which we cannot renounce. The Forum of Latin American Democracy is a space for reflection and dialogue that started in 2010 from IFE and now in INE. And I always make this acknowledgement because if I don't do these acknowledgements, I feel guilty. Thanks to the efforts and the work of my dear friend Manuel Carrillo, that year after year makes this effort with the support of the councillors. Thank you, my dear Manuel, for all the efforts that you dedicate to the organization of this forum. So, on behalf of Luis Almagro, that is going to be with us next Friday. He's right now in Paraguay, and then he's going to go to Brazil, and from Brazil he's going to come to Mexico. He's going to have the opportunity to make his own reflections. I want to say that it is a privilege to be back home, to be with my friends from the electoral family, my friends from the court, my friends from the National Electoral Institute, but particularly be in a venue like this. I can't imagine a better venue than the one in which we are in order to discuss and reflect about this complex agenda of the development of democracy in the continent. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Now we're going to give the floor to Socorro Flores. Thank you very much, Manuel. Mr. Córdoba, President Advisor of the Electoral Institute, Mr. Francisco Guerrero, Secretary for Democracy Strengthening from the Organization of American States, Mr. Cesar Astudillo, Secretary of Community Care for the community of UNAM, participants in this
no es incluyente, tiene también un efecto devastador en la percepción democrática. Y esta agenda de inclusión es fundamental en una región como América Latina, que es considerada como la más desigual del mundo, donde el 10% más rico de la población concentra el 71% de la riqueza. De acuerdo con proyecciones de Oxfam, si la tendencia continúa, en 2020 el 1% más rico de la región tendrá una riqueza mayor al 99% restante. Los ciudadanos exigen democracias incluyentes, con mayor apertura, transparencia y rendición de cuentas, que impulsen el desarrollo económico y la prosperidad para todos. Ante este contexto, y más allá de cualquier ideología política, la región debe continuar trabajando en la implementación de políticas públicas que garanticen la inclusión, la equidad social, política y económica. Y esto es un objetivo que forma parte de la agenda prioritaria de la administración del presidente Peña Nieto, no solamente a nivel interno, sino también en los foros internacionales, donde México promueve de manera constante la inclusión. Señoras y señores, la historia demuestra que vale la pena apostarle a los regímenes democráticos, ya que en ellos las sociedades alcanzan a conseguir mayores beneficios directos. Celebro en esta oportunidad que este foro, que desde 2010 ha realizado aportaciones muy concretas para promover y consolidar la democracia en la región, aborde los medios para fortalecer la cultura democrática a través de la educación y la formación de ciudadanos que le den precisamente fortaleza y estabilidad a la democracia. Agradezco el apoyo invaluable de la OEA, de la UNAM, de la Comunidad de las Democracias, de la CEGIP, del Instituto Interamericano de Derechos Humanos y por supuesto a todos ustedes por su compromiso para defender día a día lo que es la democracia y lo que implica para todos y cada uno de los miembros de América Latina y el Caribe. Les deseo un encuentro muy productivo y muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Muchas gracias a la subsecretaria. Tiene la palabra el doctor Astudillo.
Muchísimas gracias. Apreciado doctor Francisco Javier Guerrero Aguirre, secretario para el fortalecimiento de la democracia de la Organización de los Estados Americanos. Embajadora Socorro Flores, subsecretaria para América Latina de la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores. Doctor Lorenzo Córdoba Vianello, consejero presidente del Instituto Nacional Electoral. Funcionarios electorales aquí presentes, expertos nacionales y de otros países que nos acompañan, representantes de los partidos políticos de nuestro país, académicos, miembros de los medios de comunicación. Déjenme decirles en primer lugar que para mí constituye motivo de gran satisfacción coincidir en este panel, coincidir en esta inauguración con las personas que me acompañan, particularmente, debo decirlos, con quienes integran esta familia electoral y con quienes desde hace distintos años hemos elaborado estos proyectos.
So we have led several projects for the consolidation of our democracy as Francisco Guerrero, Lorenzo Córdoba, great friends, both of them. I am trying to convey to all of you the greetings and best wishes from Dr. Bravo Vigers, President of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, for the initiation of activities of this new edition, the seventh edition of the Latin American Forum for Democracy. Year after year in the university, we are always observing the exchange of ideas and experiences, so this space allows us to have. So we are here in this meeting, taking advantage of this opportunity to look at the innovations and also the problems observed in our sister countries. Every year we get better viewpoints and we enhance our knowledge about the challenges that the consolidation of the democratic regime is facing in the region. This is why we are pleased that this encounter is carried out in a universitary area in a series that is especially significant for us, like this venue, this beautiful Palace of Minari. This architecture jewel, the German heritage in our nation, is a venue that the university uses to receive society, to help them out, to look forward, fully aware of our history. This year's forum will be devoted to a special topic. The topic is civic education, political culture, and citizen ethics that we need to strengthen our democracy. This is why we have called a very important group of experts, national and international experts, to analyze the fundamental aspects of these aspects, as well as to discuss its impact in the consolidation of democracies. We have to recognize that we are walking through a very adverse time, so that our young people can keep being enthusiastic about democracy. In several countries, the distress with the public institution is what prevails. We have a deficit before the expectations that democracy promotes, particularly amongst those who consider that as a target and not the initiation of a long construction process. This is why it is necessary to promote a common effort, to promote a formation effort that allows citizens to identify themselves as such, as citizens, to undertake the responsibility of such an identity, to lead, to debate, to talk about their differences in a respectful and pacific way, and to talk about their concepts, to defend consciously and in an educated manner their own rights, and to evaluate the performance of their leaders and government people. We have to promote a state of law in democracy. We know that in our country, last week, the National Electoral Institute knew the project National Strategy for Civic Education, created by a group of experts. This project aims to create the necessary conditions so that citizens in our country undertake the special public forums and contribute to build the democratic culture that our country requires. We are greeting this ambitious and necessary project as an effort that can call for the participation of several social and public institutions, social actors and public institutions, participation to create a democratic commitment where now everyone is skeptical, to strengthen citizens as a response to disenchantment, and to combat cynicism with participation. Our National University is aware of its role to support such an effort, addressing its essential purpose of being totally to the service of the country and mankind, according to a social service and ethical sense, supporting every single interest, to support in the comprehensive formation of our scholars. We have to strengthen our efforts and offer our pupils, our students, more opportunities to develop their ethical sense, to strengthen their citizen identity, to renew their democratic vocation and the commitment with the participation in public spaces. Higher education formation must be there with the citizen formation, and using every single open space to promote the formation of scholars and students with critical thought, with civic culture and social commitment. That's our day-to-day task. The National University is undertaking in this matter its tasks and its responsibilities. We wish in our university that this 7th edition of the Latin American Forum for Democracy is as successful as the previous ones. We will be aware of the conclusion analysis and to take advantage of the good practices herein identified to strengthen democracy in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Astudillo. Now the floor goes to the president of our institute, Lorenzo Cordova. Good morning, all of you. Dear Ambassador Socorro Flores, Undersecretary, Dr. Francisco Guerrero. We have been together in several democratic causes. My dear Cesar Astudillo, Mr. President Álvaro Colom, Vinicio Cerezo, President Rosalia Arteaga, thank you very much for being here. Welcome. And thank you for being here to support our initiatives. Dear members of the family of the electoral community, as Cesar said, very dear friends who will participate in several international and national forums. Welcome you all. Thank you. Thank you very much for your interest and commitment for the celebration of this 7th Forum of Latin American Forum for Democracy. I want to recognize the speakers and special guests and the co-organizers, because we have to analyze all the factors that are affecting our democracies, and this is only possible with the collaboration of each one of you, with your contributions jointly. Particularly on behalf of our counselors in the Electoral Institute, I have to thank the contributions of our strategic allies for this event, particularly to the National Autonomous University of Mexico, our alma mater, that is the highest educational institute in our country, who is hosting us once again in this facility. When we had the first Democracy Forum for Latin America in October 2010, our continent, our situation was totally different than the one we have today. The favorable transformation of the terms of commercial exchange and the growing demand of raw materials, the crisis of 2008, was generating income for the economies in the region that was strengthening the welfare of our society. So those expectations were reflected on the support of Latin Americans to democracy, which, according to the most recent report of Latinobarometro, came up to 61% of satisfaction, representing the highest peak from the moment we started measuring this type of matters. At the beginning of the forum, national economy and electoral challenges have changed significantly. And with this, the satisfaction with democracy has also changed. Another two data of the same report about the public movements of the region helped me to illustrate this point. The first one is that in 2016, the average satisfaction in the continent with democracy has dropped to 34%. As incredible as it seems, is the lowest level since 1995. Our interpersonal confidence level among people in their own environments, out of the family environment, trust that is having an impact over institutions are extremely low, to the level that locating the average in the region to 17%. The lowest in the last 20 years. In this context, it's very clear that the challenges of Latin American democracies in this day and age overcome by a high range the challenges that we have faced during more than 25 years. That is the perfectioning of electoral processes. That's the priority to this moment. But nowadays, please allow me to say it like this, the consolidation of democracies in this continent, I dare to say in the whole world, is facing new challenges. It's facing disenchantment with democracy, with politics with fundamental institutions for democracy, particularly political parties and parliaments, and is nourishing from a very dangerous phenomenon that is widespread, that is coming back to the primary instincts, to the basic sensations, elementary sensations, simplistic and simplifying, instead of the rational insight of the foundations of democracy as a civilization feature of our society. This is a many times a silent phenomenon that is like a culture broth where many expressions are growing and spreading out of feelings based in discrimination and the reduction and very elementary mindset, a mere black and white, good and bad, friend or foe. Summarizing, this is the values of anti-democracy, what we call the plebiscite democracy, that are based more on sensations or impressions and the mood at the moment, that don't have anything of democracy, but that they make us capable of receiving expressions of autocracy and authoritarianism. They are expressing their levels of acceptance of democracy, and after 2 decades of democracy practice, Latin American considers that it's good to have a non-democratic government if that one will solve the problems. Our data is showing that something that we missed during the democratization process, or something that we didn't do in our efforts, that could not consolidate democracies. For example, in the previous editions of this same forum, we have talked about the need of constructing citizenship to strengthen electoral institutions, to foster accountability processes, to guarantee plurality in the media, in the communication media, the importance of integrity in the election process. And 1 year ago, by the way, the elections were focalized on civic education and civic culture. 1 year ago, we said that civic culture was an outstanding matter in our countries, and its solution was only possible by generating synergies and sharing objectives among the different state institutions, social and educational institutions also, and of course with the political parties. In such sense, I will just make a stop for 1 minute to share with you a project, and a long-term project that we are building in the INE to help to face the problems that we are facing in this crisis of civic culture in Mexico. What we have called Encivica, our project, has been built as by the definition of several axes to establish a pathway that allows INE to perform all the tasks that are transversal to the elections, to make a cultural change, to make empowered citizens, that is, that they undertake and that they exercise in a responsible manner their rights, not only the political rights, but that contribute with public discussion, and that analyzes the public powers and private powers, so to reduce the level of lack of confidence that prevails in our cultures. This will be used in long and short term, the problems of democratic culture that we are facing in Mexico. It is necessary that citizens undertake the public space and that they feel part and influence the decisions that affect their day-to-day life through 3 strategic axes, which are called dialogue and demand. In the context of this strategy, which implies objective information for a responsible exercise of citizenship, human rights, and undertaking the right to information of every individual in Mexico. And this needs this creation of spaces for debate, the establishment of networks to strengthen democratic practices, and the promotion of civic culture in the different levels, and to link this with the social demands to institutions and the government, among them those that strengthen the projects and that foster the insertion of society in all public projects. The society is not participating in public decision makings, so we have to create conditions that allow citizens to undertake those existing public spaces to promote the creation of an exchange. With this strategy, we will strengthen the projects, models, and actions that will contribute to strengthen the role for political change. Although we will need better mechanisms to distribute political power through the polling booths, we will make sure that this is made in an inclusive manner. As a strategy of the participation with the public, it's not only modifying the participation modes, but to create more conscious groups that participate in a better manner in public spaces. I have to highlight that as democracy goes beyond the rules of electoral games, the culture also overwhelms the public life. This implies that we need a different focus to understand and strengthen the regulation processes, because when we strengthen our civic culture, we will need controls that the citizens will be able to use for their benefit. Democratic culture, summarizing, will create conditions so that citizens, without reflecting the problems of lack of justice, inequity, margination, and poverty, and unfortunately prevailing in our societies, they are still capable of exercising their rights in a responsible manner. It is a matter of having the democratic culture contributing with citizens so that they do not lose the capacity of feeling offended, because in the face of all the inequities in our society, and to face the violence that we are experiencing. With this, we will prevent our countries from having injustice and violence in our countries, and that they do not become part of the landscape in our countries. I will stop now. I know that we will be discussing the importance of citizen participation, public ethics, and political culture to enhance democracy. I know that many of you have ideas that will for sure enrich our ideas about civic culture, and to make it the new cause of all of us that are committed to strengthen the democratic systems in our continent, and with this to strengthen a very weak culture that we have now, and that now accepts intolerance, exclusion, discrimination as a natural part of our societies. Thank you all, and as usual, be very welcome. Thank you very much, Dr. Cordova, and the different participants of this opening session. We will start with the first conversation session, where we will discuss education and democracy. We will request President Alvaro Colo to please come to the forum. Also, Dr. Manuel Alcántara to come forward, please.
¿Pueden pasar a tomar sus asientos, por favor?
You are invited to take your seats again. And we will begin with the first conversation moderated by the president of the Institute, Dr. Lorenzo Cordova. We are ready to begin. Good morning. Oh, thank you for the volume. We are beginning with the first conversation, but the idea is that we include everyone and not to limit it to just us. So thank you very much for activating the surround sound. It is a privilege for me to be with two very important personalities, good friends of this forum, who have participated in previous occasions. We are in this first conversation, which is education and democracy. We are talking about the politics and democratic consolidation in our region, in our countries. And these two persons, President Alvaro Colón, who has held the chief of mission in the Organization of American States for the elections in Colombia last Sunday. And President Colón, as you know, was the holder of the executive power in Guatemala from 2008 to 2012, aside from having integrated the Central American Parliament and General Secretary of his party and the National Esperanza Party. We are also here with Manuel Alcántara, a very good friend. He is a professor for several universities, Salamanca University amongst others. And I don't mention all of them. Thank you very much for being here, because he teaches in several universities. If we mention all the universities, we will take all the time of the forums. He is also the author of one of the fundamental texts useful to understanding not only the political plan of our democracies, but particularly in the Latin American democracies, but also has generating a very important style of mindset in our cultures. So I insist these are two very important characters in our countries. And so I do not take the advantage of time, and we want to maximize the time to learn from you. So I give the floor to President Colón. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for sharing. Probably the influence of the plebiscite in Colombia will help me in my insights. I want to talk about a couple of elements that I have been thinking about a lot during the last few months. One of them is that we are experiencing a time with very unique features. My granddaughter is 10 years old. I am 65. So the generational gap is enormous. The cosmovision of young people today doesn't have anything to do with our cosmovision in our day. In this very important forum, I have to talk about the important topic of democracy and talk about education and culture. But please, we cannot disregard the fact that the young people of today don't have anything to do with the old politicians. And that's an insight that has kept me quite busy and has led me to talk to current young leaders. The mayor of San Salvador, for instance, he is 33 years old. He's doing okay. But when I sit with him and talk, I feel that it's the grandchild, the grandfather talking with the grandchild, because his vision of the city of San Salvador is totally and absolutely different than what you would think about a mayor. Red socks, the hair in a fashionable way, no tie. He is supported by people, loved by people. And they're even thinking that he might even become a candidate for the presidency. You go to Quintana shop, to the governor, very young governor. Something is going on, something is happening, and I am afraid that we are not aware of that generational gap. I don't know how many engineers we have here. I am an industrial engineer. I graduated with a calculation ruler because we didn't have calculators, electronic calculators back then. I had my first computer when I was 35 years of age. We're 30 megas in the hard drive and 460,000 bytes. I mean, now a telephone has 1,000 times more memory than that old computer that allowed me the way into this kind of culture of cybernetics. So this is why I feel offended. I would not understand because our cosmovisions are different. This very enormous generation gap is one of the components. This outrage that we feel, you remember back then we had the cimarronadas where so the free blacks that were outraged because they were marginated. So outrage is not a new thing, and Guatemala has a very good example of outrage. You remember a civic movement where they didn't have any political leaders or entrepreneurial. It was just a group of citizens from the grandparents to children, and they put the president in jail. What is the product of this type of indignation in Guatemala? Now we have to truly think about the political system, because it's seriously threatened in Guatemala, according to me. I would say political parties are dead. More than 23 congressmen accused of corruption. So a group of mayors ended up in jail. That is good. It is good to fight against corruption, but we have to think that the political system must be innovated. It has to be healed. So I wanted to talk about youth, about this indignation thing. In Colombia, 37% decides the future of the country. It's something that worries me, because I think about the 63% that didn't go out to vote. What I'm learning from that is that the political system has not charmed the citizens. in such an important thing that is Colombia, peace in Colombia. Everyone in Latin America wants peace in Colombia and is supporting it. So I wanted to start talking about this, Mr. President, and to share with you whatever you want to ask. Thank you very much, President. The rationale of this discussion, of this conversation, the idea of a conversation is to talk, to have a conversation. So now we have listened to one of our panelists, and probably you will have some more feedback after listening to each other, and then we will open the forum to receive your reflections to balance the participation and reflection. Okay?
If they don't come, I will be the one that is going to provoke you guys. So we're going to leave the provocations for the next part. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Manuel, thank you very much for the invitation to participate once again in this forum, which is, I think, has great relevance because of the topics that I discuss and because of the audience, which is always present here. I have been asked to link and to make a reflection linking these two terms, education and democracy. About democracy, I know a little bit because I have to explain it every year in different courses. And education, I know a little bit about that because I teach, but it's not my specialty. I'm not an expert in education. Amongst you, there's surely some education experts that know more than myself. So whatever I'm going to say in terms of education might not seem to be extremely satisfactory, but and because of that, I apologize. When we talk about education for democracy, in a first moment, in a stricter sense, I don't think that exists. Democracy is either a lifestyle, a way of life, or democracy has to do with a certain set of rules. So probably in this strict sense, yes, you can explain electoral laws, or you can explain something about political parties or about the Constitution, like my colleagues from constitutional law do. But probably this is what we are discussing here. We're discussing something more complex that in the previous track was discussed, and that President Colon also has indicated some aspects of this. I was remembering in finding myself in this space, not this physical space, but in this forum. In my previous participation last year, I was discussing about the vandalization of democracy and that link aspects with regards to disaffection. And I remember that I was quoting a line from a sociologist, Zygmunt Bauman, that said, quote, "Society has made of disaffection a mandatory part of vital occupations." A mandatory part of vital occupations. So stretching what Bauman says, this idea of disaffection has become a hobby, which is being disaffectionate. In a society, on the other side, as it was already been said here, that is already more active than in previous years. This vandalization of democracy, therefore, brings problems in this link in the environment of education. Think of 4 things that I have to remind you. The first one is remembering again that the description of reality in social sciences changes reality. I mean, social sciences are self-reflective. So education, or a part of education, as also stated by Lorenzo, has to do with truth, and truth has to do with the description of reality. But it depends on the description and the reality that we are describing, and what we focus in reality. We are changing this reality. We have to keep this in mind from the very beginning. A second idea, and I allude also to what President Golo was saying about the change, the new technologies, is that nowadays the knowledge is shared all over the world. Educators or teachers do not have the canon or the caton. The students, and we know this quite clearly, but it's not only college students, but also those who go to elementary schools, go to school already with their tablets. So they have a behavior in the room that exceeds what the teacher can tell them, because there is a shared knowledge already out there. And in this sense, the world of today is a world of constant deliberation. Again, the social networks, the new technologies, the social media, the new technologies, the philosophy in which Wikipedia is based is a deliberation process. As Dan Sabien said, is sharing knowledge. People correct each other and debate about different topics. And finally, it has also been discussed about the movement of the indignated and the social changes that we have seen. But we know that nowadays the world, the collective actions in which we based our theories up until recently is not a collective action but a connective action. The idea is to be connected. So if we're going to plan a scenario of education, this scenario is a total connectivity one, a network connectivity one. But of course, education has a very serious problem. Again, this metaphor, not this metaphor, this reality of what Alvaro was saying with about her granddaughter, which supposes technology gap that is brutal. But this brutal technology gap has to be taken to the future. I think that in 20 years from today, 50% of the works of the jobs will not exist. So those who are in college and are educating youngsters for that society of 20 years from today, I don't know what we are preparing, because really the change goes at such a speed that many of us are not prepared for that, and we are not doing things in the right way. The quick or the swift technology development is here, and my interest, in order to link the topic of democracy, is that everything seems to indicate that, contrary to the intuition, I think a very light and superficial intuition that with new technologies we all have, or we have a scenario of equality, which is the equality of connectivity, access to those technologies. Everything seems to indicate that is exactly a lie. Technologies are generating a deep inequality. The new technologies are inequality vectors, and in the most powerful inequality vectors we can find are those, and that has an immediate impact that is being seen. For instance, in the work markets, for 3 decades and progressively, productivity and salaries have gone down. Productivity and salaries. Today, you are more productive for other things, for instance, for innovations. And one of the ways in which that innovation can has a repercussion is you fire people. Less people is needed now. Now, state-of-the-art companies have less personnel than their competitors, which are not in the first level, even if they have the same level of relevance in the stock market. So if the work salaries that, together with the role of the states, have been the two best mechanisms for the redistribution, are not there. The state, because we were in a very serious crisis of well-being states, and income because of what I have just stated. I.e. that all these, why all this is of my concern is because this wealth generated by big world companies that, I repeat, they hire less people because it is not distributed, and this has an effect on social cohesion and affects this link between education and democracy. Or said in other words, citizens, the topic of previous forums, are less citizens because they are less cohesive, because there's less equality, and this affects democracy deeply. And I finished with my first participation. All these, as we all know, is generating a scenario of what I am defining or what I am defending as anti-elitist pulsion. I'm using the word anti-elitist in purpose in order to replace a word that not in Latin America but in Europe has become in fashion in just 5 years, which is populism. A word that ends up by meaning nothing because it has it's a polysemic word that is used for extremely different systems. In Latin America, we had a tradition, and at least those who studied Latin America, when we talk about populisms, we knew what the meaning of that was. But the use of this term in Europe has complicated the scenario. And so, what I'm doing here is I'm going back, I'm resourcing to a long tradition, which is a tradition of elitism. Elitism was an approximation, if you want, a paradigm to politics at the beginning of the 20th century, affected by several thinkers like Taro Mosca or Wilfredo Pareto or Mitchell or Max Weber. So I think there's a tradition of talking about elitism. Before the elitists, we have different groups of thinking. Probably the most important ones were the pluralists, but pluralists were never anti-elitist. What I think it's new right now, and this is something that we need to reflect, is this sort of anti-elitism. It's a phenomenon that I think is a reactive phenomenon, because that's why we talk about anti-elitism, which also groups different expressions. And at the end, you're going to see why I'm linking this with education. Anti-elitism has at least 3 axes in which we find the term anti-elitism. One is anti-globalization movements. Somehow, anti-globalization movements plant this repudiation or this rejection of society. In this term, merchandise or other goods go cross borders with no limitations, but curiously enough, people is limited to that circulation of goods. There's also a position against the ones in the top, against the elite, which is quite diverse, is economic, financial elite, but it's also a cultural elite, an educated elite, and you see where I'm going. Or it's also an elite that is just an elite of social position. And in third place, there's an anti-position that we can call anti-institutional or anti-representation, anti-status quo, which is classic of the anarchist tradition, which is something that we also have known for a long time. So I think that what happens is we have this triple phenomenon. But what I think, and I finish with this, that should makes us reflect is that one of the most powerful elements of this current situation, anti-elitistic situation, is anti-formal education. So in this binomium of education and democracy, what I can see is that the free participation, the free mobilization or not of people, the case already stated about the plebiscite in Colombia, within the freedom of people is not going to vote. But one of the vectors that better work in this process is precisely going against the educated, i.e., and most of you Mexicans are seeing this quite clearly in the American campaign. All the think tanks, all the important newspapers, all the relevant scholars are supporting Hillary Clinton. This is clear. But the result is quite doubtful, and the worst can happen in a month. So what I'm trying to state here and to send the ball to the debate to you guys is maybe this is a repudiation of educated, or educated as the way we think it right now. So in this sense, we might have to restate the sense of education itself. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manuel. Now, in my role of provocator, I'm going to give the word to President Colon. From the following statement, retaking the two fundamental axes of your participation, your first participation. Youth, generational gap, and new technologies. I have the impression, and this is my question, that new technologies are introducing the new generations into a dynamic that probably goes against or is refractory or not necessarily matches with what we have always understood as premises and values, democratic premises and values, and a dialogue that has certain characteristics. The first one to be informed, formal characteristics that knowing, which is knowing with which you are talking to, and the social media are breaking these parameters, and I think that not necessarily generate a dialogue, but also a dialogue in the democratic code. Discussing something in 140 characters is, I don't know if it's a practice that will enhance or strengthen democracy, and probably the best school of democracy is not formal education, but the daily democratic practice and participate in the discussion of decision making in politics. My question, President, is if we are not facing right now a generation that, because of the intensive use and the assimilation of new technologies, is living or believes that is living in a better democracy. They are talking about I-democracy, that say that they are going to substitute all the democratic means, but probably this is just an illusion or hypocrisy. What do you think? Those who have had the privilege to govern, like myself, Vinicio and me are together here. Vinicio was the first president after the military regimes. He had a government completely different from mine. I have different threats. You didn't have the army in your neck with 4 attempts of a coup. And Guatemala was transformed in a peace process that Vinicio started. And I think that I'm going to be, we're always saying that we are the first ones to have this and that, but I'm going to be the last one that didn't have Facebook, Twitter, and stuff. The last candidate that didn't have a call center and didn't have Twitter, and I was not interested in it. Now, and every candidate that pretends to have any success in an election, if he or she doesn't take into account the social media, is lost. And I'm not saying this bad, but in my youth, the social media was not existing. And the social media, they help in this massive communication. It is impressive how the social media multiply, and though from Africa, from Mexico, from Guatemala, anywhere, youngsters are super informed. But I am worried about a very interesting part of the social media with politics and democracy. They have become judges. And there's a lot of anonymous that do not show their faces. That anonymous part is hypocritical because they do not show their face, and that is very dangerous. If the social media is going to become judges in destroying elites that many of us here have fought against some elites, and we have not been able to destroy them. If the social media can achieve that, is good. But I like to talk. I love talking with youngsters, and I always tell them, be careful. Put your name, put your passport number or put something that makes you responsible people with those social media. But I am really worried about that anonymous portion of the social media that turns them into hypocritical judges. I am worried and concerned that they have fabricated that. Another advantage of former presidents is that we can say anything because there are no political consequences. The only bad thing about being a former president is that first you have to be a president and then you can be a former president. I cannot imagine a democratic system to make a candidate like Donald Trump. I can't imagine. It's beyond my understanding how these person has the possibility to be the president of probably the most powerful country in the world. How is he going to co-live with Mexico? I made a joke to Manuel today. I believe in this. There's a town in Cáceres called Alcántara, and it has a beautiful Roman bridge that is just untouched. It's pristine. Emmanuel is telling me, no, I like my last name because I'm a bridge that communicates. Walls never have a positive effect. Think of Berlin, like Kennedy said. The wall was there, but at the end, freedom came. A campaign in the social media, for instance. If instead of the Chapo tunnel we build more bridges with the United States, if our commercial or trade agreements include the people that make those products that freely cross the borders, but the hands that make them need a visa or need walls or need things like that, there is a very big reflection that we need to do. And I go back to my stubbornness of the generational abyss. I am worried about that abyss. I go back to my granddaughter because I haven't seen her for a long time. At the age of 6, she had her iPad in her hand and it said, Lito, Grandpa, what is your credit card number? And my heart races and I said, I'm going to buy this. And at 6 years, I buy nothing. At my age, I buy nothing over the network because I'm in panic. My granddaughter is more brave. Well, you see my card, of course, but she's braver than me. So I do believe that we have discussed with Linda and Benicio about that project of youth. And yesterday I had the opportunity to discuss it with Paco Guerrero about a youth project from Mesoamerica and to start a project in which young politicians, they feel like us today. And they should see they're very successful. Latin America, about 30 years today. Latin America has this great seal of being young. We have all the resources. We have mining resources, we have oil, we have water, we have the capacity to produce food, which is going to be the next challenge in the world, how to produce food. We have huge producing countries. But that world is going to be managed by the youth of today, which has really nothing to do with the cosmovision of those that have already accumulated a lot of youth like myself. So that youth is of my concern. I'm worried about that youth. How can we make youngsters to build that successful, democratic, with no indignation, happy Latin America? In addition of the fact that I had the opportunity to come to this beautiful city, which I love. If I were to stay in Mexico City, not the DF now, is Mexico City, if I were to stay here for a couple of months, I might gain some weight because you eat at leisure here. So I have been reflecting a lot, and Colombia had an influence in me. I had an influence by Colombia because when they opened the polls, the polling stations, it was just old people going to vote. It was impressive. Only elders in the mornings. It's like a custom that elders go to vote in the morning, but I was impressed. And I was impressed by the polarization in a country. I live in a polarized country. That 0.47% of difference, that tells you a technical tie and a very well-defined polarization. And I'm again worried about that 63% that didn't vote. And the same thing happens in all countries in different levels. So I would insist in working with youth in order to make civic education system important, renewed, evolved. I'm going to share a talk that I had with Hugo Chavez. We were in a summit, and he says, Alvaro, the revolutions, don't talk about revolutions because I'm an engineer. Revolution goes back to the same spot over and over. We should better evolve our countries. We should make them evolve with all these changes in the social medias of new elites. Now they are multimillionaire kids that donate $7 billion to such and such cause. These youngsters from the social media are young entrepreneurs. Youngsters took a couple of generations to come to the 7 billion and be able to give them away. And I'm sorry, inequality is no longer an ideological topic. For me, inequality is a topic that has to do with humankind, humanity. Either we strengthen equity or this world is going to go wrong. It's going to go bad. It's not possible that 7 people, the vice minister was showing some numbers. I read that report that 7 persons increased 42% their income, and the rest, in which we all are, went down 28 in the world. So there's something here that in which we need to reflect. It's no longer an ideological thing. It's no longer about equality. It's the evolution of humanity. We're going in the bad path, and we have to stop that train and see how can we fix it to be less unequal. Thank you, Alvaro. I want to reserve the topic of inequality. Let's give him a hand. And violence, which is also a part of some of the questions, probably to a conclusive reflection linked to the idea of values. I would like to give the floor to Manuel, also retaking and concentrating some of the topics that have already been discussed. But again, leaving a reflection, speaking of the networks that apparently have been installed in terms of education and democracy. I will synthesize this because there's people that is very emphatic in saying that the social media, virtual democracy are part of democracy. And I go back to my provocation role. Social media is capable of overthrowing governments like the Arab case, but social media do not build democracies, which is the same the thing that happened in that case. So what I want to ask you is, what is the challenge, that new virtual reality parallel to democracy, and how to face this anonymity that is stripping the responsibility, or is not making people responsible or accountable, and that affects democracy, or not necessarily. There's a part that I'm going to state right now because it's part, I'm not going to discuss it right now because it's part of my presentation this afternoon. So in order not to run out of material for this afternoon, I'm just going to say that the social media, first thing, is that we speculate a lot and there's little works. We are starting to see some works, some research from some colleagues of political science that are working on the behavior of the social media. And I'm talking about, for instance, a colleague, Mexican, Argentinian, American, Nestor Calvo, that has just published a few months ago a book about the use of Twitter in the campaigns in Argentina. So the conclusions of this work and similar works is that the social media have less of an effect that we think they have, because as President Collor has said, every politician that wants to be a good politician participates in social media. So what sums is very marginal in the social media. I repeat, this is our first study, a first approximation. In the United States, there are many works, but it's a literature that I really do not know. But I have the impression that we are emphasizing the role of the social media as engines of change, electoral change, and I'm referring strictly to the elections. Lorenzo, you were talking about the Arab revolts. Well, finally, the Arab Spring only germinated in a country like Tunisia, in which the social process was quite mature. In the Maghreb, Tunisia is one of the more laicized countries with a very different civil society from the neighboring countries for Algeria and Libya. So even the movement of the indignated in Spain is a movement that is now 5 years old, served as a mobilization thing, and it served to feel but it didn't really do anything else than bringing people out of the street. Now the parties are being included in this thing, and any political association, any political party has a very big activism in the social media.
So this is playing with the rules of rationale in the networks and generates a very nodal scenario, because at the end of the day, the idea is that they reproduce the approaches of the people that are already persuaded or convinced. Talking about Colombia, it's very difficult that the no network penetrates the opposing particles, because people excludes and reads only what they want to read. And those that belong to my own group of friends in Facebook or any other of those networks is what interests us. So that is why I tend to undervalue these networks. I agree that with this idea of anonymity, the danger of anonymous messages has created a culture of those that throw the stone and hide the hand. It's not only this kind of culture in terms of individuals, but as we well know, there are stakeholders in political consultants. One of their tasks is to create fictitious identities, forged identities, to generate like a media snowball of apparent followers for a given option. And we all know, I mean, that's all lies. But anonymity is used to create an instrument of illegal mobilization. It's not 10,000 individuals that appear to have an account and that are publishing and making comments. Today, there's software, the very simple software that are cheap, that allows you to do that, and we can create a totally false network of friends. Thank you very much. To close this discussion panel, let me address three topics that our questions are dealing with. So we will be talking also about corruption and things like that, okay? So we will further discuss this if you want. So I would want to make a reflection to close this panel regarding democratic construction. It has three aspects. One of them is the topic of violence that takes us to the plebiscite a few days ago in Colombia, or how violence disrupts. What can we do in democracy to face and overcome this violence? Two, the topic of values in the rationale of civic culture. Civic culture is only a practice. What can we do to enhance these very complex issues of electronic values, those values that are valuable for democracy. And third, how can we reflect that kind of rationale? This is my own contribution, but has to do with a couple of questions. Facing violence and facing the lack of values in this sense, how can we go back to that concept of facing violence with authority, with a hard hand, to face violence with a very hard and tough hand? Well, I will just show off that I am part of the violent area of in my region. This comes from Colombia all the way up to the United States. What is happening today in the United States with those shootings and those crazy things that are happening nowadays in this day and age has to do with that change of cosmovision with the young people, with the networks where you will know about everything. At the beginning, they had very big secrets of state, and now those do not exist anymore. So the violence has made a lot of damage to our regions. It has generated fear. There's people that do not want to intervene in politics, especially in areas that are governed by mafias. This violence has affected the quality of the candidates, the quality of the organization in many of our regions, where we elect the less bad because the other one, can get killed or they are friends of the narcos. There are a lot of surveys and studies about the violence made by United Nations and completed in 2013. If we had this in 2007, probably we would have been able to prevent a lot of things that happened, a lot of violent acts. Alcoholism kills more people than narco dealers, drug dealers in accidents. 95% of first killers is in when they are drunk, when they are alcoholized. So yes, I fought a lot of drug dealers, but I didn't do anything about alcohol. But violence is affecting democracy, definitely. I am a Democrat. I have a lot of criticism in my country. My party asked me to kick out 3 of my officials. So then we were talking. No, what happens with democracy? No, it's not a matter of being an authority. This is why we have ministers and we have assistants. They have to. They cannot be always agreeing. They cannot always agree with what the president says. I demand democracy from a government. I cannot conceive another way of doing things. So more, and this has to prevail more in the political parties because democracy values have not changed. There are a lot of things have changed, but that hasn't. So what we have to do is that we have to strengthen democracy. We have to strengthen the education of young people, strengthening civic education of the children that are getting born today, so that they have as they have a vaccination card and they know the national anthem and the honors to the flag. We also have to have a civic culture. Our hymns, our national anthems are violent, and we feel proud of them. There have a lot of metaphors that talk about war and the fight and yes, we want to fly very high, but I get back again to the fact that values in democracy have not changed. The issue is that we have to honor them, that we honor them within the political parties. I still cannot see any other way of living if it's not in democracy. And the third topic, oh no, I have to thank you again. Last year I couldn't come because I was in the mission. I was working in Colombia for the regional elections. I thank you very much for listening to me. Your closure, please. Well, I think that going back to the basics, I mean that it's not bad to go to the basics. I mean, the state is the monopoly of violence. Violence is fought by the law, by the state of law. If you have to be a fundamentalist, yes, probably I am. I am a state fundamentalist. I'm not a commercial fundamentalist. Yes, we have a state, but we have it to prevent violence in the street, and that's the way it goes. The issue is what kind of a state? And the answer is a democratic state. But we have to have a civil society. So evil is what the mediocre official does by pushing the button of the gas chamber, killing 500 people at the same time. But that's not a high official. He is just fulfilling an order provided by a higher authority. But what is the foundation of that official? So that takes us back to values. We want an ABC of how to construct, how to build our values. And yes, we had two basic niche, or probably three, in very secular countries, and that is family and school. Those were our niche to generate values, and that has been that way from the police in Greece, in Greco-Roman culture, to talk about the Western cultures, and that's still valid. Things have changed. The family is different today than we had 50 years ago. But the one we had 50 years ago was different from the one we had 150 years ago. So in a way, the primary social changes, those children and teenagers live in a given community, that is fundamental to create values. The big question here is how to do this at a time in which, culturally speaking, the values of neoliberalism have won. And that's very clear. Just save whoever can be saved, save yourself. Because from this standpoint, I have to demonstrate that I am better in commercial terms, in individual terms also, than my neighbor. So in this rationale, it is very difficult to introduce alternative values like the value of solidarity, for instance, because that value is very strong when we are facing violence, for example. Nevertheless, when we have an atomized society, individualized society, it's like, I repeat, it's like being in the wilderness, where anyone does whatever he wants and with no restrictions. So these are very old topics, very old issues in mankind, and we have made progress technologically, but not in the human part. Remember this. Every time I think about this, I get outraged. Aristotle read at the same pace that we read. In our change, we have changed a lot of things, but if we compare it, we all read at the same pace. Man has not changed that much at the end of the day. So it's convenient to change a few things, but we cannot we cannot waive teaching our children good values. It has a privilege to have you in this first discussion panel or conversation panel. And it has been, even that we do not have enough time, but never have enough time, but it was a good beginning to start warming our engines to work in the following sections. So, with no further matters, I have one question that I have to address. So the INE, how will the INE will promote civic culture if we are facing elections? Well, yes, we are doing it, but we can do it. So we have to be multitask, and we have to prioritize things, because elections cannot substitute civic culture, and this forum proves it. So let's move forward in our program. Thank you again, Dr. Alcantara, President. So we will make a 10-minute break to bring our guests to the next forum, Education for Democracy as a Public Policy. 10 minutes and we restart. Thank you very much.
Vamos a dar inicio al siguiente panel. Les pedimos por favor.
Could you please take your seats again? We are going back and resume our forum.
Por favor, pasar a tomar sus asientos. Eduardo. Bien, vamos a dar inicio.
Okay, we will start with the first panel. We are requesting you to take your seats. This first panel will be moderated by the Executive Secretary of the National Electoral Institute, Mr. Edmundo Jacobo. Thank you, Manuel. Good afternoon for all of you. It's an honor, but not only an honor, it's also a pleasure to have the possibility of moderating this table and to be in the company of these personalities of the academic world, of the politics world, for a topic that is joining here in this forum and table today. If I am allowed, before giving the floor, I want to introduce the panelists, and with the purpose of being a provoker, as Mr. Cordova said, as having this privilege of leading this table, of chairing this table, I would like to talk about the problem. The first question, at least from my standpoint, is how innovative are the topics to be discussed in this table? Education for democracy as a public policy. And even how innovative is the name of this forum, civic education, political culture and citizen behavior for the strengthening of democracy. From my standpoint, I think that this is a very old concept that has changed a long time in many countries around the world. This is a very old illusion of many years that have walked along history. The idea of forming citizens that contribute to the development of their countries through education of the new generations. This is a very old concept. And it has received several names and denominations: civism, social science, education for democracy, civic education, etc., etc., etc. But also, it has also had other features in our contrast. Nationalist features, liberal, socialistic, neoliberal features. We can find multiple examples along history of the 20th century and the several periods along it, with the purpose of talking about to the youth about the rules to have a better society. Most of these efforts have emerged from several government projects, and government have worked on that. We can think that after those initiatives, independently of the kind of judgment that we make and recognizing that they are aiming for a more harmonic social sharing, it is important now to be part of a citizenship that is better informed, more critical, and more knowledgeable about their environment, and then enhance that. Nevertheless, what we are witnessing in our countries and the world are multiple examples of intolerance, polarization, reducing politics to the basic things, to instincts, feelings, the common enemy, the Manichaeist judgment, and the purpose of, instead of dialogue, a respectful dialogue that tries to add up instead of excluding. It's not a matter of looking very far away. We have very close examples, like in the elections in the United States, the recent referendum in Colombia, the Brexit, not to talk about the many manifestations of disenchantment, enragement, because for the public life in our country. This would mean then that the public policies on these topics have failed, or maybe that they have never existed? Or what kind of a public policy do we need? Because what is in risk, what is endangered, is democracy. And democracy has been a very expensive thing in our countries. That means it looks like we are in an involution, that the discredit of the publics and the politics is growing. Fortunately, we have our accomplices here in this table. Mauricio Merino is here. And next 14th of this month, a new initiative will be passed. We will not talk about civic education, but a civic culture, referring to an enterprise of this size has to do with generational cycles that overcome any government initiative, and that has to do with the formation of young people and the reiteration of values that have to be part of the day-to-day behavior in our society if we want to overcome this disenchantment that we are living today. Of course, such an effort goes beyond the capacities of one institution. It implies patience, long cycles of formation, to be able to determine if we can find solutions for what mankind has tried to find during centuries in our countries, along many decades, investing a lot of resources, human and financial resources, in this effort. And I don't think that I'm not exaggerating that our life is devoted to this. So this is the first reflection. And the floor goes to Betilde Munoz, Director of the Social Inclusion Department of the Organization of American States. Matilde. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the kindness of inviting me to share what we are doing in OAS about education as a public policy, and to As I am the first participant, I thought that it would be useful to go through several concepts that can help us to contextualize our dialogue and our presentation, and in the second place, to go over the results of an evaluation made around the world over the international studies about citizen and civic education, stressing the regional data, because this will help us to identify which are the points that the public policy must address in this effort. And probably third, we could go over the stakeholders that are involved in the creation of public policies, in this case of democratic and civic culture, so that we can put on the floor, on the table, one of the matters, which is the creating the inter-American educational system. So, I would like to problematize one of the matters here. Civic education is the core of our presence. This is the gathering of knowledge regarding institutions and politics, the political rights, etc., a whole array of knowledge that are centered in constitution, laws and regulations. In Latin America, after the transition to democracy, we changed the paradigms. This is stated in the literature on this topic, going from traditional civic culture to a better one that promotes the development of qualifications, the development of capacities to participate in public affairs. This implies a new concept of learning centered in qualifications, skills, and citizen behavior, where the focus goes from the political institution, that's what I meant at the beginning with civic education, to current problems that the society suffers, that tolerance and inclusion, even topics like environment, science, and technology that have been already discussed. There are many definitions. Of course, most of them are used as synonyms, as citizen education, democratic education, education for democracy. Probably we do not have an agreement about how to name it, but the idea is to have an interaction of all institutions to prepare children and youngsters, students, to understand the structural complexity of the different contexts, the several issues that they will be experienced, and to teach them how to make decisions. Education for a democratic society teaches tolerance and recognition to the differences, to the values and promotion of principles and the democratic values to construct civic culture. At the same time, it tries to promote, to foster preferences for the equity, justice, and a sense of personal responsibility. Particularly, I think that education for a democratic society allows us to have the three features of democracy that Marshall identified in '64. A civic dimension, legal, that makes reference to the civil rights, from which we expect students to know which are the rules of the game and to respect them, to be loyal, and to trust institutions. The political dimension, that refers to the political rights, particularly the political participation in the formation of citizens, so that they know, aside from their rights, that they can exercise their decisions, that they can vote knowingly. And lastly, the social dimension, to extend the teaching to the values that have to be cultured among citizens, the idea of sharing life and space with the rest. As a region, in this of education for democracy and civic education, what we have is the National Study of Civic and Citizen Education, the CCS, carried out in 2009. It was created by the National Society of Educational Performance. So students and teachers of around the world were asked about civic education, and we have to strengthened that the regional area included countries like Chile, Colombia, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, and Mexico. And a couple of data that I would share with you is that it was found a decrease in the civic knowledge among students regarding the last test that had been applied in 1999. Another point that was also discussed is the topic of confidence and trust. Almost 75% of the students reported to trust their school, and 60% of the students trusted their national government, the media, and people generally speaking. But the confidence evaluation towards political parties was lower. So that is an interesting topic. So focusing in the region in Latin America, one of the things that maybe emerged as a concern is that civic knowledge of the students that participated in that study was a lower average than the average that presented the other countries. Latin American students with a highest level of civic knowledge had a lower acceptance of the governments, and they have justifications to disobey the law. There's a focus on gender issues, boys and girls, indicating that the average of civic knowledge in the girls tends to be significantly higher than among boys. Probably we will be able to discuss this in a higher presence of women in enterprises or in the political world. But we also think why, when the young women start to participate in politics, it appears to be another limitation there. But we also identified an interesting inequity regarding civic knowledge among the students in private schools and public schools. So we have the phenomenon of educational inequity there. And regarding the environment, we found out that the family and the involvement of parents and family time sharing has a very important influence in the civic formation of students. There are countries in the region that have implemented public policy in democratic education, like Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Argentina, and there are another couple of countries that have very good experiences on this matter. Probably in this dialogue table, we could talk about what has already been discussed. That's inequity, and how it becomes very evident. We have an educational backlog, and this influences has an impact on the democratic development. And to close this first reflection, I would like to talk about the stakeholders that are participating in the creation of public policies, generally speaking, especially in educational matters. This is being evaluated, and we will be talking about that, so that it is not limited to the Department of Education or educational institution. This has to go to other societies, to the family, political parties, because we have proven that there are several data that lets us know that confidence has been reduced. So we have international stakeholders and international organizations that are working in the promotion of education for democracy.
The OEA had a program of democratic values until 2013, which was the first base of what can be worked regionally in the matter. But like I mentioned, from the Americas Summit in Panama last year, a letter of intention was signed for the constitution of an inter-American education system. And in these consortium of organizations, we have the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, the CAF, CEPAL, the OAI, and the government of Colombia, establishing a regional goal as to converge all the efforts that are being made in matters of education, regionally speaking, particularly based upon the evidences that regardless of the strong public investment that has been made in education, the achievements of learning for our children, boys, girls, adolescents, our youngsters in Latin America is still quite behind. And this undoubtedly has a lot to do with the topic of citizenship. So as to close my remarks, we just leave you with the fact that we cannot tolerate for inequality to keep co-living with democracy. Like I said, we have to strengthen citizens that are tolerant to diversity but intolerant to discrimination, to inequality. Thank you very much. Thank you, Betilde. Now I'm pleased to introduce my friend Mauricio Merino, professor from CIDE. He's electoral counselor from IFE. Thank you, my dear Edmundo, and thank you for this invitation to participate in this splendid panel. I think it's really an extraordinary opportunity to reflect together on the situation in which democratic culture is standing in our regions, but particularly about Mexico. I have been listening the diagnoses that have been discussed in the previous dialogues, and really what we find to state it in a nutshell and to comply with the time that has been allotted with, is a long sequel of disenchantment and frustrations with the results that so far democratic regimes have been providing. For many years, we worked on building enough game rules as to distribute political power by strictly democratic means, and we achieved that. In the continent and in Mexico, we were able to achieve to go from a very singular authoritarian regimes for the rights of people to a more open and plural one, including the minorities, more open to acknowledging the rights, not only the traditional ones, but also the rights for third and fourth generations, and that our different legal frameworks, these rights should be more and better incorporated. But we, for a long time, discussed the distribution of political power without, in my opinion, paying enough attention in exercising democracy in authority distributed by democratic means. The studies that we have inside confirm once and again that the process of disenchantment with the results of democracy first, and a step forward with the democratic regime itself, have been systematically centered in this criticism to the incapacity of our governments to offer the answers that the society has been claiming in very sensitive topics in their daily lives, in topics as simple as safety, or in other words, fighting all forms of violence that injure, that vulnerate the most unprotected people, but that at the end vulnerate the society as a whole. Very meager results in matters of redistribution of income, that aside from a period of growth that brought some hope in the region, very soon it was demonstrated that the means that democracy was offering to equate the conditions of life, the standard of living of people, were also limited. And thus, social inequality remained present in our region, and in some countries even growing in some countries of our region, like in this special case of Mexico. Meager results in offering public services. in the capacity of the state not only to achieve, to satisfy the needs, the basic needs of the whole of the society, but even reaching the society in order to offer results with enough quality and enough dignity as for people and citizens, common citizens, perceived that the democratic regime in fact was paying attention to their lives. I can go on, and the list will be endless. But the truth is that the main thesis that was implanted at the beginning was that the transit to democracy was going to produce little by little, not in overnight, never as an arrival port, but little by little better results for the daily life of the society. Unfortunately, these results have not been there, and we have seen this divorce, this frustration ever greater, ever more generalized of all people, of the great majority of people, with these or with that variable associated, always associated to this meager set of results that democracy has delivered. On that base, nevertheless, this is the diagnosis that practically all those that are in this room know and surely share. It's the diagnosis that is in the studies that we have read, in the studies that we compare, in the data that we are using every day. Nevertheless, my concern, and I want to use this dialogue in order to state this as clear as possible, that same diagnosis is producing a new political mistake of huge dimensions. The political mistake that might consist in making a direct correlation between the causes of disenchantment with the democratic regime and the solutions to those causes in a linear fashion. What we have discussed in the debates in which I have had the opportunity to participate, to attend in the National Electoral Institute, speaking of civic culture and the future of civic culture in Mexico, has been repeatedly, we have had the idea repeatedly present by means of which it says that the best thing that could happen to our democracy is to modify the results that it has delivered so far, but without seeing the risk that if we only underscore the results, we might be opening the door to the temptation of authoritarianism, to the temptations that from the hierarchies, from the factic powers, and even from violence might believe that in order to improve those results, the best thing to do is to suspend the democratic regime. Demand democracy to offer immediate results, in my opinion, is condemning democracy to a new frustration. What I believe that is important to underscore precisely in these difficult times for the region and for the democratic regime in general, is understanding that democracy, particularly the path to little by little build that set of results that we are expecting, and not only the hard data that an authoritarian regime might offer, or a one-person regime, or a version by means of which plurality ends up being contrary to the possibility itself of providing us with a better life. Great leaders, great authoritarian rulers, great promises to provide better results, but against the democratic route. What I would like to put in the table in exchange of that is the possibility to understand a different dimension of our democracy frustrations that, even if studied, in my opinion, it has not been delved enough. And it's not only those about the meager results, but also the capture of the means to achieve those goals, those results. At a certain point, our democracy ended up by delivering to political intermediaries the promise of complying that better life for the society as a whole. And political intermediaries ended up by capturing the public space. They ended up by replacing the will, the task, the responsibility of each one of the citizens. That capturing of the public space has been happening both in entrepreneurs and in companies and in education. Of course, it has happened in the electoral life of our countries. It has happened in the spaces in which people co-live. It has happened in the delivery of public monies. It has happened in many variables in the bureaucracies that on behalf of the society ended up by capturing the will of that society. And that bureaucratic space is one of the reasons why collective frustrations ended up by carrying all the guilt against the democratic regime. I believe that we need to raise awareness in the fact that demanding immediate results to the democratic regime might be a trap. It is better to acknowledge that the results in terms of redistribution of the income, in terms of reduction of violence, in terms of the quality of the public services that the states are delivering to the citizens, in terms of defending all the rights, are not going to be resolved overnight. And challenging democracy with promises of that nature, and I insist, is subjecting that democracy to an unnecessary stress. In exchange of that, capturing public spaces can be resolved and can be demanded in a completely different fashion to the one that has been used so far. We need to understand that the possibility of fighting those political intermediaries, those great bureaucracies, demand a lot of truth. Like the exhibitor said that the National Electoral Institute is planting. We cannot keep playing with half-truths or even with lies, because that challenges the democratic life of our countries. We need a lot of truth, but we also need to learn to talk with truth and to discuss based upon that truth. We need to modify the awareness that insofar has taken us only to the idea of intermediation as the only democratic path, in order to return to the society, to return to the citizens with the regulation means, but also with the technology means that we all have, that we all keep in our pockets today, and which is a very powerful tool in order to empower citizens to learn how to dialogue amongst all of us on the basis of truth. And we need to be able to consolidate the rules of a second step in the democratic transition, allowing us to demand the political intermediaries of any nature to abide with the word that they gave us, to abide with the expectations they planted, or either to speak in truth and to tell us how far can we go, and that all those that belong to our society have the possibility to accompany those political processes and to educate ourselves or educate each other for the public demand of the promises that little by little is building democracy. It's returning the public what we need to fight more, in my opinion, than the repeated obstination in the fact that democracy is a point of arrival in which we will all live forever happy, wealthy, and equal. We are talking about a process, and that process has to be built collectively. Thank you for your time.
Gracias, Mauricio. Ahora
Thank you, Mauricio. Now I'm very pleased to give the floor to Eduardo Quiroz, president of El Siglo Editorial Group and La Estrella from Panama. I remember, panelists, that we have 10 minutes in this first round of participation. Eduardo, please be so kind. Thank you very much. I would like to start saluting INE, the OAE, UNAM, all the organizers of this event. I think that calling us to discuss such transcendental topics, not only civic education, political culture, citizen ethics, to strengthening education is a value in itself, but we need to acknowledge it. Get together and start that dialogue that has been discussed a few minutes ago is what our region needs. And additional to that, I think this forum is becoming an encounter of democratic thinking in Latin America that needs to be expanded in our region. And you might wonder, why are we here discussing these topics when in fact the fundamental problems of our regions are poverty, inequality, education, insecurity? I think that will be one of the first molds that we need to break once and for all, is that only putting education on the table of debate of the great problems that our countries have when we are really going to start solving them. Education has been marginalized. Politicians discuss education, they use it as a campaign slogan, but once they get into office, once they exercise power, they use or they dedicate their time to those other topics that provide more political gains, and education goes to a second plan, to a second level. We were in Colombia a few days ago. We already discussed this, and trying to understand the decision of the Colombian people, starting the plebiscite of 1957 in Colombia, in which the people was called to finish with another violent situation that happened at that time. In that plebiscite in 1957, Colombia approved dedicating 10% of the national budget to education. And I was asking a Colombian knowledgeable in the matter, did that happen? He said, no, it never happened. It has never happened. It was approved in the plebiscite, but was never accomplished. In as much as education is marginalized, in that same sense, other problems are not going to find a solution. That's why the National Electoral Institute is the fact that they invite on discussing political education or civic education is very good. And if we're talking about discussing democratic education, it's even more important. Democracy means freedom, and freedom without which all other freedoms disappear is the freedom of expression. It's this exercise that we're doing here and that we are going to do in the days to come. Having the opportunity to freely express ourselves with no limitations and to put fundamental topics in the table. The great progress in our society has come with education and respect go together. Those who emerge know that that's when things happen. Not always, but when we achieve that, it happens. And I bring here to the table one of the main antipodes of democracy, slavery. When the grandparents of our grandparents were slaves, it was common to 200, 150 years ago, not far ago. How did society overthrow that anthem? From the marriage between education and freedom. And I want to mention here that, for instance, when by the hand of Miguel Hidalgo in 1810, slavery was abolished in Mexico, or by the hand of Luis Hilario Lopez in 1852, slavery was abolished in the New Grenada, which is now Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Panama. It was the period in which those visionaries understood that education has a fundamental role in our societies. So today the question that we might pose is, which are those modern slaveries that we need to abolish? Which are those modern slaveries that must call us to generate public policies on democratic education, allowing us to overcome those problems? And I'm sure that in the head of many of you here, there are several of those enemies that we need to overthrow. In Panama, we have been able to achieve in 1 decade or even less to have a significant leap with regards of a topic that might be minor, but it's not. The topic of smoking. Anyone that went in Panama 10 years ago and go back today, you can see that it is a significantly adverse society to tobacco. In Panama, smoking is almost banned. And that was achieved by generating educational public policies. What are those other slaveries, modern slaveries, that we need to detect in order to abolish them by joining and working together? Public policies are built from the participation, If something we start to understand in Colombia 2 days ago is that maybe we needed more participation of those who were called or invited to vote during the process. So we can only understand that those public policies are going to have a real impact if they are made from participation and from participation with tolerance. We talk and we understand that 2.0 is the biggest moment in which you better understand things, and we want to discuss the 2.0 democracy. When we talk, when do we gather to discuss 2.0 education? I was reading in the 90s. I read in the 90s when we were all discussing the fact that democracy has already been consolidated in our societies, that President Colom was discussing this when he talked about when he replaced Benicio Cerezo. The military had that leadership role. He said, well, we have broken these cycle of weak democracies and the lack of democracy. Democracy does not generate spontaneously. Democracy can only be perfected. It grows, it evolves for better in as much as it has custody, care, permanent safeguard, and that is achieved the only way in which human beings know how to do it, and that means education, including ourselves, educating ourselves. We need to be educated in democracy. We need to be educated in how to exercise those democratic values. I also wanted to discuss that education, democratic education, which is the topic of interest today, is not going to be achieved only, and probably this is a little bit daring for me to say, democracy is not going to achieve if we only focus in the classrooms, if we only focus on thinking that transforming the kids, we're going to be able to achieve that perfect society. No. This society, the one in which we're living, in which we're all living, those who need to be educated in democracy is us, those who are in decision-making positions, because we have not been educated in democracy. Those who do that are convinced of democracy and freedom is because it has not been educated. Our citizens do not educate citizens with democratic visions. We also need to do this in the education of our institutions. Our institutions need to have democratic processes. When the citizen interacts with the Secretary of Education, with the Secretary of Culture, with the Secretary of any secretary, we need to have a democratic exercise, and the authorities need to understand that they are also part of that process of exercising democracy. And that's why I think the value of INE organizing these events is that because if the work of the Registraduría of Colombia, the good work that they made to have the result of the process as swift as possible was very good. But we also need to educate in democracy, so the citizen is educated in the exercise of his or her rights. And I quickly want to mention the right of petition that is being reviewed and is in the Constitution of Mexico, as well as in the Panamanian one and most democracies in Latin America. The right for a consultation, the right of access of information, the participation of citizens in decision making, those are democratic education exercises as simple as for the authorities to assume and just say as the authorities to assume their position. Anyway, I just finished by saying that democratic education is a superior value of our societies. It is not something that we need to work thinking in public policies to the future. This is something that we need to work thinking in public policies for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. I am very pleased to introduce someone who does not need to be introduced, Josefina Vázquez Mota, with a long political career and recently candidate to the presidency of the country.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I want to thank the invitation to this dialogue. And in listening to those that have spoken before me, that have a reputation and an extraordinary trajectory, allow me to bring to a more daily ground. And after having the privilege of walking my country many times and other countries too, in which where do I see that we have these schools for democracy?
Where education for democracy is carried out, and I have come to some conclusions that are not only of my own, but I would like to start by saying that citizens are not born, they are made, they are created. Citizens are not born, they are formed, we build them, we educate them, and in that process, Mauricio, you said it, it's an ongoing process that requires perseverance. It's a process that it's not a speed career. It's not a contest. It is, in this Olympic terrain, we would have to go to many marathons that would require a lot of conviction and strength. But Dr. Batilde talked in her participation, mentioned the importance of the family. The more I walk through Mexico and our own reality, the more convinced I am that this is the first decisive school of democracy. A friend of mine says that we are the obedient generation because we obeyed our parents, and nowadays most of us obey our children. And in this rationale that we are experiencing today, if we would pretend, let me try to make this comparison. It's not very precise, but I think it will help. That the first government is the family government. It's not the city government or the state government. It's our own. I would like to say that all of us here are, in a way, are governors or governed people in this family system. When we talk about a state of rule with limits and consequences, a rule of law, we have limits and consequences. So the first school where we have democratic values or give lessons of impunity is in this first government called family. More than a word, this talks about our generation, mostly, was not educated to be Democrats. Most of us come from authoritarian systems where the dialogue is just the exception to the rule. Mauricio said that talking to dialoguing with other political forces becomes sort of suspicious or even rejectable. This allows me to say that in Mexico we have a figure that probably some of you know, and that has been becoming more popular recently. That is the figure of the lords and the laws. This reveals imposing the will of people. I want to talk about two examples that we experienced day to day in our families, where the authority waives the exercise of these limits and consequences. I will talk about something that happened to me 1 month ago in a flight between Durango and Mexico City. The flight was about to take off when the flight attendant came to tell a mother to please sit her 8-year-old child in the corresponding seat and to put the belt to buckle him up, because the flight could not take off if the boy wasn't on his legs. And the boy, he was a manipulator and a very powerful voice that shook all the people in the flight. Every time the mother tried to make him sit in his seat, the child ended up sitting on his mother's lap, and then the flight took off. What is this boy thinking? I thought. The one in command is me. I am the one who governs, and as I rule here, I am impune. I can violate every rule and nothing will happen to me. If, for example, a mom is a lot more concerned about the child coming back to school with a homework made, but the child doesn't care, then the child will not be responsible for that task, because there's some other person that is doing what he is supposed to do. So I will end up with something that represents our times but that didn't happen when I was young. I meet a lot of parents that say, my son is 40 years old and he doesn't want to leave home. And when I normally answer is, it is easier for you to go first, that you die first, than he live in your home. For one reason. Simply, I do not have the precise answer, but as Mauricio said, and I believe in that, is that democracy is a collective task. So I would like to pose a few questions. How can we collaborate so that this first school, this first government and educational institution for democracy, and that consequences and responsibilities that we call family, has better instruments and becomes part of the design of public policies? This is a conviction, a personal conviction. What does not happen in our family will never happen in school. And it won't happen in the municipality, and it will not happen in the country. What happens within the family will have a consequence over democracy, over freedom, over the rule of state, rule of law, accountability and transparency. And the second scenario, and I want to talk about something great, and invited by the OAS, and Betilde invited me. I was as a delegation chief in the delegation in Costa Rica, where they had the most recent election. When I was invited, someone said, you are attending an election. You know, Costa Rica is very democratically sensitive. It was not a complex election. It was a big learning for me, because it is one of the most complete elections in modern history. And something that really amazed me, and I want to talk about it because it is important, is that on election day, children go to vote with their parents, and they also vote. And a representative happening is that children voted in their ballots almost with the same assertivity than their adults. And there's no simulation here. People can come and bring in people to vote. They go in and hire buses to transport people. And it's not, in some other countries we do the same thing, but it's not a legal thing to do, and it's sort of dark. So that was a very nice experience in Costa Rica, and we should replicate that. And the second thing is that in a very recent election that we lived in Mexico in last June the 5th, I am convinced that tonight is the time for Democrats, but especially for social anthropologists, because we are not being capable of understanding what is people feeling, what do people want, where is the reason of their enragement, their apathy, their rejection to the democratic systems with the political parties. And I can summarize this way. Last June the 5th, we had a party that thought that would win the governments of several states, and another party where we thought that we were going to win and we trusted that we would be victorious. But the proportion, the rates of governments that were achieved and those results of June the 5th was amazing. And it was a surprise, as it was also a surprise the results of Brexit. And as it was a surprise also the results in Colombia, because there's a sector in the constituency that made the decisions. Once making a decision, is not willing to share that before the election, because there's other sector of the constituency that when they come to the voting stations, and I want to put here a statement that it's not mine, but it says like this: elections sometimes are the revenge of the citizen. The ballot is like a knife; it's a paper knife. David Lloyd George said this. That is that when we woke up on June the 6th, we had not only an unexpected result, and most of the preliminary surveys were totally useless to reveal what the people really wanted. And I want to say this: democracy has enormous challenges. One of them is trying to understand these new generations, the challenge of understanding the needs of the community, of society, that force us to go through a different process to the one that we have traditionally adopted to be close or next to society. And third, and with this I close my participation, is that I am convinced that we normally have a lot of deficits in our countries. In some of them we have legality deficits, others it's accountability, another deficit is economic matters. But I want to highlight one of them that we don't talk about too frequently, and that's the deficit in citizenship. We have an urgent need of citizens. We need to build citizenship. What is the difference between an inhabitant and a citizen? I would dare to say that most of all are born to be inhabitants. That is, we are only worried with surviving and we addressed our own things. And the difference with a citizen is what you are doing here, is that aside from addressing your own issues, you also address the issues of others. You address your community, other people, many other people who not necessarily belong to their close circle, but that are important. Probably Octavio Paz said that with an enormous wisdom. This is the moment when we stop conjugating between the selfish me and the selfish you to conjugate the we. And when we conjugate and we will start building citizenship. And I finalize, I am saying this: there is a good part of education for democracy that is delivered formally. When I had the privilege of being the Secretary of Public Education in my country, I faced very, very grave battles. We gave the subject of civic education back to the classroom, because for more than 20 years we didn't have civic education in Mexican schools, and they said that it was not necessary, and they thought that it was not fundamental, and I brought it back to the education. So there's a part of formal education, but there's another one that is very important, and that is a day-to-day matter. That is in the land of the correct incentives. If, since you are a child, you learn that having a legality culture pays, that it pays back, that the merit culture is the path to accomplish our objectives, then we will be strengthening the path for liberty and democracy. If in this informal learning the incentives are against us, that informal education will be even more powerful than the formal education. I am convinced of liberty. And there's someone that Alejandro Gándara, someone mentioned that the difference between a slave and a citizen is that the citizen can ask about his life, can think about his life and change it. And I absolutely share this statement. When we stop being inhabitants to start behaving as citizens, then we become aware of our own freedom, and we defend them and we foster it. And on the other side, we have liberty. And on the other side, we have institutional strength. And we also have the rule of law. But above all, the pacific sharing and democratic strength. My conclusion is that schools for democracy are not the right thing to do when after 18 years old, because if you start being a citizen at 18, can be a little bit too late. It is possible, but it could also be too late. Thank you very much, Josefina. The floor goes to Jose Waldenberg, President Counselor of the INE and Professor of the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Good morning. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity of being here with you. And I am very pleased to share this table with the speakers here. Let me begin with a statement. Political culture, that is, values and principles through which we screen what is happening, is modified a lot slower than regulations and institutions. And probably that's one of the problems that we are experiencing not only in Mexico but in Latin America. And the example that I want to talk about, because it's the one I'm more familiar with, is my country. Mexico was in fact capable of dismantling an authoritarian system and to start building a democracy. And how? Through mobilization and through reforms of institutions, made to institutions and regulations that allow the political culture existing in our society could be expressed and could share the same space without violence. If anything was built in Mexico in the last few years, was precisely a party system, a dignified electoral party system capable of giving guarantees of equity and participation to the participants. Once that happened, what we have experienced is what we have had. Alternance, pluralism in our public institutions, expansion of our liberties, of our freedoms, congresses that we never had before in the past. But nevertheless, I believe that a good part of those screens, of those values and principles with which we continue to evaluate political life, continue to be the ones we used in the past. I think that Mauricio Merino introduced a very important matter. I think that we have to make a distinction between this enchantment that prevails in democracy and with democracy and the lack of knowledge of what democracy is. Secondly, of the values and principle that makes democracy works. I will try to explain myself in 1 minute. I'm convinced, as he said, that in fact this enchantment is being nourished by an economy that doesn't grow, that formal employment doesn't grow, and that what grows is informality and migration of young people. Millions of young people migrate. We continue to be, like Cepal said, not integrated societies. There is no social cohesion because it cannot exist. We are a group, a country of groups, classes, and gangs that do not recognize each other. If we add to this corruption that is documented but not punished, and a spiral of violence that has changed our life, that is the deep source of disenchantment. I think that what we want to discuss here is what is happening with civic culture. And I believe that our civic culture, in fact, has made progress through the practical life, but we have not taken it within. We know that we have a mechanics of minorities and majorities. But a 12-year-old boy, 40 years in Mexico, turned and looked at political life, and he didn't see but one party. But now, a 12-year-older will look and will know that the president belongs to one party, that the Mexico City governor is another party, that in the Congress there are different political forces. And all this, in fact, through practical life, has led us be more in contact with pluralism and tolerance. However, there is an enormous amount of authoritarian springs that are very well oiled. For instance, the anti-pluralism. We have to look at the media we have. Each one of the speakers, and I'm included, we believe that we have the truth in one hand, that the reason in one hand, and that those that contradict us are the evil. Anti-pluralism is alive in every single sector, because it's normal that collectivity feels that they englobe, that they encompass all virtues, and that all of the rest that do not share the same values and principle perceives them as something that is undesirable. That is in our genesis. And no matter where we look at, we always find the anti-political language. This is, they said that that's very simple. This is a matter of splitting society in two, the good and the bad. And normally, whoever speaks that way perceives themselves as the representative of this society. And we can see this in many sectors. The political discourse that believe that we can do without governments and parties and politicians to come back to a society as a peaceful society as if it had existed is something that we have inside. Not to mention of all the anti-values that we have. A few years ago, in a survey of the Federal Electoral Institute, we learned that 66% of the Mexicans would not accept a gay person and homosexual in their countries. More than half of the Mexicans will not accept people of other religion, for instance. That is embedded in the core of our daily lives. And if we add, I remember a very old survey of the Department of State that they detected that 7 of every 10 Mexicans did not talk about politics out of their homes because politics was something that was totally marginal thing. If this does not reveals that we have a deficit of understanding of democracy and a deficit of assessment of what is democracy, I think that we will not be able to generate public policies in this sense that can really be effective. I insist. Why? Because the values and principles that allow democratic systems are not natural. People is not born with those values, and when they do not find them in their environment, they will not understand them or assimilate them, and of course he will not experience them. So that's why I do believe, like you said, that we have to educate for democracy. Of course we all agree on that. For instance, Josefina said that it's the family. Yes, family educates, but not Mexican family, because Mexican families do not educate in democracy. They do not know how to eat that kind of a dish. So we cannot, I wish it was possible, but the media are not helpful to promote diversity among us. If you look at the debate in Congress, and that day what we find is that A insulted B and B insulted back, I bet you that will appear in all the media. But I also bet that those same media will seldom reveal what was the core of the rationality of the different positions in that Congress. So, relying on the media, unfortunately, is not too rational. Political parties in Mexico are playing a game like they believe that if A insults B, then they will win. But B thinks that insulting C is better for A or for B. So they're in a dynamic for losers. And yes, I'm sorry, but I'm very traditional. I think that we have to look back to schools, because children in this country and young people in this country go to school. And I think that the INE, I still can't get rid of that, of the way I talked many years ago. So the INE is doing its job, and it's doing it right, and they are designing valuable programs, but we need a cascading effect of those programs, and the only way of having this happening is that those programs are assimilated by the schools. It's where children are, and we have to explain what is democracy to them. How can you eat that dish? What is it all about? And basically, as far as I understand, it's a political regime where we have political diversity living in peace, with the possibility of changing governments, as Popper said, with the costly contribution of blood. We know that citizens have rights and they must exercise them, but they are also responsible, and they have obligations to fulfill. I hope we can explain this also, how democratic government is very complex. It's costly and it's difficult, precisely because it's a labyrinth with diversities of political forces, and the agreement among them is a lot more difficult than efficiency, quote, quote, that authoritarian governments, when a voice is giving orders and the rest obey. Democracy is not that. So in that area we have a lot to do, and I congratulate the INE for the efforts made in that direction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pepe. We still have 20 minutes because we have to finish by 1:30, and some of our panelists have already engagements. I have a lot of questions, and I would like to summarize this. Basically, the panelists agree that we need to make some progress in education, in civic education and culture, and several things have been discussed: the family, school, practical life, day-to-day life, and policies. Is it possible to build a public policy? That's the referral in our table today. The other topic was not dealt with at this table, but it comes from you. That is the role of the media in this task of citizenship construction. What's the role that the media is playing in this aspect? Batilde, please. I will be very strict with time. But something that I said, that I heard, and that we can replicate. I think that we agreed on everything we said today. That yes, we have a traditional vision that Mr. Waldenberg mentioned. We have the school, and we have to take our efforts to the school, and that is an area of that belongs to the government, because the government is responsible for creating public policies. But I still think that we have to include the family, as Mrs. Vasquez Mota said, because that's the day-to-day democracy. You know, the equal distribution of house chores, for instance, childcare, house tasks. If we create that culture within the family, that will be very useful. If we split activities and we promote equal rights between men and women, to stress the possibility that to promote shared responsibilities is something that is very important. And the other thing is about public investment. Now, investment in social investment and expense in education. You said that they had agreed that they would invest 10% in political policies in the 50s, but I understand that this is part of the peace agreements in Central America, that you agreed to dedicate up to 10% of public investment on education. However, if you make an evaluation of this investment at a regional level, that's not like that. There are some that are investing, but a lot more. The other question that is not solved is
how to translate that investment in matters of education in most favorable results for our children, children and adolescents, and how that can be transformed in a more empowered citizenship, because I definitely share the fact that citizens are not born like that, but they are built like that. So those things are those are the things that I have left in light of the things that have been discussed. Mauricio, please. Thank you, Edmundo. Public policies, by definition, in the manual, are the intervention of the state to solve public problems. A public policy cannot be made if they have not before defined the problem that it wants to face, and it cannot be successful if you don't plan the feasibility of that intervention. When we talk about civic education, of the construction of civic culture as a public policy, then we are stating at least three challenges. One, a definition of a problem that is clearly stated. Here we longly discuss these things. I'm not going to delve into this. Disenchantment, frustration, detachment of the citizens for the public states. It seems to be in the core of the definition of the public policy. Secondly, by means of which means can you set forth the public policy? The National Electoral Institute can call and should call, that's our opinion, but assuming that the National Electoral Institute by itself is capable of modifying, like Volderver says, with this long tempo that is needed to change the values that only one institution can do, will be mad. But it can call and it can't note that if we do not take care of the public problem that we are facing, then we can be in the risk of keep vulnerating appreciation for democracy that nowadays, in my opinion, is a matter of the greatest priority in order to solve daily problems from neighbors, from schools, from families. That means detachment for democratic values ends up reproducing in all the planes of public life and even in private life of a society. And thirdly, it needs to be feasible. And in that sense, I think that the media have learned, I sincerely think that they have learned how to become part of the democratic dynamics. I still remember, we're all making remembrances here, but I remember the times in which you could not write a line against the political regime because you might lose your life, you might lose your freedom. No criticism whatsoever was able to be exerted because you have threats and you put your life in peril. The media has also learned how to live democracy, but we cannot ask only the media to obtain the information that our governments are not delivering. And with that, I conclude. I think that in the game of the construction of the truth that I was discussing before, not all depends on those who ask access to that truth, but evidently we have a deficit in truth in exercising the governments. Not everything is plural delivery of exercising power. Is that once they get in office, and we have to assume that, they do not tell us how they are making their decisions. They do not tell us how much those decisions are costing. They do not exceed the whole process by means of which, at the end of the day, we should accept or not the results delivered by governments. So if civic culture is a way of life, and a way of life that must be based in the state of law, the democratic state of law, if we share a definition like this, then we're all accountable for that to happen and to demand that it happens. Eduardo, please, just a few points. I completely agree with what Mauricio says. There's no way to define public policies if you do not know what we need to do, if we don't know where the lacks are. And that effort needs to be made in a systematic and orderly fashion, deeply understanding which are the topics to be corrected, and with the participation. It's not only the experts that they are, not only the teachers that have to be in, not only the government that has to participate, we also need the broad participation of the society. The media, and I felt like they mentioned me, we are a reflection of the society with its weaknesses and strengths, and sometimes they don't contribute much in the construction of that democratic culture, but in many times the media cannot find the opening in the society as to participate. Still today, in societies in which we say that we live in democracy and freedom, there are fears. The big disaster that the polling companies are living, and I hope this is not repeated in the United States, the disaster that polling companies are doing is that they are deceiving society. Why? People is deceiving. And why? Because they are fearsome of telling the truth. That means that living in democracy and in freedom, we are still afraid of expressing ourselves. Education should be democratic in all levels. I really like what Dr. Josefina mentioned about children voting in Costa Rica. It's nice to see that through. And I wonder, should we not generate open votes in many countries? You'll have the list, Argentina and other countries. At the age of 16, they can vote. Should we not think and start thinking in that opening, even if it's not binding, for kids to start voting when they are 15 and to start being part of the society? Because I also share the point that at the age of 18 and becoming a citizen and not having any democratic culture, it's a disaster. And I concluded by saying, because the conclusion I'm taking, because I'm also learning with these distinguished participants, That democratic education that we have been called to discuss is needed in the family, in schools, in the media, in the relationships of society with the authorities, and in everyone. Thank you, Eduardo. Josefina. Thank you very much. I would like to discuss these two questions that are asked. The school, I agree with you, Pepe. The school is the best thing that we have institutionally for this education of civic education, and acknowledges because there are many years of building. Fortunately, together with this institution, the INE, I want to insist on how, or at least to leave a reflection in the floor. How do we build incentives from school capable of involving more than the family itself? Because otherwise, I think that we are becoming orphan in many senses, even if acknowledging that the school makes the best and the largest effort, and acknowledging our conditions. This is where we have our greatest possibility of success. I think in one day in the life of a child that goes to school, that has this practice of civism, this education, this civic education, but that when he goes back home, finds not only a distant but a different reality. Even if it is difficult for us right now, we need to think on how to build those bridges ever closer, in which it is a task not only from once, but for all of us to assume an important role. Otherwise, I think that we're going to have ever closer spaces. I have not been concerned about the different Mexicos, but the distant Mexicos, in which sometimes they seem that are irreconcilable, or because also in this area, and speaking about the media, in my experience, I think it will be very difficult to provide just one opinion or a general opinion to a problem that is quite complex. We have journalists that have paid with their lives their exercise of freedom and investigation, because in places in which organized crime has a big presence, there's the biggest complicity is silence. And we see that in our country and in other countries, exercising journalism might mean to pay with your own life. And the other extreme, in which we find, as Pepe was saying, that the most attractive thing in the media is discussion and scandal. So it's a competition for scandal. Which scandal is bigger, in order to get that exclusive note? And I would like to introduce a new way of communicating ourselves, that for my generations and others, there are a lot of youngsters here, but for us, for many of us, it's a new way to have access to interpret the world, to communicate, which is in the social media. And that is playing a very important role. Is in a learning stage for all of us, for democracy. It's having a learning, allowing us to be closer, to see in real time things, and with the complexity that it represents. And I'm talking about the social media because recently I live an experience myself in which I like sports, so I went out jogging in the morning, so I got lost. And when I opened the family chat, we lost this practice of speaking among ourselves, and now we chat. And I sent a message saying that I got lost. My older daughter told me, "Send me your location." And I was kind of astounded with this petition of location. So I took a picture to the corner closer to me. I sent the name of the street, and she said, "What are you sending me?" And I said, "Half of my location, but I will send you the other half of my location." And I want to tell you that now I learned how to send my location. So I also think that we need to locate ourselves in this dynamic and novelty context, which is the social media, in which we have thousands and millions of youngsters and citizens learning also about a democratic culture. I think it will be worth in these dialogues to dedicate some special dialogues in order to build or analyze through this new means of communications, public policies as much as possible for the construction of a civic culture. Thank you very much. Josefina, thank you. To close, Jose Waldenberg, please. Just 2 comments about this last thing that Josefina mentioned to involve the family. I think she's absolutely right. I mean, if a child sees something in school and a different thing in his family, in his home, surely it's going to have at least a big discontrol. But following what Batilde was saying, which is a very good example, she was talking about the family thinking and the division of the house chores or the curve for the children. If children learn what happens today in Mexican families, not in a small portion of the Mexican families, what he or she is going to learn is surely practice of subordination of women and men not participating in those chores at all. So this is a very good illustration that living to the inertia of the families, the education is not going to be enough, because they reproduce behaviors that we want to revert. Involving the family, yes, but believing that in the family today the values of equality, treatment, etc., are there, I think it's a deception for ourselves. Sorry for this interruption. I share your point of view. Absolutely. I think in families, and that I put this in the center of this analysis, of this reflection, we have so many lacks. We reproduce so many stereotypes, terrible stereotypes, and more than uses and customs, abuses and customs. I completely agree with you. I share your vision. I'm sorry, Jose. No, about the media. I think that the media in our country were the engine and have been the users of democratic transit. Mauricio is completely right when he says and remembers that 30, 40 years ago, well, not even paying a publication in some newspapers, they dared to publish it. We come from there. And I have no doubt that the media have gained freedom, and that today in the media we have a plurality of voices that is quite more robust and that better represent the feelings palpitating in Mexico. But I was going somewhere else. My question is if that same media that have gained in freedom are helping us or not to temper the values and principles that provide order to the democratic system. And I sustain that we have a huge deficit there, huge. Each one of you surely have a topic of your interest, or I want to think that each one of you has a topic of your interest. Go to the media that you normally go and see if it is well explored, if all the possibilities appear there, if we can even understand the discussion dynamic between parties or in Congress or in the social organizations in whatever topic you want to choose. And I think that what we will find is that a deficit. Welcome that freedom. I hope that is irreversible, that everyone can say whatever he wants or she wants to say it, and however he or she wants to say it. But I hope that the media help in settling in our country of democratic relations and practices. Thank you very much. I told you at the beginning, it's an honor to be here, and it's mostly a pleasure. Thank you very much for sharing all that. And I think that we need to talk about public policies, but state policy. Thank you all for your participation.
Sí, se les recuerda que a las 3 de la tarde.
We remind you that we will reconvene at 3 o'clock. We will restart our next session at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Política pública, pero una política de Estado en esta materia. Muchas gracias a todos y a todas.
Sí, a las 3 de la tarde iniciaremos la siguiente sesión. Muchas gracias. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Vamos a dar
We're
inicio
going to start
a nuestra siguiente
with our
sesión.
next session.
Hoy decíamos en la
This
mañana
morning we were saying
de que el Foro de la
that
Democracia
the
se hace.
Forum of Democracy is made.
Están bien los ponentes, están los coorganizadores, pero es básicamente lo de la audiencia y el entusiasmo de ustedes por estar presentes aquí. Ahorita comentaba con algunos de los panelistas que en el horario mexicano esta hora es difícil, es la hora donde solemos salir a comer, y el hecho de que ustedes estén aquí me parece que es una prueba de verdad, de entusiasmo, de motivación y de compromiso. Muchas gracias a todos los que están aquí presentes. Para moderar esta mesa hemos invitado al embajador Óscar Maurtúa, quien fue canciller en el Perú y embajador de la OEA en México. Por favor, embajador, adelante.
Muchas gracias. Señoras y señores, buenas tardes. Gracias por vuestra presencia. En efecto, vamos a tener esta segunda sesión y nos va a acompañar en el panel Manuel Alcántara, Olinda Salguero, Julieta Castellanos, Ricardo Becerra, José Thompson. Quiero iniciar con el encargo pues de hacer una contextualización de lo que es el tema que vamos a abordar, valores éticos en la vida
Ethical
democrática,
values in democratic
definiciones en
life,
torno a la cultura
definitions around civic
cívica. Un término de
culture.
referencia,
The reference
contenidos en la
term
carpeta
contained in the
documentación,
document binder that the organizer has provided us with is paradigmatic. In this paradigmatic meeting during this session, are going to lead us to reflect about the ethic values in the democratic life, and I want to express some reflections around this. In fact, in the Latin American daily life, and because of the influence of the family in the education, the religions and social pressures, we see attitudes and reactions around the ethical values in the democratic life. Do we have a democratic culture? Currency of the system confirms that democracy is here to stay. But fundamentally, in the electoral right that every so often calls us in order to go from democracy to full citizenship, the viability of our institutions, the crisis of our political parties, clientelism, corruption is showing that. Why? Because of a lack of exercising the values of equality, freedom, justice, responsibility, and accountability, amongst others. The media so remind us every day when they persist in the idea that we need to strengthen our civic culture by means of the motivation of our values of mutual respect, pacific commingling, equality in gender, courtesy, urbanity, and that we are equal but different, that each human has his or her own individuality, autonomy, that we might not agree, but we cannot hate each other. We all belong to a street, to a state, to a country of Latin America. We say that we have culture because we come from all ancient cultures like the Incas, the Mayan, the Aztecs, and the mixing of Europe, particularly with Spain, as well as recent migrations from Asia. Culture we have to spare, but not civic culture, though. Franz Miruyama, in his book Confidence or Trust, 20 years ago said, stressing the interpersonal relationship, that is, civic relationships, that they go beyond families, and they refer to the impromptu of our customs and our traditions. He was saying that it divides the countries in two groups: China, France, Korea, Italy, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Latin America, which have a strong presence of family values with a low level of trust. On the other side, Japan, Germany, and the United States with high levels of confidence or trust in a development of social virtues that I identify with civic values. Weber already emphasized Protestant ethics with the expansion of capitalism, that through the value of work and social responsibility, capability of saving, and frugality led to a successful capitalism. There must be interpretations that call this focusing as deterministic, but we have to admit that there are bases in order to confirm this valuation. On briefly checking the civic values, we have to say that the lack of culture, of civism, and cultural practices need to be potentiated in Latin America through a decisive bet on education, in which environment, civic instruction, education in the future should be a preponderant and primordial way of education. What is civic culture? We say that civic culture is the one that has that when the member of the society that has achieved enough social maturity to act according to the principles in force, aim to a good social co-living in a community. Civic education is the basis on which we instruct individuals to assume social cohesion commitments. Frequently in Peru, when youngsters are asked about the identification of the heroes that created our country, where they like showing them money in which their faces appear, many surprises are there because of the mistakes on the fact that they don't know how to identify them. This confirms a lack of sense of belonging, of national identification, of civic education. The gender perspective is being broadening little by little. There's no question about that. They are not fully satisfied, but we are taking strong steps in order to have justice with no discrimination. To that, we have had a substantial contribution of the fostering, defense, promotion, and enhancement of human rights. We are encouraging the respect for the supremacy of human rights, and regardless of the strong criticism, its currency is getting stronger and stronger. Civic education, by the way, is a determinant factor in political and equal participation of men and women, because education, civic education and civic culture is a promotion for the human rights. And in Latin America, we have struggled a lot in order for it to prevail above all things. OEA, BIG, CEPAL, CAF, through the constitutional letter of the OAE, the Inter-American Letter of Human Rights from Latin America, the Inter-American letter that has been 15 years, regardless of our criticism and our questioning about the weaknesses that they are attributed to them, nevertheless are instruments that show what the rulers and the countries wanted to agree. Nothing is perfect. Everything can be perfected. And I believe that we can always make improvements, but we have to defend these instruments, these treaties. Thus, it is valid to say that there are ad hoc focuses that contribute to strengthen social cohesion. In synthesis, and as not to delay the presentation of this luxury panel, I want to conclude with 3 comments. The first one is about the democratic values contribute to governability, understanding it as the capability of taking care of the needs of the people by means of perfecting the political, social, and social system, and while civic culture through education contributes to generate governance, assumed as the interrelationship between the rest, amongst the rest of the stakeholders of the society, and the method leading to that. Ethic values are the basis for participative democracy, and civic culture is indispensable for the democratic co-living. The second thing is to share with you the septalogue spread by the ministers, the new president of Peru. In fact, during the first session of the minister session, Pablo Kuczynski stated the 7 commandments that all the secretaries of state and all the national entities need to abide to. First, he or she must be absolutely uncorruptible. Secondly, do not inflate yourself. Be honest. Third, attend people. Fourth, know your Peru. Travel the regions of Peru. 5, take care of your secretariat, not other secretariats. 6, in case of doubt, check with the president of the Council of Ministers. And 7th, take things easy, smile, and pray. Finally, the third one, we believe that ethic values of our democracy, revitalized with a civic education, humanistic education, will lead to social mobility aimed to the happiness of the Americas. Next, I'm going to ask illustrious academic, Spanish academic, Mr. Manuel de Alcántara, to use the floor. As you know, the methodology is 10 minutes for each participant, and we start with Manuel Alcántara. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Ambassador Maurtua. Again, I want to salute the audience. For a politologist from Machiavelli, you cannot talk about ethics. That's what they told us. On the other side, empiric modern political science makes very difficult to value and to measure this thing called ethics. So I stated the problems that I had when I got the invitation from our good friend Manuel in order to discuss ethic values in democratic life. It immediately came to my mind there are two classics that work on this. One is Mandeville, when as an illustrated person, he discussed about the private vice and the public virtues and the division between the public and the public. Somebody has to be virtuous in private in order to be virtuous in public. He said no. This thing that has already been quoted, Max Weber, when he talks about the ethics of responsibility and the ethics of conviction, which are two classics in social sciences. Thus far, it would have been very easy, but what I wanted to do is to link the problem of ethics and ethic matters today, like the title says, with democratic life, the problems of democratic life. I think that there has been a common denominator and an overwhelming consensus amongst all the participants in the tracks of this morning, and that is the topic of disaffection as one of the worrisome elements of the democratic life of Mexico and any Latin American country, and I dare say any European country. So I have stated 3 things that have to do with ethical behaviors and that also have to do at the same time with political problems, and which are the ones that I'm going to develop in the 9 minutes that I have remaining. The first one is the lie. Second thing is to abide to your promises, and third has to do with illegal enrichment or corruption. Lies or deception. We know it's a common thing, stating that from the very old times, politicians are lies. Politicians have always used this art of lie as an instrument in order to gain power and to have a certain position in power. But what is of my interest, and I said this morning I didn't want to discuss some topics because I wanted to develop them this afternoon, is how deception has reappeared in a very different fashion. I.e., today, deception is not trying to create a false vision of the world, but of something completely different, and something that has to do with reinforcing prejudices. I'm going to give you a very quick example. In Spain, according to the census, we have 2% Muslims. public surveys ask people how many Muslims are there in the country. People think that's 15%, and this is the same in all countries in Europe. That means they multiply times 6 or 7, and this also happens in France and Germany. The number of people that think there is. There's prejudice, and in this prejudice we create a narration, and that is the current instrument of acting, political acting, and the use of a new way of using deception. Somehow, what is clear is that it is more important. Feelings are more important than censuses. So the creation of a frame, a cognitive framework, which is a shortcut in order to state a problem, is absolutely crucial. And here we have also some springs that are quite human. First is fear to the unknown, fear to the other. Second thing, it fosters in a fact that is also uncontroversial and that we have seen this morning in different participations, and is what we might call fragmentation of information. Either fragmentation of information in news by means of very brief news given by the news media that encapsulate piece of news that forcefully is complex in 40-50 seconds, or by means of the social media and the shortening to the news to 140 characters, as you said. So somehow they generate or facilitate a repudiation to complexity. That means that we have created a scenario in which people do not want to listen to complex reasoning, and that is way easier for somebody to summarize that in 140 characters. And if that helps and is mounted on a prejudice, that's a piece of cake. So somehow this also lives together with the need that politicians have that are forced to maintain a coherent discourse. Well, that's, you might think, that's the minimum thing you can ask to a politician, to be coherent. But politicians today, a normal politician, needs to answer thousands of, dozens of questions every day, and it's very difficult. So it's very easy to remove that contradiction of the politician and to upload it in the social media, with which this idea that politicians are deceptive, are liars, go against of what they say, is increasing ever more. This is worrisome for me, because this makes a political system dysfunctional. By definition, the political system is something very complex. It's something that has to do with an entwinement of institution, of values, like it was discussed here, through political culture, and this completely dynamitates this, because also political system has its times. Think in the slowness of any court in any country in the world in answering to an issue, for instance, of false testimony, etc., or just not abiding to the truth. So this will be the first thing. We are in the kingdom of new lies, of new deception, and it's reigning. Second thing, abide to your promises. Fulfilling promises has to do, first of all, to what is said in a written program. We were saying before informally how, for instance, in Mexico, political parties are formally forced to present their political platforms before the electoral authorities. Nevertheless, nobody reads those platforms, and nobody takes the time to articulate a discussion more or less elaborated about the elements appearing in the political programs in such a way so it is impossible, for instance, to evaluate if a certain policy that is proposed in the political program is doable, or if there is enough financing, or even if some contradictions may be found there. Complying or abiding to promises is a fundamental element of democracy, and it goes together with things like transparency and the capability of being permanently accountable for those who have political responsibility. I think this is a very fundamental political ethics thing that is there. Nobody abides to his or her promises, and when there's a small explanation, they blame exogenous factors that are not fully provable in its causality. And the last thing, like I said, is the topic of corruption, which is one of the big things in current politics, and that is in every public opinion survey, which is one of the main things that citizens state as the main problem they see in politics. We are here to make them rich. Illegal enrichment, soft way of corruption has been spread all over the world. There's no country in the world in which there is no corruption. And the important thing is not that it happens or not, but what matters is impunity, the capability of the political system that is of democracy to act and consequently control these bad acts. Those are three basic things, like I said at the beginning. Do not lie, abide to your promises, and do not steal, do not corrupt yourself, that are in the ABC of any culture. This is not linked to Christianity. This exists in any cultural decalogue, and consequently I think that they have universal values, these three elements. So I leave it here to reflect, and if there are any questions later on, I will gladly discuss these aspects and more. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manuel de Alcántara. And now we're going to have Dr. Olinda Salguero, Executive Director of Esquipulas Foundation. Thank you very much, Oscar. Good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations, because you are heroes and heroines for being this time. That shows the interest that you have in the topic. I would like to start by saying that I come from Guatemala, Central America, and thanks to the work that people like President Cerezo, President Colón, and a lot of the people that is here from their generation, I can say with full satisfaction that I belong to a generation that didn't leave the horrors of war on the one side, and that was born already in democracy. And I say this because that is probably because we were born in democracy, that we have taken for granted all the benefits that we, from which are part of what we experience, but we do not know where they come from. And also listening to the reflections that we had in the previous dialogues, and also the presentation of Mr. Manuel, I cannot help but to reflect. And when you talk about youngsters, you always talk about youngsters, about that reference of what they're doing, what they're thinking. If they allow me to the freedom of sharing some remarks about that wonderful demographic portion of Latin America, I want to try to share you what my generation feels. To start with, I think that in spaces like this, we should have more people younger than 35 participating in the scenario. At the same time I say this, I want to congratulate the organizers, because I have checked the program and I think that the balance, gender balance is a reality, because without women there is no democracy. So that said, I say this because when you think on including women and youngsters, you think that you have to do different events and so invite all the youngsters, or we make an event that is going to talk of equality, so we invite all women. And also when we discuss or when we talk about that difference, that gap between generation, it seems that what we're discussing here is a generation facing the other, or clashing against the other. I think we should make this into an intergenerational struggle to return the values to discussion and strengthen democracy. So I don't think that we necessarily need to make ghettos of discussion spaces, but trying to make the spaces of discussions that we have the representation of us all. What happens? I think that in my generation, there's this feeling that we are part of a social and economic order in which the basic pacts or the basic covenants that we're supposed to provide access to better conditions are completely broken. And that's why politics is broken. It's not broken because it breaks in isolation of society. It's broken because our social relationships are broken. And they are broken because during the last 20 or 30 years, in the case of Central America, we are commemorating this year the peace on the region. In the case of Guatemala, 3 decades of democracy, but with no citizens. And with no citizens, because we do not live in isolation of everything that happens in the world. And in the world, an international system was set for imposing values in culture, imposing values in finance, imposing values in society in general. And instead of having a market economy, which is what we will all desire because it's the proper thing, what we have is a society, market society. And in that market society, everything is a commodity, everything has a price, everything can be purchased and sold. And the values that were discussed, freedom, justice, equity, cannot be negotiated. They are not sold, they are not for sale. And that's why I make this reference of an intergenerational struggle, because regarding of the fact that we now have other means to our reach, technology and the things that have been developed in the last decades, we still have these values of appreciation and perception which are the same. So the mistake is in we have not been able to achieve the society to take hold of them, to appropriate them. Maybe I'm an exception, but if I see my process of education, I don't remember that in the school anybody taught me to live in democracy, or what was democracy all about. And that's why I think we have many incorrect notions of what is democracy. It seems that democracy is the one that has to come and solve all the problems of distribution, and that is not necessarily true. It seems that democracy is still a utopic thing and not a form of government, where we have not achieved for that to be fully understood. And in the morning, they were also saying, they mentioned that there is also this discussion if the elites or the ones on top or in the bottom. But that part of that covenant that has been broken has to do with with who has been in power. Because for the common citizens, like many of us here, the difference lies in seeing if the one detenting power use it to break change that were already imposed, or use it to impose more change. And the feeling, sincerely, is that it has been used to impose more change. And one of the things that is quite fundamental is understanding democracy as the equality of political rights. That the one that eliminates privileges. But you will not let me lie, that's probably one of the new waves that we have in the region. In Guatemala, starting last year, we started citizens demonstrations, strong demonstrations against corruption. But I would say that more than against corruption, against impunity. Because we have justice systems in which the powerful, either in politics or in private companies, can do anything they want with no consequences whatsoever. So part of that social covenant that has been broken is to recover the meaning of justice system, because its justice is only for those who do not have the connections or the pool, or those who cannot purchase impunity. Then democracy invariably is going to be devaluated more and more, and we are going to be discussing that we do not have a citizen culture that is not linking with democracy, and that we are not valuing it, because in addition to that, the struggle is to see how can we gain the discourse, how can we gain the common sense of the time. If I have to make a reasoning of what I sometimes discuss with many friends, maybe they are not involved in any academic thing or any politics. They are firmly convinced that democracy is the one that brought corruption, when it's exactly the opposite. Democracy is that can bring corruption to the surface, and it can have the powers in order to fight it. But the common discourse that has been settling says that democracy is the one that brought corruption. Insofar as that is in Guatemala, people say corruption started with democracy, when the military governments and the authoritarian governments were 50,000 more corrupt, but nobody could demonstrate or say anything. So we are not even realizing of the benefits and the rights provided by democracy, because we live them already. You have mentioned this also. See everything that is published in the social media. For less than that, everybody will be killed. So this is part of this. Part of the civic culture is recovering these democracy values, is to transmit to the generation that is less than 35 years old, which have those benefits and achievements that we have in democracy: freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of demonstration. And I have never in my life had I attended a demonstration. Last year, when the first one was called, in my role of director of the Esquipula Foundation, I subject this to the to the committee, and after thinking a little, they said, you have to go, but you have to take tennis shoes and vinegar in addition to everything. And I said, why should I take vinegar with me? In such a simple thing, you said that every time you stated this, you were repressed, you have to run, and you have to see how to safeguard yourself. We just had to run if we wanted from the rain. This is wonderful. But we are not seeing that is the result of democracy. So it's part of that civic culture, part of that education to build democracy and to strengthen democracy is stating all these things, because as a generation you have made an extraordinary job, even putting your lives in the line, and it's not possible that ours take for granted or do not know how to value that because we were born in democracy. So part of that civic culture is seeing how we gain the common sense of the time, and in my opinion is that we need to achieve that the common sense of this time reveals all those benefits from democracy, because this is the one that is in crisis. Truth said is that in the financial world it's being defined and it's being legitimated in the media. So in as much as democracy as a system is the one that is being questioned by impunity, by how things are being managed, because education does not necessarily represent a mechanism of social gain, which regardless of the advance that we have in the region, we still have some shameful indexes, social shameful indexes of poverty and access to opportunities. So I'm going to leave it like this right now, but I do believe that we need to make an effort in that we need to make bridges where some other people wants to build walls, and I think that's the thing we need to do.
Thank you very much for your very important contribution. And next we continue with the President of the National Autonomous University of Honduras. Good afternoon. My greetings to my panel collaborators and to you in this venue. I would like to start with a few reflections. The topic of this panel is ethical values in democratic life, definitions regarding political culture. I want to start talking about saying that the earth will be like men are. And then a reflection of Eric Hoffman stating a very important task of this 21st century, that men and women go back to the big projects, to a better and more fair and more viable society. If we think about Latin America during the last few years, all countries for more than 2 decades, we returned to the electoral processes, to electoral political systems. But nevertheless, the perception, the experiencing, and the deterioration, the disaffection of politics, and the doubt that democracy is the political system that better represents democratic values and which better expresses the rule of law, is the risk that we are facing, that democracy and politics is facing in Latin America and in many other parts of the world. Ethics overcomes every culture. It is that concept of what is correct, which is standardized. This ethical concept is standardized with what is properly carried out, with whatever is equitable, fair, balanced. In that sense, we can look at the citizens' ethics to the ethics of political officers and institutions, and this not always matches, or it's not coherent. Generally speaking, we look at demanding public ethics from the citizens, and the other thing is the ethics of our citizens in the performance of their tasks. And we have to look at institutional ethics in process and procedures of public service. This contradiction is where we find a similarity between the academic concept of ethics and the political practice in the political system and in politics. We can see that politics is practiced and developed within a context, in a given scenario, in a system of powers and subordination. But these spaces, these political spaces in institutions are not always favorable or foster or benefit ethical behavior. That's where we find a contradiction between the ethics of the citizen and the ethics in the institution and the official. Many times also the practice, the performance of that official. And this contradiction is what is leading us to this deterioration. And we are wondering in the universities, our students, our scholars, our graduates have a performance, and they get incorporated into a political and juridical system or service system where they find themselves in a confrontation or contradiction between this ethical concept of doing well, good performance, and the rationale of the official, the institution, the party, or the system. This service, this ethics of the public servant has to do with the principles of integrity, transparency, honestly, or would have to do with this transparency, honesty, integrity, social responsibility, commitment. But this becomes the real exercise of these values. Where are they being reproduced? Does the state have the necessary spaces? Have they created or reproduced or developed these kind of areas for an ethical performance? Or are they creating a functional parallelism that can be more effective when you breach values and principles than when an official uses the proper values? That parallelism instead where the space, the institutional spaces, postpone or retain or distract the procedures. When an official has a proper performance, he is sending a sanction message for that proper ethical behavior. And that has been discussed academically in the classrooms, in the citizen forums. And that represents precisely what democracy says, that it can be strengthened in this political system. But when we find that these institutional spaces are favoring corruption, inappropriate behaviors are swifter, more effective, more prompt, more expeditious. And then the comparison comes between two systems within the same state. Obviously, there's a distortion and a sense of pragmatic learning of forms and styles that are not consistent with what a political system must have, where the rule of law is strengthened as well as the citizen rights. When we look at democratic values, democratic life, and when we look the informality in institutions or the informal operation that is finally successful and solves problems, and this grows and is reproduced in an informal system with a parallelism, but that is finally operational and that might even produce social mobilization. Why? Because we have broad sectors in our countries that are reproduced at the side of the systems, that are reproduced against the regulations, that are reproduced against the law. And that with all these, they are still capable of receiving social recognition and to be upgraded. So then, we come back to these two ways of reproducing, of growing. One of them is featured by the current regulations, and the other one operates without regulations and defying everything, but resolving. That's why the crisis of politics, the low level of credibility on the systems, the disaffection, what we are witnessing in our countries. The question is always, when we talk about these things, the question is always if the state has the capacity of resolving this, of reorienting this, because it is a product of this same political system. And which would be the ways? What's the role of the formal education? What's the role of schools and higher education institutions? What's the role of the media? What is their social responsibility in this problem? As a reflection topic, it is very important and valid because of what we are living in Latin America and Central America, basically. This is an urgent need because we are also witnessing political movements, the emergence of new groups and parties, but almost with the same practices, to a level that the growth of these new political groups that would revert those bad tendencies is not really perceived in the scope of the short term. Nevertheless, it's a topic that we should take in the academic debate, but also in the praxis, in the day-to-day practice. Because in as much we do not do this, we will not be able to make any progress. Thank you very much. Julieta Castellanos, President of the National University of Honduras, for her important contributions. Then we go to Ricardo Becerra from the Institute of Studies for Democratic Transition. I want to apologize, and especially because both in the morning and earlier in the morning and right now we have been listening to concept presentations of a very high level. And what I have prepared, this is because of Manuel Carrillo, he's to blame for this, is descending down to the electoral hell of my country. That is where, yes, ethics appears faded or like a disposable element. So I apologize. I will just try to make a diagnosis of why this country has witnessed the reduction in credibility, not only on institutions and political parties, but the idea of democracy. What we have lived in Mexico during the last few years, probably decades, probably all 21st century, is a progressive discredit of the meaning and the value of democracy. So I start. I will try to be very brief for the debate. But of course, I want to thank INE, the president, and the organizers, and all the institutions for this opportunity. I'm honored to be here in this excellent forum with persons that I have followed, from whom I have learned a lot for a long time. I want to start with a complaint. This is very strange in the academy in my country, in specialized journalism, in organisms and electoral courts, and less institutional and less institutionalist, legal, formalist analysis, to have a vision of a live dynamics of what the public opinion and political strategies and advertisement strategies that are deployed before our face. In this area, the academy and the government agencies have remained behind to comply with the democratic phenomenon in Mexico. This is why electoral authorities and institutions in Mexico operate. They give us legitimate governments elected with counted and respected votes. But nevertheless, those institutions lose credibility. They have a very poor reputation, bad journalism, and they are stigmatized frequently by legions of journalists and the same political parties that are creating them. Even more, the electoral system works, but it's always being reformed over and over again until it gets not reformed but deformed. Before all the criticism that come during and at the end of every political competition. The question is, why is this happening? Why can't we just run away from this spiral? I will try to put it in a different way. The quality of democracy depends on the laws, regulations, precaution methods, authorities, or electoral judges. My opinion is that, just partly, in my opinion, it depends a lot more on public debate, on parties, candidates, the elected rulers, the definition of public opinion, but very especially of the strategies of the political parties, what they do, and the underlying ethics, or explicit ethics. The quality and the perception of democratic life are there, and it's exactly there where I want to focus my proposal, because we are talking about the moral personality of the stakeholders of democracy. This is embedded in the core of what we have been discussing. The judicial definition of elections in my country, every electoral reform from 2007, inoculated excuses to continue involving elections in gossips, in accusations, and they are multiplied every year. We are facing the cruel paradox of practical elections with a good deployment of acceptable electoral deployment, but they are working with a terrible press, in constant fight with the broadcasting companies, in a very poor public opinion, even before initiating electoral processes. Why is this happening? Because in Mexico, there's a possibility that the political parties, candidates, or even communicators can present a complaint almost for any reason. A quick complaint so that the electoral authority can intervene and avoid illegal propaganda during the electoral procedures or processes. This even comes to the executive secretary of the INE to say this. I want to complain politely, because if Party A is complaining about the governor of Party B is complaining the governor or the president or whomever of Party A. A very peculiar statistics. In 2009, for example, PAN filed 88 complaints against the PRI. And how many did the PRI file against PAN? 87. It is a tactical mechanics in the way electoral processes are faced that is poisoning and disrupting the results of the political process. In this manner, the INE has become a monstrous industrial producer or manufacturer of resolutions to clean the electoral environment even before the elections start. No matter what the resolution from the authorities is, the political parties are ready to launch their propaganda. This happened over and over again in 2009, 2012, before the eyes of the world. And it's happened again in 2015, and that what irradiated systematically the vision that those elections were a succession of traps permeated by illegality in every case. What I want to say is that with this system, in this environment of sickness and complaints, it poses the perception that our elections are full of frauds or full of illegal practices. They are full of reports and accusations, sometimes unbelievable, some of them. How many complaints did we have in 2012 in the presidential election regarding purchase and votes? Because that's the core of the impugnation of that election. Remember, we had 1,370 complaint proceedings for purchase and collection. For purchase, 31. So the perception, so what it was created after the election, does not correspond to reality, not even to the mathematical reality of the litigations among the parties. I want to say that in Mexican elections, complaining is a strategy, more than the campaign, even sometimes more than the candidates themselves. When we talk about the small political parties, who of course also participate, the change of the institutional change to process the complaints is not resolved, because anyway, they continue to bring them to the council table, all these topics and all these reports and accusations that are filed, and the media amplifies them and publicizes them to make the democratic process appear as a totally immoral, dirty, and depictable process. The type of electoral strategy that is installed in Mexico has poisoned the whole process and has undermined the prestige of democracy, not to talk about the political parties. This will not be resolved just by calling them to a better performance or behavior, or calling them to have an ethical recovery, and a lot less creating a new specialized prosecutor with hundreds of lawyers to resolve all the reports that are solved with very sophisticated criteria. This will be resolved if the electoral authorities, the INE, and especially the electoral court that is being elected during these days, offer quickly a new interpretation of constitutional law, a new axiology of what can be done or can't be done from the very beginning. No more lawyers or legions of white collars. We have to have more rational criteria, more stringent criteria to receive a report, so that both the INE and the court is not overwhelmed. They cannot measure their work by kilos of paper used in their resolution. They could show off their clarity and cohesion of their criteria. I think that is the ethical path with the law in hand that can really help to make the democratic competition more dignified and more honorable than ever. We have a very great problem. Together with Chile, Mexico has a very grave decline in their confidence in electoral processes, with the lowest minimum wage, of course. But that's another story. In 2017 and 18, I am not sure that we will not be able to recreate everything that has been destroyed or misinterpreted, and that have thrown a lot of mud and dirt before the eyes of all citizens who have good reasons to have bad feelings for the institutions, of course. Your time. Probably I have to stop. Probably it's time to think. What is the institution, what the INE has to do? They have to promote their organization. What can they offer, and what they must say, what they cannot fulfill. This is a very difficult country, and the INE has a very important ethical mission in our politics. I am sorry for going over my time. Thank you, Ricardo Becerra, for their very strong comments. More than 4 minutes, of course. And we still have to listen to Jose Thompson, Executive Director of the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights. Please. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. I am grateful to our hosts and your generosity, particularly my recognition to the INE, because without the INE, this forum would have never existed. I have to recognize this before his president and the great staff, Manuel Carrillo, for instance. I recognize not only because of the possibility of being here and talking to you, because this forum is a possibility, a privileged possibility, so that interested society in Mexico can interact with politicians from different countries and talk about the agenda of the topics that are affecting democracy and the political lives of our countries. So I think this is an excellent opportunity. As Manuel said at the beginning, I'm very enthusiastic to see this amount of audience that are interested and following what we are doing so closely. Secondly, I would like to say that the perspective that I will talk about, of course, I will talk about political culture. We are going to talk about values, ethical values, but my perspective will be the experience of an educational task. What does education have to do on this matter? And I will do it not only because I come from an institute that is the definition of my institute. I mean, we work with the people, with the institutions in human rights, because they are related to democracy. And I also do it as a professor, as a college professor. That I said earlier today, I value a lot a cross-generational dialogue because I think that we can learn a lot from there. So, is it possible to talk about education for democracy? In what sense can this contribute to the construction or reconstruction or substitution of values, and how these have an impact on ethics and the operation of political culture of a given society? First, let's not be naive. Education, obviously, is not the only, or maybe not even the main factor when we model political culture. It has an important impact over it, however. Let's look at the case of Germany after the Second World War. They made an extraordinary effort in reorganizing their educational system, precisely also in order to reorganize the values, the prevailing values in German culture within their own vision of the world. Furthermore, there are other factors that have an impact in construction and formation of political culture, but they are not in our hands, while the education, at least partially, is in our hands. This is not the only factor in the creation of a political culture, because the communication media, family values, and the current social networks, it's easier to talk about things but not to explain them, and they have an enormous effect in the construction of political culture.
Why educate or try to educate for democracy and try to have a positive influence in the construction of political culture values? Well, I recommend the conceptual document, which is the basis of this forum. In just 2 pages, it clearly states that in Latin America we have achieved a lot in building democratic institutionality, which is enviable, particularly in the very little time that we truly recovered and fully recovered our democracy in this part of the world. We did that quite well, but we have not done so well when substituting the vertical and excluding values that have prevailed in most of the life of Latin America. In other words, we have a very robust democratic institution in addition to values that are mainly vertical and merely excluding. And we have not worked enough in being able to substitute or modify these values. And let's remember that we come from societies that have been fundamentally macho, metropolitan, religiously influenced by religion, with denial of our ethnical, cultural diversity, etc. In such a way that we have to acknowledge that we come from there in order to build values that are different from those. There I have high hopes in the youth and their capability to recreate this concept of the inter-individual relationship. In which frame do I propose this reflection on education for democracy? In the framework of human rights, not only because I come from that world, but also because political rights and other rights directly related to them are human rights. And thus, we cannot separate the topics of democracy from the topics of human rights. Also, because in human rights, we possibly one of the few ethical and objective international references that have been built collectively, and not like we are told sometimes that they have been imposed by from some nations to others, but they have been the result of a truly collective international effort. What to do by means of this education? Well, we have to look for a more inclusive social drive with more inter-individual respect, with greater capabilities to solve conflicts in a pacific fashion, and a better and more aware exercise of citizenship. We have to give the space and the time that the complexity of the political problems require. I said this before during an interview. The damage made by TV and the limitation of characters in some social media to politics is tremendous, reducing it to simplicities and even driving marketing, which is more important the tie that the candidate is wearing than his capability to solve the national problems. We have to go out there and discuss with the complexity required. How? Well, by means, amongst other things, of programs and focuses and approaches that feed knowledge, that create dexterities and other skills to live more comprehensively in democracy. But we cannot just stay with the traditional educational programs. We need to have practices on exercising elections from the very early age, the discussion of political issues, dialogue, the exercise and solving of conflicts, and a very important thing, valuation of diversity in a world in which, with no gray spots, a world that just separates people, makes us fearful of the other, and that prevents a more productive co-living. With whom? Well, we have to do it with the education sector, no question about it. But I want to applaud the initiative of INE for making of these the center of these activities in the forum, because of the action of the electoral organisms. And of course, this without distorting the operation of the electoral organisms or agencies, because something that has been a perverse game in Mexico is that if they allow a foreigner to have an opinion in politics, and precisely because of what we just heard, is giving more competencies to INE, even change the name when it is difficult to say it right now, and then criticize it because those functions are not necessarily exercised the way in which the politicians thought they should be exercised. So I have to give an acknowledgement of what IFE in due time and INE currently has done with topics that have no background in the world, like emitting a criteria on the content of the media in the coverage of a campaign. They had to design instruments with no precedence in order to achieve those competencies that were given to them. Now, with civic education, I think it's a natural part of the mandate of an electoral agency, particularly in Latin America. I cannot extend why in Latin America, but the truth is that without forgetting the essence of the work that had to be performed by the National Electoral Institutes. Under which conditions? Well, if in reality we cannot pretend that with education we're going to solve everything that has to do with political culture in a certain society. But we also have to do it with an effort. We have to do it with realism. We cannot tell people, youngsters, ourselves, about a world that does not exist because people perceive that we are mentioning something that do not correspond with reality. We have to focus the reality in which we live, and we have to develop the values based upon that reality that we live, and also aspiring to have a better reality in the future. With the support in historical situations, complex historical situations, whenever necessary, leading to reflection. In what term? And when I finish with that, before my moderator scolds at me, in a broad time, because changes induced by education sometimes take one generation, and by means of evolution, making the changes that the evolution of the times imposes. I know that this is not the message that most people wants to hear, that we have to wait some time before the educational efforts have an impact in the societies, and particularly in the current times. I always tell my boys in the university that the evil of our times is anxiety. We want everything now. And that, by the way, damages a lot of youngsters, because you have to live every stage of your life, and they are leading us to the fact that we are not enjoying today because we are thinking in the tomorrow. And the truth said is that when you think that the changes like this take time, is because experiences has so shown, and also experience has shown that these changes can be abruptly halted or even altered by elements in the reality. When you have topics like the ones that Manolo Alcántara was discussing, in which you deform the reality of the composition of our societies or the risks that we are being internationally exposed, we generate even more anxiety that we need to solve everything today. I hope I left some elements to debate, and I'm sorry if I was too schematic, but with that we can later on go back to the dialogue. Thank you, Jose Thompson, for your contribution to the topic of civic education. Ladies and gentlemen, we can say that there is a consensus in the four initial presenters, Manuel Olinda, Julieta, and Ricardo, had made an analysis of the anti-values. Why is there indignation in Latin America? Why the population is becoming more and more distrustful of the processes of the electoral systems? We have heard the repeated and coincidental presentation of our speakers, corruption, this malady that generates so much suspicion and so many attitudes of distrust from the national community and also the international community. It's a little bit the examination of anti-values of democracy. The anti-values of democracy, that as Manuel Alcántara said at the beginning, deception that is so often and so shameful. And Jose Thompson has emphasized everything related to civic education and the effort that this supposes and how the results can be produced. To conclude, according to the procedures and the methods established, we're going to make two questions that come from the audience. Last two constant questions. I'm talking about one of them that would be, what will it be necessary to reduce corruption? What do we need to reduce corruption? And the second question is, how can we have politicians having good values? You have 2 minutes, and I want to thank you if you abide to those 2 minutes. We exactly have 10 minutes, enough time, and I would like to, I want to thank you for your briefness. Starting with Manuel Alcántara. Thank you, Oscar. I'm going to skip the second question in order to make my answers swifter and probably simpler than the first one. The quality of politicians is based upon two elements which are fundamental, that have to do with the society in which they are and the values, the means that the people have in that society to complain. It's clear that a Korean politician has nothing to do, because of his cosmovision of society and the industrial and the entrepreneurial tissue, from compared with a Spanish politician or a politician from Uruguay. That will be the first thing. We need to put the problem in context. And I summarize it in this phrase that we all know. And I have like what you said, Dean, about this Nahuatl idea that I liked a lot. But it's the same thing. We all have the politicians we deserve. Like we have the teachers that we deserve, the students that we deserve. There's nothing new under the sun in that sense. So I'm talking about the context in the society in which we are. And then I have defended academically and publicly the idea that one of the solutions to talk about good politicians is professionalization of politicians, treating them as a professional of any other area of our society, like professionals of education, or lawyers, or professionals in medicines, or taxi drivers. That means politicians have to go under a new set of tests, in addition to the electoral test, that they must be quite clear. It's a responsibility, and I challenge my political scholars here. We have to state which is a good politician. Other professions have solved this, and there's a certain consensus, and sometimes we're a little bit shy on getting into this thing to solve this problem. But I think that we should not be far from that, because there are enough empirical studies from the studies worked on the recruitment of candidates to things linked to values, behavior, on the political, on politicians in general. I know it's a no answer, but I give you some clues in order to think, at least to think. Thank you, Manuel. Olinda, please. I'm going to insist in the fact that we need to recover other human values and understand that we come out from society. Flavia Fredenberg is here. It says it's not that corrupt politicians come from corrupt land, but they are sitting there next to you. They're here everywhere, and the problem is not the public sector only. The problem is which are the values that we lost as a society, because in reality we could see that the good guys lose and the bad guys win, but in fact nobody wins, and the system refuses to change. But we want our neighbor to change, but not us. It's not a different species. There are corrupt entrepreneurs. There's people in the public that is corrupt because we lost the basis of society. So I think that regardless of the fact that we acknowledge the progress that we have had, we think that this time is a bit dark, because if you see what's happening in the electoral system, what happened in Brexit, what happened in Colombia, that people that is deciding not to choose that abstentionism that President Colombo was mentioning, they do that because I choose and I choose nothing. If the power is still being defined by corporations and the international system and is using citizens, electors only to legitimate it, then people is going to keep opting to detach from democracy, and that aspiration that took so many lives, for instance the possibility to vote, that now becomes a burden, a responsibility that nobody wants to comply. It's a tragedy. I say this because that seems so dark only because we are capable of imagining a time with more light, and in that time with more light, I insist we need to recover the objective of the common good, which I think is in the basis of the democratic system. And what we are facing, I insist, is the common sense of the time that says that the only important thing, and they was mentioning this this morning, save yourself and forget about the rest. If we look only for personal goals, it's going to affect politics, entrepreneur, and everything. Because politics is the system that equalizes rights for everybody, that also establishes the government system, is more a form of social co-living. So seeing like that, we should focus more in co-living and to rescue the sense of common good. Thank you, Olinda. Julieta, please. I'm going to talk specifically on the topic of corruption. This is a topic of power, and it's a topic of the state that has not been able to subject its elites to the justice system. It's a topic in which people is treated differently, and that has to do with the co-optation of institutions, corruption, and politics. We could not have a politician that is corrupt if he or she has no power. It's an element that's strongly linked with the capacity for the state to work all together to protect these corrupt structures and these corrupt systems. I do not think that it can be solved from the power itself, but it would have to be solved with citizen exercise. We're seeing that in many countries, and we're seeing that in Central America, in which the citizen exercise is the one that is being capable to revert that ratio, that relationship. So I think that the state, seen as in its institutionality for a long time, for centuries, has been co-opted by these elites, and others that benefit this system could be because they are part of it, because they benefit from it, or just because they tolerate it. Today, with the topic of crime in our societies, is one of the biggest risks of democracy. We are facing a risk, probably the greatest destabilizing risk for our democracy, and it's criminal violence when they are penetrating the structures of the state itself. They are financing political parties, they are financing campaigns. The state is going to be capable to set limitations to these factic powers. That is the big dilemma that we are facing, and I think that it has to do with the future of democracy. Thank you. Julieta? Ricardo? I also want to stress that has received 3 or 4 questions directly to him. I'm going to give them to him, which means that his topic was well discussed. Topic of corruption is still overwhelming me, and it leaves me absolutely astounded, particularly when I see in societies like in Mexico that a mayor that probably was legally sanctioned, was legally in prison because of theft, is elected again, is something that is quite disconcerting of this thing that we call democracy. I would simply like to say that I will put a context, at least in the Mexican situation. I don't think it's not the same in Latin America, or almost all Latin America, and is that I think that in Mexico it happens with what Tony Zhu, the deceased British historian, is the environment of society because of broken perspective, which leads to the morality of savior self. No? And this idea of social cohesion, minimal social cohesion, and that sanction to deception, for instance, is something completely snuff, is something superfluous in our society. I think that we do have, that's why scholars have an important intellectual obligation, and that is, in my opinion, we should, and again, I'm quite, speaking specifically of the Mexican situation, I think we need to deinstitutionalize or deformalize political analysis to make demands to the behavior, to those who lie on purpose. I have heard very renowned scholars that say that if that person is lying, well, it's his right. It's in the constitutional frame of doing that, being deceptive, accusing another person of something or another. I think that value of reintroducing moral conversation is a work that is especially in the hands of the scholars. Thank you, Ricardo. Jose? Making a brief mention on the 2 questions of the double question stated, I think we need to give politics the place it deserves. We have to break that that equation of politics equals corruption. And I agree with Manolo Alcántara. We have to give its place to politics, and we need to demand to have better politicians. I think the experience of Latin America with the outsiders, and a little bit the one that the United States is having, proves that politics is a valid topic. A few years ago, there was an initiative by the Inter-American Development Bank which was called Politics Matters. Not only strategies for development, not only economy matters, politics is also important, it also matters. But for that, we need to change the image of politics, and so we need to demand more from our politicians, and not just to think that unavoidably they are going to be corrupt, because with that we are judging also ourselves as a society, and we are leading ourselves to this path in which we cannot have good politicians, we cannot have good rulers, and we cannot have a good development of a good democracy. I think that's the most pessimistic message that we might have. We are in the obligation to state and restate how to build a better society, better politics, and a more authentic democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presence. A final word to acknowledge INE for this invitation. Very encouraging to see how so much people come. A lot of youth, of youngsters, and we are in alert. We are worried about the system. We all have a responsibility. We all need to get involved, and the work of INE is extraordinarily positive, and I witnessed from its very foundation on year 2010, which this project started, which is a confirmed reality and a successful one. Particularly Manuel Carrillo, a very fraternal hug, because he has been working very hard in order to have this event that calls so much people. My friends from the panel, when I said it was a luxury panel, I was true in what I stated. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Muy bien, vamos a dar inicio al siguiente panel.
Or to the next panel.
Nuestra siguiente sesión
Our next session
será moderada
will
por
be
el consejero
moderated
electoral
by the electoral
Marco Antonio
counselor
Baños.
Marco Antonio
Por favor, consejero,
Baños.
tiene la palabra.
You have the
Muchas
floor,
gracias,
Counselor.
Manuel. Muy buenas
Gracias.
tardes a
Thank you
todas,
very much,
a
Manuel.
todos.
Thank you all.
Es un honor para mí
It's
tener la oportunidad de moderar una
my
mesa
honor
con
to
un
have the
panel tan
opportunity to
importante de
moderate this
personalidades
a very
que
important
son,
panel
expertas en el tema
with
que
so many
nos
experts
ocupa el día de hoy.
on
Esta
the
mesa,
matter
tiene como propósito
that we
en
are
el marco
discussing
de
today.
la Semana Internacional sobre la Democracia
And
y
this is
particularmente
particularly
con los temas de la
appropriate for
construcción de
the
la
International
cultura
Week of Democracy.
democrática,
And
analizar cómo son las
it's
reglas del juego
precise to
democrático,
analyze the rules of the
particularmente los tópicos
democratic
vinculados a la
life.
incertidumbre de los resultados
Basically,
electorales,
uncertainty in
un
electoral
asunto que es de
results,
fundamental
and
importancia en
another
un esquema
topic
democrático como
that is
es
also very
la
important,
aceptabilidad de
which is
la derrota.
acceptability
En
of
el
defeat.
panel va a estar con nosotros,
In the panel, we
Rafael
will
López
have
Pintor.
Rafael
Él es
López
un
Pintor.
experto
He is an
español en
electoral
estos temas,
expert
que
from
desde
Spain,
1989
who has
colabora
been
con la
working
ONU,
since
la Unión
1989
Europea, la
with the
Fundación Internacional para
Organization of
Sistemas
United
Electorales,
Nations and the
y es
European
autor de
Union,
múltiples libros y
and author
artículos
of multiple
especializados en temas
papers and
electorales y de
books
procesos de
related
paz.
to electoral processes. Rafael, welcome as usual
Y también va a
to
estar
our
con
country.
nosotros,
We
Lisa
also have
Schaumann,
Lisa Schaumann.
quien es una mujer dedicada a la
She
política
is
en Belice,
devoted to politics in
y ha,
Belize
ocupado diversas
and has held several responsibilities. She has been Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, also Senator in the National Assembly of her country. Welcome, Lisa.
Va a estar también con nosotros el diputado
We also
Otón
have
Solís.
Congressman Oton
Él es una
Solis.
personalidad muy
He is a
relevante para
very relevant
la
personality
discusión de este relevante tema porque
in this
fue candidato
topic because he was a
presidencial
presidential
en Costa Rica, hoy es
candidate in
diputado
Costa Rica.
federal, pero tuvo
Now he's a federal
experiencia de ser
congressman, but
candidato
he was a
presidencial y,
presidential
los
candidate,
resultados electorales
and the
lo dejaron
electoral
en un,
results
segundo lugar, punto 17
put them
abajo del
in
primer
point
lugar.
17
Si la memoria no me
points
falla, fue
under the
presidente
winner.
Oscar Arias y que, evidentemente la
And
experiencia que
his
tiene, habiendo
experience
aceptado los
after
resultados,
accepting those
fueron,
results
determinantes para
was
lo que ocurrió en
determining
su
for
país
what
en ese
happened
momento.
in his country
En
back
unos
then.
minutos se va a incorporar con nosotros el doctor
And,
Santiago Nieto, quien es el fiscal
Santiago Nieto,
especializado para la
he's
atención de
the
los delitos electorales en
specialized
México y
prosecutor
muy
for
conocido,
electoral
por
crimes in
todos
Mexico.
ustedes.
It's a person
No doy
that
más
you
datos,
know
curriculares
well.
de los ponentes
I will not
porque
talk
los
more about
organizadores han
the
tenido a bien
presenters because the
preparar un
organizers
tríptico
have
con toda la
already
información de cada
prepared
uno de
the
ellos.
document that you
Pero me
have, a
parece que es un
handout
tema,
with all that
provocador.
information.
Es un
So
tema que
this topic
nos lleva a analizar
leads us to
cuál es el
analyze
efecto
what
concreto que
is the
esto tiene en la
specific effect
cultura política,
in the
la cultura
political culture, in the
democrática,
democratic
sobre todo
culture.
porque es un hecho que nuestros
Because it's a
sistemas,
fact that
lo
our
único incierto
systems,
es
what we
justamente el resultado,
have
es decir,
as
quién
an
va a ganar
uncertainty
un
is the
proceso,
result. Who
judicial.
will win an
Tenemos
election?
incertidumbre de que
We have the
la organización de la
uncertainty
elección se tiene que hacer
of
conforme a
the
las reglas que están
organization
establecidas,
because we have to
que
work
las mesas
according to the
receptoras de la votación van a
regulations.
funcionar, que se van a
And we have to make
contabilizar
sure
los
that
votos.
everything will
Pero no
work
sabemos,
properly, that the votes will be
exactamente cómo
counted,
va a
but
ocurrir el
we do
resultado
not
final de
know
estas elecciones.
exactly what's the final result of
Nosotros en
those
México hemos tenido
elections.
también
Here in
algunas
Mexico, we have had
experiencias
several important
presidenciales,
results in
donde, la
presidential
cercanía
elections
entre
where the
los
closeness
candidatos que han
between
quedado
the
en primero y
candidates
segundo
that have
lugar
won the first and
han
second
generado
positions
condiciones,
have
difíciles en
generated
algunos,
very
tramos de la
difficult
historia política de
conditions
nuestro
in
país,
several points
tanto
of
en el
history
ámbito,
in
nacional
our country,
como de
both
algunas
nationally
alcaldías y
and
gubernaturas de
also
los-
at the
los
level of
estados.
states and
¿Cuál es el
municipalities.
efecto concreto
So
que
what's the
tiene esto
specific
en
effect
materia de credibilidad, de confianza en las
of this on the
instituciones,
credibility
sobre
of
todo en la
institutions
en la
and in the
generación de una
generation
cultura
of a
propia de un esquema,
culture that
democrático?
belongs
Eso es
to a
justamente lo que,
democratic
queremos oír de
structure? That's
nuestros
what we
panelistas,
want to
una
hear
reflexión
from
sobre
our
el tema.
panelists, their
Tienen,
insights on this
una
topic.
primera intervención
They
hasta por
will
10
have a
minutos cada
first
uno de ellos.
participation
Así
of
que
10
les,
minutes
voy a rogar de
each.
la manera más atenta
So
que en
I
el orden
will
que está establecido
ask you to
podamos,
start
iniciar
in the
las intervenciones,
predetermined order.
primero con,
So we will
Rafael
begin with
López
Rafael
Pintor.
López Pintor. You have the floor.
Llega ahora Santiago Nieto. aquí
Santiago
ya
Nieto is
presentado.
already here. I
Bienvenido,
have
doctor.
already introduced
Muchas
him.
gracias por estar
Welcome,
acá con
doctor.
nosotros.
Thank you for being here.
Adelante, Rafael.
I want to congratulate IONI and the co-organizing institutions. And I want to to thank you for inviting me again to participate in this event, because it is very important for the region and for us that are external observers. And Manuel Carrillo, my friend for many years, I think that he and his team have deployed an extraordinary job from INE in putting this before the international perspective, because this problem, these issues are not electoral only, but it's the quality of democracy that we're talking about as a whole. I will talk about only one thing because there are several panels, and I would like to talk about leadership, the leaders, the candidates, the political staff, men and females, that are specifically dedicated to public life, and that's alternance. Alternance is the cotton test, and they say, is this piece of furniture clean? And we take a piece of cotton and we swab it. So if it has dust, it will be in the cotton. So this is the cotton test of the consolidation is alternance, and it's not only accepting being in power that the other one won, and I will hand over the government to that other person. But it's a facta principle before the election and after the election. I am accepting that alternance can happen and will happen if elections are properly handled. First, it's a preliminary and later acceptance. Alternance is not that frequent. This is not very frequent. There's a data bank of alternance from a Polish politologist. He has a database from 2009 from 2000 to 1900, and the government changes during those 2 centuries. Of course, we are talking about some places in Europe, North America, Australia, then India, etc. And later, after the last 3 decades, practically all around the world. Of all the shifts, of all the changes, only 20% in 2 centuries have been produced with alternance. That is nothing. The rest of the changes have been coups. Turnover of a document or a popular revolution. So only 20% are due to alternance. And this leads us to a reflection that has already been mentioned, that democracy is a precious asset, but it's not to take for granted that it will be there forever. It's something that we have to cherish and protect, not only to keep it, but to improve its quality. Democracy, not only the election. If I have a correct math, in 400 countries, almost all the world, even in Saudi Arabia, they have had already municipal elections, probably in China also. There are 200 democracies. There are 200 countries with elections, and from those, how many of those they don't have a problem with alternance? Well, in most countries, alternance is a problem. And here, it is the same thing happens, but the most consolidated democracy in Western Europe and North America, when I talk about North America, I don't only mean the United States, but also some of the Latin American countries. Here, let's say that in 20 years, and of course this has been said earlier, but I have to repeat it because there is already a quantification of indicators around along 30 years that show that this is happening globally. First, it is true. Second, it has a global scope. It's not related only to economical development. It is a lot bigger and a lot more complicated. The last number, many of you know the Journal of Democracy, most of it is dedicated to what we know as democratic deconsolidation, and it refers especially to the most most solid,
estable.
more
Estoy
stable
hablando de unos
democracies. I'm talking about around
34
30,
países.
34 countries.
Bueno, y ahí
And
los
there,
indicadores
the
son
indicators
claros.
are very
Te voy a dar
clear
solo
there.
alguno
I mean, this is
que es
just
estremecedor.
this
Por ejemplo,
astonishing one.
y aquí
For instance,
el estudio de base
the basic
de esto
survey
es
of
un
this
survey, una encuesta
is
de
a
valores, una encuesta
value,
mundial de
a
valores
worldwide
que se hace
value
desde
survey
1881.
that is
O sea,
carried
estamos
out
hablando
from
ya de
1881.
40
So
años
we're talking about,
de estudio.
no,
Bueno, pues en las-
1981.
en
We're
un
talking
análisis de
about
las 7
more than 40
oleadas
years.
que ha
So
habido
this
de
is,
ese estudio,
there have been
está
7
claro
versions
que
of
en
this
las últimas
survey. So it
4
is
oleadas,
clear that
todos
the
los indicadores
last
relativos
4
a
versions,
solidez democrática
everything related to
se han
democratic
deteriorado. Pero hay algunos de esos datos que
soundness is
para mí
deteriorated,
escalofriantes.
and the
Y
information
uno es que,
is
por ejemplo, en los
breathtaking.
Estados Unidos,
One of the data says,
entre
one of the
el
indicators
sector
say
social
that the
de rentas más altas,
highest end
el
group
porcentaje de gente
of people in
que se
of
expresa
the
en una
United
encuesta
States
a favor de un gobierno militar
that talk
se ha casi
about in favor of a
duplicado. No es
military
muy grande,
government
claro, no es
has
el
grown.
20%,
It's not
pero es algo
20%,
que ha pasado de un 6 a
but
un
it's something that
14%.
went
Entre
from
la gente
6
que más
to
influencia tiene,
14%
tiene
among
más
the
dinero.
people that have more money and more influence.
Solo les doy ese. Hay muchos más.
There are a lot more,
Uno,
but
bueno, otro más importantísimo
another one which is very
es que la
important is
gente
that
más
the
joven
youngest people
es la más desafecta y no es la menos
is
educada.
disaffected, and it is not the less educated.
Mejor educadas,
They are better
los últimos
educated.
siglos.
They are
Y son
better,
esos más
the best
jóvenes
educated in
cuyos
the last
padres
centuries.
Iniciaron los llamados
Their
movimientos
parents
sociales,
initiated the
que en los años
social
70
movements during the
dieron una nueva
70s and the
esperanza y
80s,
un nuevo oxígeno
giving new
a los regímenes
oxygen and hope to the
democráticos, porque era ir más
democratic
allá de los
regimes
partidos,
because it was
era
going
revitalizar la
beyond
vida democrática. Estos
political
más
parties.
jóvenes
It was
no son los que van por
revitalizing
vías de
democratic
participación
life.
alternativa.
No,
Esos eran sus
the young
padres.
people
Esa era mi generación.
say, well, that's your
Tengo
generation.
75 años.
That's my generation also. I'm
son mis
75 years old.
Y mis hijos
It's
más
my
jóvenes,
children
mis nietos
and my
mayores,
grandchildren
que tienen más educación que mi
that are
generación,
better educated than my
los que
generation,
ni participan en los
who
canales
do not
formales,
participate in the formal
los
channels,
votos, las votaciones,
voting, for
pero
instance,
tampoco en los
but they
movimientos
do not
sociales.
participate in
Y sin
any
embargo,
social movements.
son desafectos. de lo que se ha hablado
And
aquí
they
hoy.
are
Y esto no es en un
disaffectionate.
país, repito,
And this is not
es
only one country.
corta, es transversal
This
por todos los
happens
países. Me voy a
all over.
referir a unos
I would like to
ejemplos
give you very
concretos,
specific
no necesariamente por
examples,
países,
not
sino por
necessarily
modalidad de
per country,
comportamiento,
but per
de lo que es,
behavior
vamos a llamarle
of
buen comportamiento
what we
de
call
líderes, de
good
aceptación de las reglas del
behavior
juego, de
of,
aceptación de la
of leaders,
alternancia,
the acceptance of
y malos
alternance and
comportamientos.
bad
Porque no es
behaviors.
solamente el
Because
resultado
it's not
electoral
the
en el momento de la
electoral
elección,
result
sino
during the
cómo
election,
el
but
liderazgo se
how that
enfrenta
leadership
a las reglas
faces
en las que
the
jugamos
rules by
a la
which
alternancia.
we play
Porque
with
sin incluirla, sin
alternance,
poner en discusión, perdón, sin
because
aceptar
without
la alternancia,
accepting alternance,
en todo caso,
in any
estamos
event,
poniendo en cuestión el corazón
we
de
are
las reglas de
questioning
ese
the
juego.
core of
Si pensamos
the
en un partido de fútbol,
rules of the game.
pues
If we
imagínense
think
lo
of a
fácil que
football
sería entender esto.
game, it would be
Pues pasa
very easy
igual
to
con las
understand, but
elecciones.
it happens exactly the same way with
Actuaciones
elections.
acorde con el estándar
So
democrático del juego limpio,
the democratic standard
la
of
más
fair play is the
generalizada,
generalized
conceptualmente, yo
concept, accepted
el
context.
resultado que ya se ha
I
producido,
accept the
o en el
produced
caso de
result,
que haya
or
evidencia de manipulación del
if there's
sufragio,
evidence of
del
manipulation of
procedimiento,
votes or the
impugno el
procedure,
resultado por el procedimiento
I revoke the
legalmente
result
establecido.
by the
Hay
established
ejemplos
procedures.
extraordinarios
There are some extraordinary
recientes en
examples
América Latina.
recent in
La última
American,
elección del
in
Perú.
Latin America.
Aquí tenemos a un ex candidato
We
presidencial
have
de Costa
a
Rica,
former presidential candidate in Costa
poco más de
Rica.
5.000 votos.
It was a
Estuvo en
difference
juego
of
la presidencia.
5,000 votes only.
Hubo
The
tensiones,
presidency
todos ustedes
was
recordarán,
at
esto hace
stake.
muy pocos años.
You
Sin
remember
embargo,
what happened not too long ago.
primó la alternancia.
But alternance
Recientemente, en la
prevailed.
elección presidencial de Austria,
Recently, the Austrian presidential election, even though one of the candidates was very radical,
no se puso en discusión.
but the results were,
En los
at the
Estados
beginning, it
Unidos,
was
en la
not
primera
discussed.
elección de Bush,
In
la
the
que
United
resuelve el
States, the
Tribunal-
first
la Corte
election of
Suprema,
Bush, it had to be resolved by the Supreme
nunca se
Court.
puso en discusión
And they
el
never
principio de la
discussed the
alternancia,
principle
pese a
of
que la elección
alternance,
acabó en los tribunales.
even that
Y
the
solo un
election
mes y
ended
pico
up in the
después de la
courts.
elección,
And
se
months after
resolvió
election, it was
quién era
resolved.
presidente.
The issue of who
Cuando,
was the
de acuerdo
president
con
was
los
resolved.
estudios estadísticos, casi con seguridad, tuvo más votos que podían haber dado
Probably
más
the
representantes
probably,
delegados. Como ustedes saben, en Estados Unidos,
as you know, in the United States, the election is not direct; it's indirect.
El candidato demócrata.
And
Otra actuación
the other
estándar, que es
standard
acorde con el principio de
behavior
la
that
alternancia,
is
es
compliant with alternation.
muy rápido. Yo acepto las reglas del
I
juego,
accept the rules of the game.
propongo su reforma por el
And I
procedimiento,
propose the
acepto
reformation
el
of the
resultado de
procedure.
dicha
I
reforma.
accept the
La
result
Corte
of the
Constitucional de Colombia hace
reform,
2 años
like it happened
rechazó
2 years
la
ago in
posibilidad
Colombia.
de la
They rejected the
reelección
possibility of
de más de 2
re-election
veces del presidente de la
of more than
República.
2 times the
Que
president,
la razón
for
era
president,
Uribe, el presidente Uribe,
because the
que
president
quería
was
ser
Uribe and he
reelecto
wanted to
por
be
tercera vez. Sin embargo,
re-elected for a
aceptó
third time.
se
But he
aceptó el resultado de la Corte.
accepted
Sin embargo,
the
los
resolution by the court.
casos de rechazo,
But the rejection
rápidamente,
cases,
porque el
very
tiempo ya me
quickly,
come,
because I'm running out of
actuación
time,
discordante con el estándar democrático.
it's,
Bueno,
if
ya
it's
antes
not
del
compliant,
anuncio
if the
oficial,
behavior is not compliant with the
manipulo los
democratic
resultados
standards,
sobre la marcha.
I can manipulate
Aquí los
results
casos
on the
dio en
job.
Perú en el año
It happened
2000,
in Peru in
se dio
2000.
en Costa de Marfil en ese
In
mismo año,
Costa
se dio
de-
en Perú,
en-
Costa de Marfil, en Ucrania. Hubo una
Ivory
rebelión popular,
Coast,
los 4
it
casos,
happened exactly
se
the same
derrumba el
way.
gobierno que
It was
hubo.
a rebellion,
Otra
and
actuación
the
discordante, yo
government
acepto el
crumbled
resultado
down.
que ya se ha
And
producido
the other
solo
one,
si es favorable.
I accept the result only if
Y no
it
tengo
favors me,
evidencia
and if I
contundente
do
de lo
not
contrario.
have
Creo que fue el caso de México en el
proper
2006.
evidence of the contrary
Otra
case.
actuación
It happened in
discordante al
Mexico in
estándar democrático.
2006.
Acepto los
Another
datos
one
numéricos
is
del
I accept the
resultado,
numeric data of the results,
pero en la práctica
but in practice,
yo obstaculizo
I will pose every kind of obstacle
funcionamiento
for the operation
de unos resultados que me pueden del sistema que me pueden
of the
llevar a resultados
system
desfavorables.
that
Es el
can
caso actual de Venezuela.
take me to
Más
unfavorable
claro,
results.
todos
It's
están al
very
tanto,
clear
¿no?
in Venezuela,
Y
for instance. And finally,
yo
I
anticipo
anticipate
que si la elección
that
no me
if the
beneficia
election is
es
not
porque ha
good
sido
for me, it's
fraudulenta.
because it
Menciono
is
dos
fraudulent.
casos. Uno lo he vivido directamente, el otro lo estamos viviendo
There's
todos.
one case.
En el
One
año
of them in 1992, the election in Angola, the first one after the fall of communism in Europe.
Jonas Savimbi
Jonas Savimbi
anunció que si perdía la
announced
elección
that if
es
he
porque era
lost the
manipulada.
election, it was because
Yo
of
era,
manipulation.
desgraciadamente,
Unfortunately, I
el
was
responsable
responsible
de seguir el resultado de esa
of the
elección en
follow-up
Naciones
of that
Unidas
election
con un
in
conteo
the
rápido.
United
Yo es la
Nations
única
with
persona
a quick count.
hasta el día de hoy
I am the only person
que tiene,
to
bueno,
this date,
Naciones Unidas,
and of course the United
pero
Nations,
la única evidencia
that
que
has the
existe
only
del resultado de
evidence,
esa
existing
elección,
evidence of the
de la
result of that
presidencia,
presidential
es la que yo
election
recogí.
is the one that I gathered.
Savimbi dijo, si yo no
Savimbi
gano la
dijo,
elección,
if I don't win this
ha sido
election, it's
manipulada y
because it
volvemos a la
has
guerra.
been manipulated
Al día
and I will
siguiente
go
de la
back to
elección,
war.
ya estaban cayendo
Next
buses
day,
sobre Luanda. y yo estaba
Luanda
en mi maleta
was
para irme a
bombed,
mi
and
casa,
of course I was packing up to go back home.
y actualmente
Currently,
Donald Trump
Trump
dijo hace un mes
said 1 month ago
que la elección
that the
sería
election would be
manipulada.
manipulated,
Entonces, y que no hace falta buscar cuáles son
and
las pruebas, cuál es la evidencia.
it's not necessary
Eso
to
no hace
find the
falta,
evidence.
porque
It's not
Hillary
necessary
Clinton es el
because
demonio.
Hillary Clinton
Dijo
is the devil.
literalmente, she's evil.
She's the devil.
Entonces, ella es mala.
She said
La
that
elección no puede
literally.
ser buena si
She
gana,
is good,
porque
and the
ella
election
es
cannot
mala.
be
Los
good if she
demócratas
wins
son malos.
because
Y
the
esto es
Democrats are
terrible.
bad.
Cierro mi pequeña
So this is
intervención
the
diciendo,
closure of my intervention. I have to say, for politicians, the function of
no es
leadership
renunciable.
is not
Liderar
waivable.
significa
To
conducir,
lead
conducir,
is to
y de ahí viene
guide,
educar, dulcere,
and that's
es
how
llevar,
we get
conducir.
educated.
Los políticos que
Politicians
juegan con estas
that
reglas y que las ponen a temblar,
play with
no saben
these
el daño
rules
que están haciendo a todo el sistema
are not aware of all the
y a
damage
ellos
they are
mismos,
posing
porque
on the
dice el viejo
system
refrán
and to themselves.
castellano,
And that's where
cuando
we
las
have the
barbas de tu
statement,
vecino veas
when you
cortar,
see your
pon las
neighbor
tuyas a remojar.
cutting his
Eso es
beard,
lo que le puede pasar a muchos.
prepare yours
Muchas
for the
gracias,
same
doctor.
process.
Muchísimas gracias al
Thank you
doctor
very much,
Rafael
Dr.
López
Rafael
Pinto.
López Pinto.
En esta
In
secuencia
the
de
sequence of
intervenciones,
interventions,
le voy a dar ahora
the
la
floor
palabra
goes
a Lisa,
to Lisa
Schumann para que
Schumann
haga también sus reflexiones sobre este tema.
to
Por favor, doctora.
share her
Gracias.
insights on this topic.
Nunca es fácil
Well, it's
ser
never
el
easy
último
to
panel
be
del
the
día.
last panel of the day
Todavía también tener que
and
seguir
even
alguien tan distinguido
to
como
talk
el
after
académico amigo
to talk after this distinguished professor. And I am sorry that many students that were here during this morning are not here anymore. But anyway, we are here, and I congratulate you because you are here at this late hour of the day. I would like to start talking, apologizing for my Spanish because this is not my native language. I am honored to be here, and I honestly appreciate the invitation of the INA, the university, and the Organization of American States to participate in this forum. It's an honor for me to be part of this distinguished panel. And being here as a Caribbean woman, always young, always young. I am part of the generation that is between Rafael and my friend Alvaro Colón, who already mentioned their age, and my friend Olinda. I am in the middle of them. I'm halfway. I am part of the generation that, yes, we can use a tablet for our presentations, but I have always lived through the times where we have to fight for democracy. I was a little girl when I started in political life at the age of 14, and because of my education and my family, I was always involved in the political life of my country. Because I was, and as I was part of the political life of my country, well, that allows me to be speaking here now and justifies my job of monitoring elections through the Organization of American States. Every game needs rules, of course. That's how we play checkers, or probably canasta. The scenario is critical, indispensable. The pieces are indispensable, but it's the rules that decide what's the game. If it is true what they say, that all the diseases of democracy can be healed with more democracy. We have to dwell on that. Why and how can we make sure that we have more democracy and not less? Democracy is as Julia. Without it, life becomes, it's like rain. Life becomes uncertain and unpleasant. The needs of the people are growing, and the people claim for that need when despair takes control of the situation. The lack of democratic regulations can very quickly result in a lack of internal stability situation where the country can go from one state of pacific protests to a riot, and the damage to the political and social tissue in a probably permanent manner. So we have to study and build the learnings of the past. Let's see what happened in the sister republic of Haiti that has not recovered from the flee of President Aristide. We have had other examples, and we don't have to repeat them. So, what is the impact over citizenship and democracy regarding regulations and rules of democracy? The Inter-American Democratic Bill was passed in 2001 in a session of the OAS in Lima, Peru. I was there. I was proud to be, when I was 34 back then, to be the youngest permanent representative of the OAS and one of the 33 working with our mission staff and the department and the secretary of the OAS to elaborate that bill.
pensábamos que
Back then,
habíamos
we thought
hablado
that we
de
had
una
talked
manera extensiva de
extensively
todo posible,
about
porque
everything,
estábamos ahí por
because
horas
we
y
were
horas
there during
discutiendo,
hours and
casi
hours
todos los
discussing,
días,
almost every
preparando
day,
este documento,
preparing this
hablándole de
document,
los retos, de
talking
los
about
problemas,
challenges,
de
problems,
soluciones,
solutions,
de oportunidades.
opportunities.
La carta ahora es quinceañera.
Now this document
Y cómo
has
ha
15
cambiado
years.
nuestro mundo,
It's 15 years old,
especialmente
and
por la
it has changed,
tecnología.
especially because of
La carta
technology.
es un
This bill is
instrumento
an
que se
instrument
proclama como objetivo
that was
principal
the
el
main
fortalecimiento
objective for
y
the strengthening
preservación
and
de la
preservation
institucionalidad
of the democratic
e
institutionality,
el
and
compromiso
implies the
político de cada
political
país
commitment of every
con la
country with
democracia,
democracy,
teniendo como base el
having as a foundation
reconocimiento
the
de la
recognition
dignidad humana.
of human dignity.
No voy a leer los aportes que
I-
tenía yo de la carta
I
porque sé
will not read
que
about my
todos
contributions
ustedes
to that
están
document,
muy,
but
muy
I
familiares
know
con
that you
este
are
documento.
familiar with that
Pero
document.
hay que destacar que el artículo primero
The first
establece
Article
que los
1
pueblos de
says
América tienen el
that the
derecho
people of
a la
America have a
democracia
right to democracy,
y sus gobiernos
and their
la
governments have the
obligación
obligation
de
of
promoverla
fostering
y defenderla.
and defending
Siempre me ha gustado
democracy.
mucho
I have always
que la
liked
carta
that this
empieza
document starts
enfocándose
focusing
en el pueblo
on people
y no
and not
en los dirigentes
on
o no en el
leaders
Estado
or the
o
state
no en el
itself
gobierno,
or the government.
que es los pueblos que
It's
tienen
the
el derecho
people that
a la
have the right to
democracia.
democracy.
Y también dice que
And
la
it says
democracia es
also that
esencial
democracy
para
is
el desarrollo
essential
social,
for
político
social,
y
political, and
económico
economic
de los
development
pueblos
of
de
the
las
people
Américas.
in the
Esas
Americas.
palabras tienen
Those
fuerza.
words are
El
very
cinicismo
powerful.
a veces nos deja
Cynicism sometimes
no querer creer estas
prevents
palabras,
us from
pero
believing
las
in these words, but
importan.
those words really
es
matter.
importante. Y hay
They are
que
powerful,
enfocarnos
and we have
sobre
to
ellos.
focus on them.
El ejercicio
The
efectivo
effective
de la
exercise of democracy,
representativa
of representative
es la base del
democracy,
Estado de
is the
Derecho
base of the
y
rule
los
of law
regímenes
and the
constitucionales
constitutional
de los
regimes
Estados
of the member
miembros de la
states
organización de la
of the
OEA.
OAS.
Pero, ¿qué elementos
Have to
constituyen un
think of
sistema
which elements
democrático
integrate a
consolidado
consolidated
que
democratic
coadyuve
system that
a la
collaborates with the
acceptabilidad
acceptability
de la
of a defeat?
Obviamente,
Obviously,
el marco fundamental
the
del
fundamental
sistema
framework of the democratic
es la
system
aceptabilidad
is
de la
acceptance
derrota
of
por parte
defeat
de los actores que
by
no
the
llegan al poder.
stakeholders that are
¿Qué
not
es la razón por la cual,
getting,
y eso nos
that are
toca a
not
todos
winning
a un
power
momento o al
or
otro?
gaining power?
¿Qué es la razón por la cual
This is the
ellos
reason
y sus
why they
apoyantes
and their
aceptan esa derrota?
people accept the
La
defeat.
respuesta puede ser compleja,
The
pero a la
answer
misma
might be
vez puede
complex,
ser
but at the
fácil.
same time it can be very
Son
simple.
las normas del
It's the
sistema,
systems,
o, mejor
regulations,
dicho,
or better
las
said,
reglas del juego.
the rules of the game.
La democracia
Democracy,
representativa se
representative
refuerza
democracy
y
is strengthened
profundiza
and deepened
solamente
only
con la
by the
participación
participation, permanent participation,
ética y responsable de la
ethical
ciudadanía
and responsible participation
en un
of
marco
citizens
de
within a
legalidad
framework of legality
conforme a al respectivo
compliant
orden constitucional
with
y,
the
como dice la carta,
corresponding
con
constitutional
la
regulations
celebración
and
de
with the
elecciones periódicas, libres,
achievement
justas
of a
y
free
basados en
and
el
fair
sufragio
elections based on
universal
universal
y
votes
secreto, como
and secret
expresión
voting
de la
as an
soberanía
expression
del
of the
pueblo.
sovereignty
El
of the
régimen
people,
plural de
the
partidos
plural regime of
organizaciones
parties and
políticos.
political
Cuando no
organizations.
se aceptan los
When the
resultados
results
de un ejercicio de
are not
elecciones
accepted
que
after
sean
an
a su
election
tiempo correcto, que sean libres,
that are free,
justas y
with
basados en
free
el
voting
sufragio
and based on universal
y
vote
secreto,
and
se
secret votes,
produce
then we have
incertidumbre, porque
uncertainty.
el
Why?
pueblo
Because the
teme
people
que el
fears
resultado
that the
no es
result is not
realmente la
really
expresión de su
the expression
soberanía.
of their sovereignty.
Ejemplos en este año
Examples
incluyen
of this year
España,
include Spain in May,
y en el mes de
and
septiembre
during the
Croacia, para
month of
salir
September, Croatia.
de la región, pero no hay que ir tan lejos.
But we do not have to
En
go
la
as far as
hermana
Croatia.
República de Haití
In the sister
se ha
Republic of
producido
Haiti,
problemas
they have had
electorales por décadas.
electoral problems for decades.
En junio de este
In
año,
June of
el
this year,
secretario general de la
General
ONU,
Secretary
Ban
of
Ki-moon,
United
se declaró
Nations
hoy, en ese momento, profundamente
said that he was
preocupado
deeply
por la
concerned
incertidumbre política en
due
Haití.
to the political
Tras
uncertainty
finalizar
in
el
Haiti
mandato del presidente
after
interino,
ending the term
Jocelyn
of
Prévert,
Jocelyn Prévert, the
que
interim
sin que
president,
haya reemplazo.
without a replacement
En
for
esa
him.
ocasión,
Back
el
then,
secretario general
General
llamó a la
Secretary
Asamblea Nacional
called the
a
National
tomar
Assembly
urgentemente
to
una
take
decisión
to make a
y
decision
determinar
urgently
un
and to
arreglo viable
determine
para que
a
el
viable
gobierno
arrangement so
provisional
that the provisional
que pueda
government
asegurar que se
can
complete el
assure
proceso
that they
electoral
complete
y se
an
vuelva
electoral
a la
process
orden constitucional
and go back to the complete
sin más
constitutional order
retrasos.
without more
El
delay.
secretario Ban urgió
Secretary
a todas las
Van
partes
urged every
actuar
party to
responsablemente
act responsibly
en el interés de su
in
país
interest of their
y su
country
gente,
and their
y a
people,
evitar
and to
cualquier
prevent
provocación
any kind of
y el uso
provocation
de la
and the
violencia.
use of violence.
Opinó
He
que la
stated
inestabilidad
that
y
the
los
lack of
retrasos
stability
en
and
la
the delays
finalización del proceso
to complete the electoral
podrían
process
afectar
could negatively
la
affect
estabilidad en Haití,
the stability of
así como
Haiti
el
as
apoyo
well as the international
internacional del país.
support for the
El
country.
presidente
The President
por su
Iber
parte abordó en su discurso en la
said
Asamblea
during his
Nacional,
speech
la
before
Asamblea General de
the
las
General
Naciones Unidas,
Assembly of United
el tema
Nations
electoral,
that the
y
electoral
llamó a la
about the
solidaridad
electoral topic, and he
internacional
called
para
the
superar lo que
international
indicó era
solidarity
la
to
delicada
overcome the
situación
very
humanitaria del
delicate
país.
humanitarian situation of the
El
country.
presidente Prévert insistió en su discurso
President Rivera
que las
insisted in
elecciones
his speech
inclusivas,
that
transparentes
inclusive,
y
transparent, and
creíbles
credible
se
elections
intenta restablecer
are
la
trying
confianza
to
de los
reinstate
haitianos en el proceso electoral
trust in
y
the
restaurar
people from
más
Haiti in the
rápidamente
elections
el
and to
orden
quickly and swiftly
constitucional
restore
para
the constitutional order
completar
in
el
order to
ciclo
complete the
electoral
electoral cycle
interrumpido en
halted in
2015.
2015.
Pero en realidad
But
hay
in
muy
reality,
poca fe.
there is very little
Actualmente,
faith.
en el
Currently,
proceso
in
electoral en
the
Haití,
electoral
que
process
sea
in
libre,
Haiti,
justo
to be
y basado
free,
en el
just, and
sufragio
based upon
universal y
universal
secreto,
and secret voting,
precisamente
precisely
porque el ciclo
because
se
the cycle
interrumpió
was
y
interrupted
los
and the
ingredientes indispensables
indispensable
que son
ingredients
citados
which
en el
are
artículo
stated
3
in
de la
Article
Carta
3 of the
Democrática.
Democratic Charter,
ahora,
and now
Estamos
we are
enfrentando
facing
otro problema
another
porque
problem
después del
because
huracán
after the
Matthew,
Matthew
la verdad es que
Hurricane Matthew,
no se
the truth
conoce cómo se
is
puede llevar a
they
cabo
don't know how
ese
they
proceso
can
electoral
have
en las
that
próximas
election
2 semanas. Y
electoral
parece que
process
esto
in
va
the
a ser
next 2 weeks, and it seems
imposible,
that
y
it's
eso
going
en
to
su
be
turno
impossible, and that
va a
in turn
producir más
is going to
incertidumbre.
bring more
La
uncertainty.
fe es un flor
Faith
delicada,
is
y una
a
vez
delicate flower,
atropellada,
and once
ya nunca
crushed,
es igual.
it's never the same.
Y fe en la
And faith
democracia
in
es lo
democracy
mismo.
is the same thing.
Se
I know
tiene que
we
nutrir y
need to
reforzar
nurture and
constantemente con la
reinforce
participación
democracy
bien informada
constantly
de la
with the
ciudadanía.
well-informed participation
Y
of
esto nos
citizenships.
trae a la
And this
tercera
leads to
pregunta.
the third
¿Qué
question.
impacto tiene
What
la
is the
ciudadanía,
impact of the
la
citizens
ausencia del
and the
compromiso
citizens,
con la
the absence
aceptabilidad
of commitment
de la derrota
with
y
conceding
la estabilidad
defeat
democrática por parte
and
de sus
democratic
liderazgos
stability on their
políticos?
political leaderships?
Para mí la
For
respuesta
me, the
es que
answer
el
is
impacto
that
es
the
casi
impact is
inmediato.
almost immediate.
El mismo presidente
The President Rivera
en su
himself,
discurso en
in
la
his
ONU,
speech before the UN,
insistió que
insisted
sin elecciones
that without
creíbles
credible elections,
era inútil
it was
esperar
useless
una
to
transición
hope for
política
a
pacífica
pacific
y suave
and
que
soft
sirva de
and swift
base de lograr la
transition
estabilidad
and to
política.
achieve political
No
stability.
se puede decir en
You
forma
cannot
más
say
clara.
that
En
more
otros
clearly.
países de
In
nuestro
other countries of our
hemisferio, la
hemisphere,
inestabilidad del
instability
pueblo
of
de
the
aceptar
people
la
of a
derrota y los
conceding defeat
retos de la
and the
estabilidad
challenges of
democrática
democratic stability
causan problemas
bring
que
problems
aún se
that
ven en
are
países
still
como
seen
Venezuela.
in countries like
El
Venezuela.
Instituto Brookings
Brookings
al
Institute
principio de
at
este
the
año
beginning of this
opinó
year
sobre la situación electoral en
issued
América
an opinion
Latina
about the
en
electoral
una
situation
editorial
in Latin
titulada
America during an
América
editorial
Latina
called
2016,
Latin America
otro
2016,
año
another
decepcionante en lo
deceptive year
económico y
both
complejo en el
in,
político.
in the economy
En ella,
and complex
Daniel
in the
Sobato
politics.
opina, los resultados de las recientes
The
elecciones en
opinion was that the
Argentina
result
y
of
en
the
Venezuela,
recent elections in
en las
Argentina
cuales
and Venezuela, in
oficialismo
which the
a los
official
largos años del
parties,
poder fue derrotado en
long
ambos
time in the
países,
country were
parecieran
defeated,
indicar
seemed
que
to
el inicio
indicate the
de un
beginning
nuevo
of a
ciclo
new
de
cycle
político en
of
América del Sur
politics
que
in South
viene de la
America
mano
that
de un
comes
profundo
together with a
cambio
deep
de ciclo
change in the
económico.
economic cycle.
Dice, en este nuevo
In
ciclo
this
viene
new
acompañado de
cycle,
una
it comes
combinación
together with an
explosiva
explosive
de varios
combination of
factores,
several factors:
deceleración económica, programas
economic
de ajuste,
deceleration,
estancamiento
adjustment
de la
programs,
reducción de
stagnation
pobreza
of the
y
reduction
riesgo
of
de
poverty,
reversión,
and the risk of
denuncias
reversion,
de corrupción de
reports of
alta
corruption
popularidad
with high
de los
popularity
mandatarios
of the
y
rulers,
que
and is an
anticipan mayor
anticipation
conflictividad
of more
social y
social
una
conflicts
gobernabilidad más
and a more
compleja en
complex
los varios
governability
países de
in
la
the
región.
various countries of the world.
Si se ha producido o no, esperamos saber.
If it has
Lo que
become
sí se
true or
puede
not,
decir
we
es que
are
la
expecting to see. What can
produce
be said
uno de
is
los
that
con los
uncertainty
ingredientes sociales y políticos mayor
with the
conflictividad
ingredients of
política y
the
social.
society and the politics
Quiero
bring more
reflejar de
conflicts into
últimamente
society.
sobre
Finally,
la
I want to
pregunta del
reflect about
papel
the
actual
question
de
of the
los
current
medios de
role of the media.
El artículo
Article
4
4
habla de la carta habla
of
de
the Charter
la libertad de
discusses
expresión,
freedom of
respeto a los
speech,
derechos
respect to
sociales y la
social
libertad
rights,
de
and
expresión y de la
freedom of
prensa.
expression and freedom of
Sin la
press.
libertad de
Without
expresión y
freedom of
libertad de la
speech and
prensa,
freedom
la
of
democracia
press,
sufre.
democracy
Y
suffers.
como la flor atropellada,
And like the
nunca
crushed
es lo
flower
mismo,
is
ni es
never the
igual.
same or never
Pero cuando se
equal.
elaboró
But
la
when
Carta
the
Democrática
Democratic
en el
Charter was
2000,
prepared in the year
Facebook,
2000,
Instagram y
Facebook,
Snapchat no
Instagram, and
existían.
Snapchat didn't exist.
Ahora son los
Now
medios de
they are the
comunicación tal vez
communication
más
means probably the most
importantes y
important ones
influyentes
and
para
more
los
influential
ciudadanos
for
menores de edad de 40 años.
citizens younger than 40.
Y suena ahora
And
un
now
anacronismo
it sounds
pintoresco
like a
de la
picturesque
carta que
anachronism of
asume
the
que la
Charter,
prensa
assuming that
es
the
la suma total
press
de
is
los
the total
medios de
sum of the
comunicación.
communication
El
media.
poder de estos
The
nuevos
power of
medios de
these new
comunicación
communication means
no se pueden
cannot
descartar.
be
Son
discarded. They are
son
immediate,
poderosas,
they are powerful,
son
they are
participativas,
participative,
son
they are
democráticas.
democratic in
Aunque
short.
tengamos
Even
quejas
if we
de
have
sus
complaints
limitaciones
about their
y sus
limitations
problemas,
and
son
their issues,
realmente
they are really
democráticas
democratic
y son los
and they
medios,
are
insisto,
the means, I
que les
insist,
importa a
that
los jóvenes.
are important
cierto
for
que estos
youngsters. It
medios
is true
sí
that
pueden
this media
causar
can cause
incertidumbre
uncertainty
y
and
inestabilidad,
instability,
pero sin dudas
but there's
ninguna
no
son del
question
pueblo,
that they belong to the
participando en
people,
la vida política
participating
del
in the
país.
political life of the
¿Qué
country.
más podemos
What
pedir
else can
del
we
pueblo?
ask from the people?
¿Qué más
What
podemos
else can we
pedir del
ask
pueblo joven?
from the young people?
Y no hay normas
And
para
there are no
controlarlas
standards to
como los
control them
medios
like with the
tradicionales.
traditional media.
Para un joven
For a
como
youngsters
soy,
like
la
myself,
libertad de
freedom
expresión
of speech
con su siempre
with its
posibilidad de
always
caos es más
possibility of chaos
importante
is more
que el
important
control.
than control.
Si queremos
If we want
participación de
the
la
participation
juventud,
of youngsters,
necesitamos
we need
utilizar
to
la
use
tecnología.
technologies.
Ningún joven
No
se va a ir a
youngster
hacer
is
fila
going to
para
be
ir a
in the line to
votación.
vote, to
Se
go
trata de
into a
usar
queue
el
to vote.
teléfono
It's about
o
using the
tableta
phone
para
or the
participar en la
tablet in order
democracia.
to participate in
Y
democracy.
si vamos a
And
ver
if
que
we're
más
going to
jóvenes
see
participan,
that more youngsters
tenemos que
participate,
utilizarlas.
we need to
Ellos no
use them.
quieren
They
la
do not
democracia
want
menos,
democracy
pero su
less than we do,
activismo
but
es
their
de
activism
carácter distinto.
has a different
En lo histórico, la
character.
carta recoge
The-
los aportes de la Carta de la OEA.
The historical portion
Pero
of the
ahora
charter is
es
that it
necesario
collects
revisar
those
esa
in
carta
the charter
con las
from the OAE.
vistas
We
de
have
las
to review the
realidades
charter
de
with
hoy.
the realities
Si
of
no,
today.
se va a
Otherwise,
convertir
it's going to become,
de ser un aporte
it's going to
democrático
turn
vivo
from a live
ser
democratic
un aporte
contribution to
histórico,
be just
no más.
a historical
Gracias.
contribution and nothing else. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias por la
Thank you for your
magnífica intervención también
excellent
de la doctora Lisa
participation
Schumann.
from Dr. Lisa
Ahora,
Schumann.
como les
Now,
había
like
comentado al
I
principio,
told you at the
está ya con
beginning,
nosotros el
with
doctor
us is
Santiago
Dr.
Nieto,
Santiago
quien es
Nieto.
titular
He
de
is
la
the
Fiscalía
head of
Especializada para la
the
Atención de los
Special
Delitos
Prosecutor
Electorales en
Office for
México.
Electoral Crimes
Le
in
voy a
Mexico,
solicitar
and I'm going to
atentamente que
ask
titule
him
también sus
kindly
reflexiones
to
sobre
give
este
us his reflection about this important topic.
Muy buenas
Thank you.
tardes
Good
a todas
afternoon,
y a
everybody.
todos. Muy agradecido con el
I'm very
consejero
thankful
doctor
with
Marco
the
Valles
Councilor
presentación,
Ceballos for
se
his
me puso la voz.
presentation.
Muy agradecido por el
Thankful
doctor
with
Lorenzo
Mr.
Córdoba Vianello, como siempre,
Lorenzo
por
Córdoba Vianel, as always,
la creo yo
for
inmejorable
the
relación que
very
existe
good
entre la FEPADE y
relationship
el
that we have
Instituto
between FEPADE and the National
que se
Electoral
debe en gran
Institute
medida al
that
liderazgo del
is
doctor Lorenzo Córdoba.
has a lot
por
to do with the
supuesto,
leadership of Dr.
muy
Córdoba.
agradecido con Manuel
Of
Carrillo
course,
Poblano, lo veo,
I want to thank Manuel Cabrillo Poblano. I don't see him
por aquí.
anywhere here, but
Y,
I think he's around here
bueno, muy
somewhere.
honrado de
And very
participar en esta
honored to
mesa
participate
con,
in this track
tan
with
distinguidos
such distinguished
especialistas,
specialists
Maestro López Pintor,
Mr. Lopez Pinto, Mr. Schuman, Dr. Solis, about a topic that I think is fundamental to be discussed in the new electoral reality of Latin America. The central question, which are the elements constituting a consolidated democracy that helps in the acceptance and conceding acceptance of the results of the elections. I'll go for three arguments. The diagnosis in which we're starting to analyze elections in Latin America. A second element is how can we properly measure when acceptance of electoral results has to do with a personal caprice and when it has to do with effectively the fact that there were no conditions of equity during the election? How can we measure these elements? And finally, a topic that I think is very relevant, which could be a certain parameter of discussion around the need of continuously perfecting the electoral institutionality. I will start with the first element. I think it is necessary first to acknowledge that in the region there is a disenchantment with the process of the democratic transition and consolidation, and from that making public policies to improve the design. The country report presented by the Electoral Institute shows this level of disenchantment with the democratic model, and it is important to reduce it gradually and not to increase as it was detected from certain measurements from previous reports. Latinobarometer also shows this year certain diagnosis in which we find that, unfortunately for the Mexican case, one of the countries with the greatest level of whim, we have to start from that basis, a basis in which there is very little participation, where there's no a consolidated culture of reporting poor practices in the elections. And finally, where can we have a level of relevant disenchantment level, particularly using the phrase from Norberto Bobbio, the false promises that we attribute to the democratic system in Latin America that not necessarily had to do with the real result. For instance, the topic of economic development, topic of transparency and accountability, or fighting corruption. In that context, I would like to plan three elements. We have seen in several countries in Latin America how through institutional mechanisms and justice mechanisms, opposition, the rights of oppositions are suppressed. We were discussing two elements with Salvador in which this exercise is presented or appear. On the other side, we have a topic that I think is quite relevant. It is about the vulnerability of the vote, particularly in certain regions. The level of vulnerability of the vote depends in a great measure, and it can be measured in places in which there are more reports of purchase and coaction of vote about the states and nations or the regions or in each nation in which there's a lower index of economic development. From this, we have to start from a third argument that need to review in the diagnosis, and it has to do with increasing the growth of violence in the region, the violence from social groups that sometimes goes beyond the electoral authorities, violence related to crime organizations of all types, including organized crime, social conflicts derived from the political and social polarization, or topics that recently we have been seeing in we are measuring in the Mexican environment, for instance, topics of political violence against women or non-compliance of promises that create a violent reaction against the electoral process. From this diagnosis of the negative portion, we need to reconstruct the positive portion in order to state a strategy, to plan a strategy to measure acceptance of results. For the acceptance of results, from my standpoint, we need to we analyze two topics. An individual thing, a psychological somehow, that has to do with the ethical and political behavior of the political stakeholders. stakeholders. That means what is the democratic and institutional commitment that several political actors have when they are defeated during the elections. But this is a personal measurement thing that do not solve the problems from a dynamic of studying the institutional designs in order to allow a greater acceptance of the results, a better acceptance of results. And for that, regardless of the fact that this is one of the elements that is important to take into account, the central portion of this discussion is to establish the equitable competition conditions so there is no question about the legality of the elections and thus about acceptance of the results. And this leads to a question that I would like to formulate, a hypothesis that I want to plant before you, and it is, how can we measure that a non-acceptance, a reaction of non-acceptance of the elections is just whim action from a person, or is it a way to really state that the equity in the election was vulnerated somehow? So it cannot be left just to the free election of a person, this thing, but either to create indicators in every one of the institutional elements to measure how much are we abiding with a level of social legitimacy, allowing to warranty that whatever is the result, there needs to be acceptance from all the political actors participating in the election. And that leads to the next portion of my presentation. I think that democracy is built from institutions. Of course, it needs the renewal of elites, irrespective of fundamental rights in this perspective from Ferraioli. But one of the central elements is that it is about abiding to procedural rules on how to count the votes and how the will of the citizens is reflected. In that tenor, there is a parameter, a very important and indispensable parameter on abiding with institutional rules and thus acceptance of the rules of the game when competing in elections. And the point that I think it's important to stress in this point is we need to measure in a differentiated fashion all the elements part of the system. Once administrative, independent and impartial agencies. And from that, I think it is important to analyze the institutional elements that might allow warranting that autonomy or that independence from the electoral organizations of administrative fashions. For instance, the budget, or for instance, the fact that on a constitutional level, they might have the possibility to point out what is the budget they need to have in order not to have negotiations every year with the chambers. It's an institutional design that might allow us to set forth how much the institutional design can better support compliance with the constitutional principles like impartiality, autonomy, or institutionality. A second element that I think is indispensable is constitutional electoral justice. I am one of the people that think that it's better to have a dual system or trilateral system in which we have several electoral institutions, some in the electoral procurement of justice, administrative, and the others. What do we have to influence in political justice? First, the level of protection of the fundamental rights from the resolutions. That will be a relevant topic. But second, it is also important Congress in the decision. If the decisions are not congruent and they create instability in the administrative organs of the political parties, then we're going to have an additional element for discussion that really is unnecessary. It is important for the courts to send messages of congruence in the interpretation and the application of the law. Of course, an important element to be considered has to do with the commitment with its competencies, competition. If there's a competency on the application of law, or if there's the possibility not to apply a law because it is not according to the Constitution, it can be removed because it's disproportionate, but it's not okay in order to sending that to the administration in order to have a different sanction. We have to measure the level of efficacy and compliance of the resolution, and we have to measure, of course, the level of congruence of the jurisdictional organs in order to be able to have an indicator of which quality do we have in the institutional design within these organs. A third element will be inter-party justice. It is important to measure the level of revocation of resolutions, inter-party resolutions, to see what is the level of protection of the rights of the militants of the parties and the inter-party justice. I'm the idea that we need to strike the political parties, and an important step is for them to have a proper mechanism of internal democracy in order to solve their problems inside their party and not to saturate the electoral, local electoral and federal courts in the case of the country federal, and of course the electoral courts in countries that have a unitary political system. It is important to measure the media, i.e. what is the plurality of the media that we have in the political and social scenario, and if there is plurality inside these media, internally speaking. From that, fifth element that I think is important to measure is the work of the civil society organizations. From the qualitative standpoint, it is important that civil society organizations do something beyond the election day, and this is important in order to check things regarding like income, the use of monies of political parties, electoral organizations, the flow of monies in the campaigns, and beyond the electoral campaign, fighting corruption has to have a direct relationship with the election, so the groups that supported elections are not directly benefited and arbitrarily benefited in exercising the government. And from the qualitative perspective, it is important to read the reports presented by the civil organizations to discuss them, to spread them in order to raise the level of demand for the electoral authorities. Finally, in the environment of the system of processal and electoral processal and criminal law in elections, we have to review the bad practices that we have in the electoral systems and to visualize the problem that means electoral crimes in a society, in a democratic society. We have recently seen that the number of reports is going up, but it's only not important to increase the number of reports, but also increase the number of cases that are taken beyond court in the criminal justice in order to have a very clear message about behaviors that are reproachable according to penal law. Under this tone, I think the important thing is to measure which are to establish clear indicators of discussion about the quality of our system. Yes, there is disenchantment. Yes, there is no participation of youngsters in the elections. Yes, there are certain questions and certain attack that I do not share, a systematic attack against political parties. I think it is important that all the elements conjugate in order to have a system warranting in the best way possible the exercise of citizen rights in order to have the renewal of powers with no bloodshed. And that's finally the main objective of a democratic electoral system. To synthesize, as my last line of argument, I want to state two ideas. On the one side, a democratic society as a precondition means transparency, accountability, and of course a strict scrutiny of abidance to the legal provisions from the side of the authorities. In that sense, the thing is that authorities are not just these crystal boxes as stated in previous decades, but that really the level of demand to each one of the authorities raises in order for them to provide better results to the citizens. And the second topic has to do, and going back to democracy to close my scheme, acceptance of the results is a concrete attitude with the democratic system.
Implica
It
el cumplimiento de las
implies
reglas del juego,
compliance
implica la
of the rules of the game,
aceptación de las reglas del juego
accepting the
previa
rules of the
y no
game before
condicionada
the
al
elections,
resultado
and are
electoral.
conditioned
Para
to
ello,
the election
es
results. And for that,
indispensable
it is
que se mande un
indispensable
mensaje de
to
que
send a
solamente
message
es a
that
partir de
only
las vías
from the institutional ways is how we can generate the transformation and how we can consolidate democratic models. Nevertheless, evidently, it's not about protecting the institutions per se, but in reason of compliance of the principles, but in reason of the constitutional mandate with which they were appointed, and also raise the demand in order to improve the quality and the conditions of the electoral system. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctor. Bien, en esta línea de reflexión,
In this line of reflection,
le voy a dar
I'm going to give
el uso
the
de la
floor,
palabra, si me lo
if
permite,
you
al
allow me,
diputado
to
de la Asamblea Legislativa
the
de Costa Rica,
representative of Otón Solís, the
para que en esta
representative
primera ronda también
chamber from
regale sus reflexiones sobre este tema, por favor.
so he can give us his reflections about this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ine, and
El tema que nos plantean es las circunstancias políticas que surgen cuando hay resultados
the
estrechos
topic
y la aceptación de los
is
resultados.
the political consequences when the results comes and acceptance of the results. And here we talk about, we say that the quality of the system is very important. When is it possible that you finish with a crisis and non-acceptance of results, when there are questions about the standards that rule the election process? Secondly, when there's doubt about the ethics of the authorities, the electoral authorities that manage the elections. Also, when there are questions about the integrity of the rivals, their willingness to interfere in the process by making fraudulent acts. Fourthly, the perception of the results. If the results in the service and public demonstrations were favorable for a candidate and it ends up losing for a small margin, that increases the possibility of doubts. And of course, and the most important thing is the true democratic convictions of the stakeholders, and particularly of the leaders of the party that end in that narrowness losing, and that is the vital part. And I think the leadership of the parties that end up losing by a small margin becomes the key factor, together with the behavior of the press and other stakeholders that I will try to discuss here. The starting point should be as follows. If the leaders of a country thought that the standards did not allow for fair results, that the authorities of the electoral court have no ethics, or they were biased for a country, or that the condition of the rivals was such that they were not capable of not acting properly, what that leadership and that country should have done is not to participate and report and denounce the system. If you become part of the system, you have to accept the result, whatever it is. You cannot afterwards, if you lose by a small margin, argue, well, the standards were not favorable for us, the integrity of these people managing the elections were appointed by the traditional politics, so they have a weight on against us. The first thing is that if you choose to institutionalize the struggle for a better country in the current framework of the country, then you cannot expose, disregard the institutionality or the ethic quality of those who are there. And that's a big challenge when you have a presidential election and you find yourself in a small margin. Particularly when you have to explain this to your followers that have questions about the system, that they are dazzled, that at that point at the time of when the votes are being counted at night, you have to explain what needs to happen, and what needs to happen is to process
el conteo de la manera que establece la
count according to the
institucionalidad.
institutionality and accept the
Yo
result.
fui invitado acá
I was invited
por la
here
experiencia
because of
personal
my personal
en un
experience
estrecho
in
resultado en las
a narrow
elecciones del
result in the elections of
2006, como aquí se
2006,
explicó,
like it was
hubo,
explained here.
una final
There
ahí
was a photo finish,
de nada más una pequeña parte de la oreja
a small
con el expresidente Oscar Arias.
portion of my ear with President Oscar Arias, and
resultado muy
a
estrecho,
very
un
narrow
resultado
result came out
que después de ir
that
ganando en
after
el conteo en la
winning
noche,
in the
se
vote
metieron
count
unas mesas a
in
contarse
the
de
night
6,000 mesas, 590 mesas
from
que tenían
6,000
anomalías. Fue
polling
donde se dio
stations
el
that had
resultado
anomalies. That's
favorable
were the
que
favorable
revirtió el
result
proceso
that
para
reverted the
terminar en ese
process
pequeño
to small to
margen.
end
Desde el
in that
inicio
small
del
margin.
proceso,
From the
los
very
resultados
beginning of
preliminares daban ese estrechísimo
results,
margen
the results showed
y
this
estaba
narrow
la
margin,
duda
and
sobre
there
la
was the
validez
doubt
de
about the
10%
validity of
más o menos
10% more or
de las
less
mesas.
of the polling stations.
Estaban denuncias
There were
de
reports
papeletas que se
of
encontraron a la par
ballots that
de
were
las escuelas en que
found
se convirtieron en centros de
in
votación.
those schools that
Quejas
become
de este
polling
tipo y
stations.
quejas del otro. Lo que
Complaints of this type and
hice
the
en
other.
esa noche
And
que
what I
tuve
did
que
that
aprender
night that
todo
I
sobre-
have to learn everything
este
about
sistema y qué
this
implicaba el haber
system,
participado en el
system and the
sistema.
implications of participating in the system
Fue decir, aquí
was to
vamos
say,
a
well,
procesar todo
we're going to
por los
process
mecanismos que establece la
everything
normativa.
according to the
Y es
mechanisms
cada reclamo
provided
que me
by the
llegue y que
mechanics.
llegue al partido,
So every claim
mandarlo a
that
las
comes to
autoridades
me or to the
electorales,
party, I will
pedir
send
un
it to the
reconteo de votos
electoral
y explicarle a la gente
authorities
que
and to
entramos
ask for
en
a
esto,
recount of votes
y
and
si el
explain
sistema
to
no
people
servía,
that
no
we
debieron
are in
haberme
this,
apoyado y no
and
debieron
if the
haber
system
participado.
didn't
Reitero,
work,
eso no
they
es
should not
fácil
have
decirlo
supported
hoy,
me.
10
It's easy
años
to say
después,
that
cuando
10
había que
years
hablarle a la
after,
gente,
when you have
esa
to
noche no
talk
era
with
sencillo.
the people, it was not simple. It was not
Y se
an easy
cometieron
thing
una
that night.
serie de errores
And we
por el
committed
sistema,
a
digámoslo así,
number
por el
of
establishment. Nuestro partido es
mistakes
un
because
partido
of
de
the
centro
establishment.
izquierda,
Our party
toda la
is
prensa de derecha en contra de nosotros y
central
todos los
left.
millones del
All the
capital.
millions from the capital and all the
Entonces,
right wing was against us.
Yo pues di
So
instrucciones,
I
cada
gave
queja que
instructions
llegue,
that
cada
every
mesa de
complaint,
votación que se cuestione,
every polling
el
station
protocolo
that
es
is
este,
questioned, the
va
protocol
con un
is
abogado
this:
y
you
se
go to a
presenta al
lawyer
tribunal
and you go
electoral.
before the electoral court.
Y el hacer ese reclamo
And in
llevó a la
presenting
prensa, esa
that
prensa, a decir
claim,
que yo
the press
y a
came,
Oscar Arias, debo decirlo,
and I
que
have
yo
to
quería
say
ganar en el
that
papel
I
lo que no había ganado
want
en las
to
urnas.
win in the paper what I
Es
didn't
decir,
win in
haciéndome
the
la vida
polls.
más difícil con
So
los seguidores que
making
querían que
my
yo
life even
desconociera
more
el
difficult to
sistema y
my
llamara a la gente a la
followers,
calle
and to call
como lo hizo
that
López
wanted
Obrador
me
en
to
este
call
país.
people to take the streets like
Y
López Obrador
contrataron
did in this country.
ese capital
And
y toda
they
esa prensa
hired that press and that
a
capital,
futbolistas que no sabían nada de
football
política
players
ni
that
nada
knew
de
nothing about
institucionalidad,
politics
a
or
que pedirme a mí que
institutionality,
aceptara el
to
resultado de las
ask me
elecciones
to
con ese
accept the
margen de que se
result
habló
of the
acá,
elections
con
with that
todas esas
margin,
dudas.
with all those questions, all
Y
those
yo
doubts.
pedía, por
And I
favor,
was
en
asking,
llamadas que
please,
hice a
I
la gente,
call the people,
permitan que el
allow
proceso
the
institucional
institutional
proceda.
process to go.
Ustedes al impedir
You,
que
in
proceda
preventing
y al-
the institutional
al
process
decirme
to
a mí
go
que
and
acepte un resultado
asking
que
me
tiene
to
dudas,
accept, to
ya
consider a result that
van a
has
dejar la
doubts,
duda eternamente
the
y la
question
gente
is
se va a
going
tirar
to
a
be
la calle.
eternally there, and people is
Entonces,
going
fue
to
muy
take the
difícil
streets. So
los
it was
errores
very
del
difficult.
establishment, que usted
The
se
errors
refería
of the
a
mistakes,
los
what you're
errores del
referring, the
establishment
errors of
fueron
the
extraordinarios,
establishment
porque
were
era en ese
extraordinary,
momento
that which at that
contra el
point
partido que
was
era
against the party
percibido
that
como
was perceived as
Fueron
a left
enormes,
party. They were
enormes.
huge.
Los líderes del partido
The party
este
leaders
cercano al
that was
resultado
so
diciendo
close to the result,
frases que lo
a
que
very
querían
tight
era que se
result,
enviara
said,
el
for instance,
reconteo,
that if we recounted,
que ya el tribunal
that
había
the
tenido que
court
aceptar que
would
tenía
have
que
had
hacerlo
to
por la
accept
estrechez de
that
los
to
resultados
do it because the
y que se
results were
procesaran
very
las quejas.
tight,
Entonces fue un
and
periodo
that everything
de,
would have to be that the election had to be repeated. So well,
3
it was a
semanas,
period of
el tribunal
about
pidió un mes
3
para hacerlo
weeks.
todo.
The court
Cuando yo
requested
vi
1 month
el
to do
tribunal
everything, and
rechazaba
when I
todas
saw
las
that
quejas,
the court was rejecting
quise
all
para darle
complaints,
solidez al sistema ser el que anunciaba que
I
Oscar
wanted
Arias
to
era el
do
presidente de la República y de hecho
to be the one
hice
who
una
said
conferencia de
that
prensa y
Oscar Arias
anuncié
would
que
be the
Oscar Arias era el
president
presidente de la
of
República porque
the
creí
country.
que
And
si
I
lo
had to
anunciaba
do
el
it because
tribunal
I
y nos
believed
esperábamos la
that
semana
if it was the
adicional,
court
iban a mantenerse
to
las dudas.
announce
Si
it,
lo decía yo,
the doubt will
por lo menos a la
prevail.
gente más
And if I
razonable y
said it,
menos
the
calentura
people would be more,
iban a aceptar el resultado con más
the most fair people would accept
las
the
lecciones
result,
aprendidas,
would recognize the result
digamos, es,
in a better way. So,
es que si no hay
If
dudas
there's no
del líder que
doubt
viste acá,
of the type I just described,
el liderazgo político del
political
partido que pierda por
leadership
estrecho
of the
margen
losing
tiene una
party
obligación ética,
with tight results
política,
has the
con estabilidad,
political
con la
and
gobernabilidad,
ethical
de aceptar lo que decidan
obligation
las
of
autoridades electorales.
abiding by what the electoral
Y en
authorities
segundo
say.
lugar,
Secondly, they should explain the contradictions to the people they accepted to participate in a process and then they do not accept it. So they have to orient every abnormality or any complaint to the authorities instead of doing it to the parties or to the media. That if we did that, it was disrespectful for the institutions. So we have to fight for that everything is done properly, counting again, and we have to define the protocol to be followed so that we can send it to the electoral protocol, not calling to street protests and not accepting a result until the authority has analyzed a good percentage of the complaints and conclude that there's no need of invalidating the results or calling for a secondary election, etc. So the role of the press and civil society is critical. As opposed to what seems obvious to accelerate the acceptance process has to be promoted if it is oriented through the institutions, if we orient all complaints to the proper institutions. Many people said, not too many people said that I sold myself, that I was fearful, that I should have called the people because a million people will follow me on the streets. But no, I think that I did the right thing. Most of the party leaders accepted my decision, and I want to make a reflection about a topic that I would have liked to talk about here. It's ethics in politics. I want to say two things. I don't think that the lack of civic education is the reason why the people is not participating in politics. They are interested, but they are not participating, and that's something different. If I buy a lot of property, if there's crime and dirt and garbage in the streets and there's noise and there's prostitution, that doesn't mean that I have interest in that neighborhood. If I don't buy that property there, I just don't want to go there. People have interest in politics, but they don't want to go there because of corruption and lies, as Mr. Alcantara said. People say, can I participate here? If a presidential candidate says that he will fix the world, and as soon as he becomes president, that he says that the budget is too short, that he didn't know what the reality of the budget, and that the FMI is imposing rules and that he cannot be successful. When you make a promise of a way of naming your technicians and officials, and then you name them after just for being friends or being relatives, those things are no good. In certain neighborhoods, the land is not worth it, but in politics, everything is worth it. But for the people, it's not worth it. The people is interested and they are informed, but they do not want to participate or to commit themselves, because in campaign, they say one thing, the politicians say one thing, and when they are in power, they act exactly in the opposed manner. The word is lie. There's something that we call political correction. If you call everything by its name, you are accused of being radical. And if you do not say good things about everyone, you are not being loyal. You see? So it is, aside from that kind of pressure of that correctness, political correctness, you have to disguise lies. And when I grew up, I thought that you have to reject lies and to be brave and live according to the values. On the other hand, this has pushed people to disbelieve in politics. You know, we cannot lose the capacity of being amazed before disaster. Just to, like it's like teachers that use the Gauss curve to grade. In politics, you cannot do that. People expect a lot from the word of politicians. If you do not comply with your word, with what you promised, you should go to jail. The only guarantee for the voters is the words of the politicians, so the punishment for the next election. But there's no way of punishing a
Entonces,
politician.
¿cómo la gente va a
They will
interesarse en
not
ese
seize their
barrio
home or anything
lleno
of
de
the sort?
corrupción y de
So how
mentira
can
en que
people
para
be
un sector de la
interested in
política se ha
that
convertido
neighborhood,
su
in that
participación?
neighborhood that is dirty and
Pero no
corrupted?
no
It's the same thing.
concluyamos que la gente no está interesada,
But
que
let's
es
not
ignorante,
conclude that the people
no
are
se
not
percata de la
interested
importancia de
and
la
that
política.
people are not
Se
interested
percata,
and
pero
they
no
are
quiere
not
ser
aware of the
engañada y por
importance
eso no participa.
of politics. They just don't want to be cheated on, and that's why they don't participate.
Gracias también por
Thank you
este
very much for
testimonio y
this
reflexiones de
insight
el diputado
from
Otón
Congressman
Solís.
Oton Solis.
Escuchado,
We have
reflexiones muy
listened
importantes, sobre
very
todo
important
en
insights,
cuanto a que
especially
la
regarding
aceptabilidad de la derrota tiene que ver
acceptance of
esencialmente
defeat,
con la aceptación de las
because it
reglas
has
que
to do with the
previamente se
acceptance
ponen
of the
para el juego
rules
político democrático.
for the democratic
Creo que esta
political
parte
game.
hay coincidencia con todos
There's
los panelistas.
a coincidence
Diversas
among all
reflexiones sobre el
panelists.
punto. Santiago Nieto nos
Santiago
dice, por
Nieto
ejemplo,
says, for example,
que hay que
that
tener cuidado
we
si
have to be
dejamos
careful
a la
if
aceptación de la
we
derrota al contexto ético en el que se mueven los actores
leave
políticos.
the
Y
acceptance
entonces
of defeat
reflexiona
to
sobre
the different
la
political
actitud y sobre
stakeholders,
el rendimiento
because
que
then
las
we have to
instituciones
talk about the
electorales
yield
y otro
of the
tipo de
electoral
entes dentro del contexto
institutions
social deben tener frente
are
a la
deploying
organización electoral.
and
Me
how they
parece
behave
un punto
before the electoral
realmente
authorities. I think
importante
that that's
porque
very
hoy día hemos
important
visto,
because
por ejemplo,
nowadays,
en el caso mexicano,
in the
como
Mexican
muchas de
case,
las
for
cuestiones
instance,
son
as
discutidas
many
en torno a las decisiones
topics
que toman
are
las autoridades
discussed
electorales
regarding
y van,
the
a partir de esas
decisions made by the
discusiones, de las
electoral
decisiones,
authorities.
ciertos elementos que van cuestionando
Certain
después el
things
resultado de las propias elecciones.
make the
Yo creo que
election
esta parte es
questionable in
muy
many cases.
importante
So
en las disertaciones
it
que han
is very
tenido. También
important
nos
to listen to all
reflexiona
these insights.
el fiscal sobre
As
el tema de
the
la
prosecutor
necesidad de ir
said,
midiendo con
the
cierto tipo
need
de indicadores
of
estos
living
rendimientos y ver
with,
cómo abonan a la
with the indicators of
aceptación
the
de la
yields
derrota.
and see
Creo que el
how this
testimonio del
contributes
diputado
to
Otón Solís también
defeats.
es muy
I believe that
importante.
it's what Mr. Solis said
Y
is
él
also
narra
very
una parte
important
que me
because he
parece
is talking
también
about
fundamental en la
a
discusión
very
y que
fundamental
creo que
part in
valdría la
this
pena,
discussion, and that it's
pedirles
worth
que ahonden un
to
poco
go
sobre
to
estas
dwell
reflexiones,
on these
particularmente el diputado a quien le hacen una pregunta
on these
en el
insights,
sentido de
particularly
cómo fue visto
on
al
the
interior
question
de su partido
how was
político que él
it
en lo particular
perceived
aceptara
within
los
his
resultados de
political
una
party
elección tan
to
cerrada con
accept the results
apenas
of such a
0.17
tight
de diferencia respecto
result
del
from that
presidente. Le
election.
pregunté
So I
antes de
asked
empezar el
him
foro cuánto
before
significaba en términos de
before
votos y me decía que
starting
fueron
with the
un poquito más de 8,000
with the
votos, la
presentation, and he
diferencia
said
entre
that
él y
the
el
difference in votes was of less
quien
than
resultó presidente de la
8,000
República, Oscar Arias.
against
Entonces le
Oscar
preguntan,
Arias,
¿y
who
el
ended up
partido
being the
cómo lo vio y
president.
qué
And
impacto
what did the
tuvo en el
party say?
contexto
What
social
was
que él
the
hubiera
impact on
aceptado
the social
finalmente
context that he accepted
resultado?
this result?
También hay algunas
There
preocupaciones de
is also
los
concern
asistentes al foro
from
y
the
alguna
attendance to
pregunta
this
particular para la
forum,
doctora en el
and
sentido
a particular
de cuál es el
question for the
papel que las
doctor.
mujeres
What's
deben
the
jugar en
role
este tipo
of
de
women
procesos,
in this type of
cómo abonan
processes?
en
How
el
do
tema
they
de la
contribute in the
fundamentalmente
topic of
de la propia
construction
política,
of,
pero obviamente cómo
politics,
deben
and how
participar en
they
el
are
contexto
expected to participate
democrático.
in the
Por
democratic
supuesto,
context?
la reflexión
And of
que
course,
hizo
the insight by
el
Dr.
Rafael en
Rafael
relación a
regarding
un tema que fue tocado también de
topic
varias maneras por los panelistas en torno
that
a lo que
was,
significan los liderazgos.
that
Los liderazgos
talked about
políticos
political
que
leadership
finalmente,
that finally
encarnados en los actores que participan en las contiendas y que
they
aceptan
are
o no
in the
aceptan los
stakeholders who
resultados.
participate
Esa parte,
in
nos decía el
elections and
doctor,
that do not
el liderazgo
accept
es,
results.
finalmente,
Leadership
llevar,
is
conducir,
finally
una potestad que tiene un
guiding,
actor político relevante para
and it's
llevar
very
a sus,
relevant
debo entender, a sus adeptos,
to
a sus
guide
seguidores
their
hacia
followers
cierto tipo de prácticas
towards
y de
certain type of
comportamientos
behaviors
después
and practices
de las elecciones.
after
Entonces, igual le
elections.
piden ahí una
So
reflexión
they
con
are
relación a,
they want you
qué
to
es lo que
give
se espera
an insight
específicamente
of
de los actores
what
políticos
it
en
is
cuanto a los
it
resultados
expected from
y
the
obviamente su
political
comportamiento,
stakeholders
frente a las
when results
autoridades
and their
electorales
behavior
y de las
before
reglas
electoral
que son
authorities
establecidas para el
regarding
desahogo del juego
the
político.
rules
Entonces,
that have been established
estos son, digamos, más o menos los tópicos que me han tocado
for
en
this
las
exercise. These
preguntas
are the
y algunas
topics
cuestiones
generally,
muy específicas
and some very
para el
specific
fiscal.
questions
Le he
for
entregado
the
las
prosecutor.
preguntas,
He already
a él en
has
lo
them.
particular. Así que en el orden
So,
en
in
que
the
intervinieron, le
same
voy a
order
rogar
of
primero
participation,
a
I will
Rafael que
ask
tenga la
Rafael
gentileza de
to be
formular
as kind
una
as
segunda
to
intervención hasta por 3 minutos.
use the next 3 minutes for another insight, and then we will move forward.
Bueno, yo invocaría de nuevo
I
que
would
lo dijo
say
antes
again
Manuel Alcántara,
I would talk about Aristotle. But he was old because it has been 25 years from then. But the inside are exactly the same, and those are perfectly valid. He classified the political systems that has not been overcome by no means. It classifies the systems with two criteria. How many is the people in the government, rulers? A few or many? Or if they rule in the benefit of the community or their own interests or in their own benefit. So, if we have one person, two persons, or many people for the community or in their own benefit. So, according to that, and from the evolution and the change of regime from one regime to the other, and how do they behave? Monarchy, in that context, would be like, it's positive, but if it's only one government, it's tyranny. It's a tyrant. What we call democracy in the Aristotle Greek is the degeneration of a representative government, the politeia, and that is that many are ruling, but they do not consider general interests, and they only care for their own interest or the interest of their group, and that degeneration is shown in what we are witnessing today, demagogy. For him, for Aristotle, was the degeneration of the democratic system, a system that many rule, many people rule, but they do not consider the common wellness. But the other side is to educate the political people when it becomes demagogic behavior, when we have countries with a very high educational level or others that have a very low educational level, but the citizens seem to swallow that so rather skeptically. But it's not a matter of informing, because today the dominant political speech promises a lot but does not educate. There are some things that they are so evident that we cannot see them. We are doing so well in terms of institutional things that we are not capable, and that's what we are concerned, because we are not aware what's the limits of our torture, is how to customize the infinite aim of wellness, because the entrepreneurs and politicians and educators of the last 40 years have been discussing that right after the Second World War. How can we customize and adapt all that to the expectations of what we can reasonably achieve? And partially because of this reason, the leaders are more involved with lack of information and deceiving and deception. We're talking about a very skeptical society, and so disenchanted that politics is just as an underproduct for people that are depictable. But if we get organized to replace them for something better, we don't do it. And this is the great part. We are not doing bad. We are better. But what is wrong is our head. It's for those who have the responsibility, and us. The normal citizens are also accountable not to listen stupidly to everything that the candidates have to say for each power position. We know that that's a lie, and I just don't listen. I mean, I don't watch TV because I don't want to hear that, but we don't do anything about it. So we are in a vicious circle that we have to break. Unfortunately, I think that it won't happen in this decade, because every year after year, we have a new event. And now, this year, we have had several. This has been a terrible year, but we have to break that. And each one of us is accountable for that. The intellectuals have their own, and the electoral authority communities have their
tomarla,
own,
pero que
and the
tomarla con-
government has their own.
con
But we
valentía,
have to
porque
undertake
si no,
that
a
bravely,
nuestros hijos
because
y a nuestros
otherwise,
nietos
for our
les
children
estamos dejando
and
un
grandchildren,
mundo que es
we are
mejor que el que nunca tuvimos,
giving
los
them a
seres
world that
humanos,
is
mejor
a
que
lot
el que nunca
better
tuvimos,
than we
y
ever
sin
had,
embargo,
but nevertheless,
no somos capaces
we
de
are not
digerir
capable
lo que
of
tenemos para poder
digesting what
vivir
we have in
mínimamente
order
bien,
to live
mínimamente bien todos. Tenemos que
well
mejorar
in a
la
minimum
igualación
manner. I mean, we
de las
have to be
circunstancias,
equal
lo que hace que una
with
sociedad
under equal
viva razonablemente
circumstances,
bien.
so that will allow society to live well, to have a good living.
Doctora, por favor.
Doctor?
Bueno, espero que
I
el
hope-
día llegue que nadie me pregunte sobre
I
la
hope that no
situación
one
de
asks me
mujeres en la
about
política,
women in
que ya
politics,
llegamos a
because
ver,
we are
pero
already in
ese
power.
momento no es hoy.
But that
Y hay
moment
que
is not
enfrentar
today,
la
and we have to
pregunta
face
porque
this question because
también mis reflexiones
my
sobre
insights
la cuestión de hoy
about
se
this
informaron
topic
porque por ser mujer
is because
y por ser de
I
un
am a
país
woman,
que
and
las
from
cifras de participación
belonging
de
to a
mujer
country
en
where the
Belice
number of
son
female
peor
participation
de
are the
todo
worst
el hemisferio
of all,
y son peor aún
the worst
más
of all the
hasta
hemisphere,
países islámicos.
even including Islamic
qué es eso?
countries. And
No
why
es
is
porque la
that?
mujer
It's
no
not because
se pone a
women
participar en la vida
do not
electoral,
participate in electoral
porque
life. It
no
is
hemos
because we
buscado el
haven't
aporte
looked
apropiado
for the
para que participen. Por eso yo
proper
tengo
support for
mucho
their participation. That's why
preocupación por
I'm
la
so concerned and so
participación
worried
de los
about the
jóvenes.
participation of young
Hasta
people.
ahorita,
To
la
this
estructura
moment,
del poder,
in the power structure,
democracia es
democracy
masculino
is
y
masculine
de edad, además.
and old.
Eso es lo que estamos
That's what
viviendo.
we are living
Perdóname,
today,
pero
and
el
I am
cinismo
sorry,
que
but
yo he oído
that
hoy
cynicism that I have
me
heard
deja
today
casi sin palabras,
almost leave me
porque
wordless
yo sí creo en la
because I do
democracia.
believe in
Lo
democracy.
creo, es-
I believe
la
in it.
democracia necesita
Democracy
la fe como
needs
el
faith
sistema monetario.
as an
El dinero no tiene
as
valor
an
si uno no
immune
cree
system.
que tiene valor.
Money has
Eso
value
es
because
mismo
we
con la
believe that
democracia.
it has value, and that the
Y
same
es
thing
muy
happens with
fácil
democracy. It is
pensar
easy to
que,
think
estamos teniendo que
that we have
preocuparnos de las
to worry
mentiras,
for
del
the lies
desafío, de la corrupción.
and challenges
Sí,
and
todo eso es
corruption.
importante,
Yes,
pero
all of that
también
is
hay que
important,
regresar
but
a las
we have to
preocupaciones
come
que
back
tenemos
to the
los que no
original
tenemos la voz
concerns
en el proceso
of all of us that
electoral
don't
todavía.
have a
Me
voice
gusta
in the
mucho el
electoral
sistema de
process.
México
I like
que
my
empezó
Mexican system very
con
much
cuotas
because
para mujeres y
it
otros
started with
países ahora lo
establishing
tienen.
quotas for
Pero
women,
sin
and other
esos
countries
tipos de
are doing the same thing.
protección, la verdad
But
es que
if,
no
without
vamos a
those
marchar a
protection groups,
nada.
we are not going anywhere.
Este tipo de
This
foro
type
va
of forums
a seguir en las mismas
will
preocupaciones.
continue with
Hago una
having the
llamada,
same
no como
concerns.
crítica, pero
I am
como aporte.
calling, as a
Hago una
contribution,
llamada que
I
el
am
próximo
calling
foro invite
for the next forum
más
to
gente
invite
del Caribe,
more people from the
porque creo que es
Caribbean
una
area, because I
experiencia un
believe
poquito
it is
distinto.
a different
Y
experience
me río
there.
cuando oigo
I
que
laugh when
en las
I hear
elecciones
that
hay
in
una
elections there's a
diferencia
difference of
porque en mi país
7,000.
40 votos
Because in
hizo
my
la
country,
diferencia
40
de un
votes
gobierno al
made the
otro.
difference between one
No,
government
porque
and the
tenemos
other,
el sistema
because we have a
parlamentario de winner
parliamentary
takes it all.
system of winner takes it
Y en
all.
ese sistema
And under that
es muy
system,
difícil
it is very
explicarle a la
difficult to
gente
explain people.
cómo es que 40
How
votos
is it
hacen la
that 40
diferencia
votes
entre
can
un
make a
gobierno
difference between
entero,
a whole
un gabinete,
government with a
y los
cabinet
que
and
se
everything,
quedan
and
afuera
those that
se
remain
mueren de
out
hambre para
and they starve to
4 o
death
5 años
during
hasta
4
que
to
haya
5 years
otro proceso.
until we have the next process.
Y es muy difícil
It is very
explicarle
difficult to
a gente en
explain
un
to
país que tiene
people, this to
recursos
people in a
muy
country with very
limitados,
limited
cómo es
resources.
que ellos no
How
pueden
is it that
recibir
they
los
cannot
beneficios de un
receive the
gobierno?
benefits of our
Porque no
government?
son del partido
Because
que
they do
ganó las
not belong to the
elecciones.
party that won the elections.
Pero eso no solamente
But
sucede.
it's not only
Sucede y
happening,
las normas
it
no
is
se
happening
quiebran. La
without
gente
breaking
dice,
the
"Vamos a la
rules.
calle",
People
todo
say,
esto,
let's go
y a
out to the
veces hay
streets,
2,
and
3
yeah,
días de
well,
eso
we have 2 or
y
3
se
days
cae
of
la cosa.
protest,
¿Por
and that
qué?
is all.
Porque
Why?
tenemos fe en el
Because we
sistema,
have
tenemos
faith
fe
in
en
our
las
system.
reglas y
We
las
have
normas.
faith in rules
Insisto,
and
si
regulations.
no tuviéramos
I insist,
reglas
if
y
we did
normas,
not
si no
have
tuviéramos
rules and
Carta
regulations, if we do not have
no
a democratic
estaríamos
charter,
ahorita aquí
we would not be here now
hablando
talking
abiertamente
openly with total freedom of expression about democracy, it would have been a different thing. So, what we have sometimes looks weak, but that's all we have. And even more. The lack of democracy is only cured with more democracy.
Muchas gracias, Lisa, por esta
Thank you, Lisa, for this
reflexión segunda
second
en la mesa. Y
insight
ahora
in this
le
table.
pediré que haga lo propio al
Please,
doctor
Dr. Santiago Nieto, it's your turn. I received two questions that are thanked for, and one of them is what's the requirements of a report for electoral crimes in order to proceed, because we do not report it because they are not procedural, because of the cultural level of the reporter. I'm thankful for the criticism too. I would say the following. The electoral crimes as from the reforms of 2014 are focused beyond the protection of the list of voters, which was our base. In that context, the type of crime depends on the type of evidence. They are procedural from the moment they are filed by any system, either by presence or by document in written form. And this is very important. And even through anonymous communications through the social media, the social networks, or by the telephone, etc. The central point here is that pretty much these reports have to be accompanied by given evidence. Since 1994 to 2014, there was no one sentence for voting purchase, and I would like to know if we haven't experienced that. That is a problem that is also related to another question that I have here. The core is the system of how we process these in the court. The manual of procedures is that we have to send a document to the investigative police to start the investigation. And that document arrived 1 week after the elections. Then the police investigation was carried out 2 months later. And then they come to the given place, gathering evidence, asking if the votes were purchased. And everybody said, I don't know. So what we did is that we changed the methodology to deploy investigation 2 or 3 days before the election so that we can address reports immediately. So that increased the number of reports, of course, and that prevented also, that deterred criminal activities, because if we have the police, the investigative police, and also federal police or state police or the Mexican army, if we have that presence with together with the Electoral Institute and other organizations, if previously organized that way. So, my argument would be, what is necessary to do? Inasmuch we have more data to prove circumstances in time, place, and the type of crime, that will allow us to integrate a better record so that we can set that for judgment, for the trial. So, from my standpoint, we have to take photographs. Those are relevant. Videos are relevant too. We know that the intervention of communication, that telephone intervention or tapping, every private communication that's forbidden. But if that person who is being requested to give a given vote for a counter presentation records that and contributes with that to the file, to the record, that has that has a value as evidence, and that's the type of crimes that, like it happened with the former Secretary of Colima, that can be very successful. Now, the important thing here, I believe, is to incentivize to motivate to have this reporting culture. If we review the amount of electoral crimes in the history of Mexico and we compare that with the amount of electoral processes that we have, this the system is a minimum thing. Our system operates from the administrative perspective in a correct manner. So only extreme cases are the ones that are taken to the criminal electoral crimes. Then I go to the second question. What is the type of crime for an open vote? There is, I don't think that is not a more horrid crime than the purchase of votes, especially in marginal areas. In that aspect, I would say, yes, I do find a variation as from the reforms made on 2014 regarding the types of crimes that go beyond the regulations. I am talking about the type of reports that we are receiving. At this moment, the FEPADE has 3,435 preliminary investigations open and about 10,400 reports. That means 6,000 reports. Some of them came from other years. We still have some preliminary investigations that were open in 2011 and came back to their jurisdictional areas. So in this block, I would say that 70% are matters related to the National Registry of voters, and others are related to electoral competitiveness. With this new accusatory crime, we have 1,375 files for investigation that are in process. 90% of them are related to vote purchase, conditioning of social programs, coaction to subordinates by public servants, work of public servants working during office hours for candidates, and those integrate 90% of the investigation of the records that are under investigations, and the other ones are related to the voters list. Vote purchases are we have more than 1,000 investigations and records and circumstance deeds that are in process. We have conditioning of social problems, about 105 investigations, outstanding investigations, and others that are related to destruction of electoral materials that is also another way of breaching votes. It's not only conditioning and purchase, but it's also social groups that destroy the polling booths to prevent citizens from voting. Even if I would dare to say that some priests or cultural of several religions, they say that they prevent people from going to vote. So we have two of those. We have a record and we have an investigation that are related to religious leaders. So this is a transitional model of the electoral crime, from the voters registry to the equity in the process, and of course the liberty of the vote, freedom of vote. Congressman Otón Solís, the floor is yours. Thank you for your questions. One of the questions is, what happened in my party when I accepted my defeat? The protocol to process complaints are very clear, and we made it public so that all the party was aware of it. So reasonable people just understood that if it was that we were not actionless before the possibility of fraud. So that settled down things. So to this day, some people say that I was afraid. And the other question has to do with topic of how can we differentiate when a politician is ethical but not the system. How can a politician be ethical when the system is not ethical?
It has to do with the question that is made that it really bothers me when they say that it's not true that the people has the politician they deserve. That throws overboard all the whole concept of leadership. The answer is each country deserves politicians ethically superior than their people. Or are we going to expect for the leadership of a country to compete with people that have promised to be there to serve? They have an ethical obligation inferior than politicians that we also implicitly and explicitly that we're there to serve, and it's the most ethical task in society. Entrepreneurs don't say that. They say they want to make money. Workers, they want to keep their jobs and make more money. Athletes want to win medals. There's only one social class in society that says that it's there to serve implicitly or explicitly, which is political class. That makes us having to be ethically superior than the rest of the society, because there is no more ethical attitude than serving and giving. A. And B, the moral sobriety of the politician is expected because he manages something sacred which is belongs to people, which is a small thing that called power. Power doesn't belong to the politician. Power belongs to the people, and the people elected that politician to do what he's expected to do. A politician is like the driver of a tractor in a ranch, and it has a tool that is called tractor. It has to do what the owner of the ranch asks him to do. The politician has a tool that is called power, and he has to exert power the way he is expected to do, and according to the expectations he created. Another thing, we manage something so important for the faith of our country, which is the power of people in democracy. That's the principle of democracy. So the politician has to be ethically superior in every sense, because if he or she says it's not there to serve, and serving me is an ethically superior attitude, and why? Because they manage power which doesn't belong to him. What do we say about the tractor driver? He's not obeying the owner of the ranch, and is using it to work on his own land, or he's fired once and for all. All the possible defects of a worker are exerted on him. So politicians have the obligation to morally lead a society. You cannot even imagine that people as a politician they deserve of that because society is unethical. The politician has a justification. Moral leadership and moral is politics, not religion. Not religion or philosophers. It's politics in which such trust is exerted. Given in power. Are we expecting that the church is there to justify or today creates hatred against gay people, or they forbid sex for the priests? And in the Middle East, Shiites and Sunnis murdering each other. The morality has to be above all the ethics of society and be an example in everything. Thank you very much.
Pues muchísimas gracias
Thank you very much
panelistas
to the
de esta mesa que me ha
participants of this track that I had the privilege to moderate. For us in the National Electoral Institute, it's very important to reflect the reflections, the data that has been shared in these tracks of today, which and the continuation of the forum tomorrow and next Friday. We are, as you know, in a process of redefining a national program for civic education, and of course all these topics that are being reflected on that topic will be of great use for the National Electoral Institute. So on behalf of the President Councilor, I thank all the panelists and all those attending, and that are
aquí.
still with us
Y
right
quisiera,
now. And I
solo
would
darles
like
una
just to
información
give
de
you
rutina.
some
El día de
information.
mañana
Tomorrow,
continúan los
the
trabajos a
works
partir de
continue
las
starting
10
at
de la
10
mañana.
a.m.
Así que, por
So,
supuesto,
of
están
course,
todas,
you
todos
are all
cordialmente
cordially
invitados a
invited
presenciar el desahogo de las mesas programadas para el día de mañana. Me
attend
voy a
the tracks that
permitir
are
un
scheduled for
pequeño
tomorrow,
sesgo
and I'm
temático.
going
Una
to allow
pregunta que
myself
formularon y
a
que
small
no tiene que ver con este
theme
asunto.
bias
Nos preguntan,
of
y es una
something
cosa
that
local del
it has
Instituto
nothing to
Nacional
do. They
Electoral.
asked something up
¿Para cuándo está
locally
prevista
about
la
the National
convocatoria
Electoral
de
Institute.
incorporación para
When
el mes
is
de noviembre?
the
Para quien lo ha
invitation
preguntado.
for the
Así que muchas gracias a
incorporation
todos.
call is going to take place? That's going to be in November. So thank you very much to you all.